Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is a fine 3 o'clock Eastern afternoon for me. Just got out of work. I am joined with Graf tonight for an amazing third cup in the U18 league. Graf, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. Pretty excited for another opportunity at get a look at some of these cups, getting a look at some of the next generation, as some say. But super excited to be here. I think it's going to be a pretty interesting first match. A little bit of a mismatch, but definitely still some potential there for an upset. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, and obviously this third cup is hosted by Slain themselves, and that is the matchup. Slain U18 taking on infamous Thieves U18, and we have a little bit of a David and Goliath story. I'm not gonna lie. Talking to you, Graf, you said Slain, they are heavy hitters coming out in the respawn game.
Yeah, I think I mean we saw them the other day on stream have a really showing on protocol on both respawn modes. So definitely some cracks in their game that are there to exploit for infamous Thieves if something does go wrong, or there's some opportunities there. But Slain definitely the at least in my opinion the team to beat here. Not so much for the whole tournament, but for this match they're definitely the team to expected to take this down. Yeah.
Yeah. And obviously that gives some chalkboard material for the side of the Thieves to try and work something. And honestly, again, underdog story, they're going to come fire. But while we take a look at that, while we're talking about that, we're going to go ahead and take a look at maps and modes, maybe. What is map 1? Protocol Hardpoint. And, well, my bad. We're not even going to take a look at the map. We're going to hop right into it. Graf, you said that this team, again, speaking about last night, they just came out and did their thing on this map.
Yeah, I mean, Protocol Hardpoint was the one that it was Protocol Hardpoint and Control, including a Volt S&D that they 3-0'd on the other day. So definitely a bit of a different map pool today. We've got Protocol Hardpoint, Hacienda, Search and Destroy, Vault Control, Hacienda Hardpoint, some Vault S&D to close us out if we get there. So definitely an interesting map pool. Hacienda, not the most classic map, not the one you see the most, but we're going to see a lot of it here tonight.
Yeah, and I'm excited for it because I know a lot of the people, if you played in BO4, it's brought back some nostalgia, and honestly, it's brought back an interesting take on how teams play because it's such an open map. But that's later. That's map 2, map 4. We're here in map 1, Protocol Hardpoint. It's going to be exciting. Graf, I'm not going to lie, on this map, what do you see to be like the recipe for success?
I think a lot of this map comes down to those P4 holds. P4 is such a big money hill. Getting good control of it. I mean, we saw Slain, especially in their last match, they kept really good control. They were even able to muster together a very fast break on that P4. Obviously, other hills are very important. Obviously, that 3 can have some good money behind it. But this P1 is so mixy that it's hard to get a big lead off of it. As I say that, though, Slain, they found themselves a little bit of a 20-point lead heading into this P2. They got a player on it as well, but this one can get mixy. Disciples, apologies, is able to grab that first one and point down about 30. It's by no means an insurmountable comeback here, especially with control of this P2.
Yeah, and honestly, this is like, I know you talked about P3, P4 kind of being like the main focus of hills. P2's another hill where you can get solid time and kind of get back into a match. But again, with what Slain is doing in the first 2 hills, it's Mythical and Homicide. 8-2, 6-1. If you're looking at the KDs, they're slaying out. And honestly, he's on a 4 streak. Great job out of the AR for the side of the Slains. And I think this is what you saw last night. You know, this team, when they get going, when their gears are moving, it is like hot oil or hot grease running through your body after a nice pepperoni pizza shakaroni. It's just going to wreck your system. On the side of the infamous Thieves, a little bit of a slow start from K9 Drew, 1-7. Gonna have to try and pick things up here, especially with Protocol Hardpoint. You know, I think it's won or lost by the ARs.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, this is what we saw Mythical do the other day specifically. I mean, it was Mythical and Sunni being the really big slayers, but a good break on P3 here for infamous Thieves should leave them a little bit of time. Echo in an awkward position, needs to find this gunfight. He does stall it for his teammates, though. So now, again, they need to hold this down. They need to close this point deficit before P4. Because, again, I wouldn't be surprised to see Slain make their way over there right now, even. K9 Drew gonna get taken down. It's gonna flip one more time, and now As I said, it's all about that P4 rotation, and it looks like it's Lane, the first one's on the spot. They've got one already down in control room, gonna win that gunfight. It's Suni, the one to hold it down. Can he find more? Still alive and kicking, but will be eventually routed and cleaned out. Looking to try and find the break again right before the hard point comes up. It's K9 Drew, finds one, and he'll be cleaned right up. It's Chewy, the last one of the point. Suni from behind, can't quite find the shots, needs to and will. And now it's all control of Infamous Thieves as they find the trades and they find the point for now, but it's a quick contest coming through from Slane.
Yeah, and Graf, I want to point out something. The past two hills, Thieves have gotten there first. They have just consistently either gotten broken or honestly just out-traded. And again, great job out of Slane. They're kind of keeping the pace in their favor. They're winning the gunfights, and when they have to break a hill, they're always keeping it mixy. You know, it's always one or two people from the side of Infamous that try and hold off the aggressive subs, the aggro ARs from the side of this blue Slane U18 team. And right now, they're at a 60-point lead. Scrap time is going to go in their favor. So we're going to see a rotation here. I think the Thieves did a good job on P1 first time, so we'll see how they play this. They're going to have to keep spawns in their favor, though. I think chaining a couple hills, even if the hills are scrappy, when you have it going your way, some life is going to be put into the system. So it's just hard, though, because, again, Slane is just having their way. You look at Suni, 14 and 10, the man has found routes, 15 and 7 from the side of Mythical. These guys are just creating openings off of the subs and the ARs when they're finding kills in space.
Yeah, Choi's gonna grab a couple. Still, K9 Drew from Top Grandma's needs to do something, but he's just immediately routed. And again, Slane, they find the break. Like you said, every time it's Infamous Thieves getting there first, and Slane just does not care. Now up a whole hill. As we head to this P2 rotation, it's just a matter of a little bit more than scrap now. It's going to be a big rotation through. Thieves are going to try a late hit. Not a fan of this play from Thieves. They're giving up a lot of that P2 rotation to get a little bit of scrap. Obviously, it closes the deficit, but they need to get over there and fast. And looks like they've still been able to do that. But you know, I think that's a bit of a misstep from a bit of both teams here. Trying to find that initial rotation is really important. And again, it's Thieves there, and again, it's Slane breaking.
Yeah, and it's just huge because you look back, I think the past rotation of hills, there's always just been one person lurking on the backside. I think it's been number 6 or honestly number 7 for the side of U18. They're always having somebody hit some type of flank, always making you look so many different directions. And honestly, they've just had better control of spawns. I think they're more aware of it. The game knowledge is there. They know how to play each hill, and they know when the timing of the spawn out is going to happen. So honestly, just great job out of them. Kind of controlled chaos in a sense. And Suni, 2 streak, staying alive on this P2 hill. Again, they just do a good job of holding it, and it almost feels like every hill is going in their favor, whether the points are or the motivation is.
Yeah, now we head to P3. Again, it is Infamous Thieves control. They really need to chain a couple of really good hills together. I think this is their chance. P3 into P4 is a good chance for a lot of points aboard. Echo needed to win that one, and it does. Still, though, getting pinched on the side. Needs help from his team, but they're nowhere to be found. They've been routed. They've been found as well. And still, ever more in the kill feed is Slane mopping up these kills, almost points ahead, and they're soon to be there.
Yeah.
Mythical just completely clears out Rain, and it's an absolute masterclass for a protocol hardpoint so far from Slane.
Yeah, I mean, some may call him Hades, some may call him Apollo, but right now he's living up to the legends that are told in Roman times. And I think from the start of this match, he has just created a lot of momentum. He is, I don't know if he's an egotistical guy, but when you play COD, you got to have an ego. And I'm sure he's screaming in his headset right now. He's like, Dead! These guys are, and I can't say it because of, you know, we're on air. But, you know, this is the first time we're seeing Slane get to a hill first. I think this is going to be a full 60 here because we talk about how they're usually on the breaking side of things. Their hold, when they get to those hills first, again, they're just able to trade better. And honestly, the slaying ability has just gone off for the side of this U18, or well, the Slane team, I should say.
Yeah, 100%. They are able to clear Mythical out of the back, so they are able to hit forwards, but This is such a hard hill to break. They get half the way there, but they still need a little bit more. Trades continue to come through, but they
Yeah.
can't clean it up. A re-break from Slain in the blink of an eye. Not quite a full 60, but most of the way there. Mythical again continues to absolutely fry. 32 and 15, over 2 KD right now, and he's looking to expand, but that won't be necessary. Slain, similar to the other day, in dominant fashion, they'll grab Protocol Hardpoint.
Let me tell you, it's just huge because you look at Protocol. I like to think Protocol is a little bit more traditional than, the close quarter maps because, you look at Skyline, that's just, run, gun, shoot, respawn, brain rot. You look at Protocol, there's some hills where you got to rotate. There's the hills where you got to, traditionally move 20 seconds earlier. So for them to keep it, I guess, scrappy on the hills that they aren't winning and for them to just always have that goal in their favor and make it feel like a Skyline is just a huge thing for the side of this team. But hey, Sunni coming in like a tsunami with the help of Mythical, they are a duo to be messed with. And I'm not going to take anything away from the side of Thieves or anybody else. I know Chewy on the side of Slain. 18 and 15. He did his part when he needed to, and the other player I think went 16 or 18 and something like that. So again, they were picking up kills when it's needed. Honestly, you called it dominance. We're just going to move on to map 2, which is Hacienda S&D.
Yeah, Hacienda S&D, I think, is one of the more interesting maps. I think it's a little bit more strategic complexity available to teams, but to my knowledge, it's one that a lot of these teams don't practice as much, especially in S&D. A lot of these teams, when they are getting scrims, it's just respawn modes all the time because as much as I love watching S&D and I love casting S&D, it's a matter of respawns are usually better for practice from a pure, you get your gun going and you get that flow. Where S&D, it's a little bit more spikes of action. So it's definitely interesting to see if these teams are more prepared for a bit of a more uncommon map in an uncommon, I guess not uncommon, but lesser practiced mode. Because we've seen a lot of Vault, we've seen a lot of, Skyline, or apologies, not Skyline. Yeah. Mainly a lot of Vault, honestly, for S&D so far.
That's true.
Both in the last cup and in the early stages of this one. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, and I love that you brought it up because I was literally just talking about that the other day. I was like, it's funny because I think S&D was the main focus when COD first came out. And then you look at it, everybody has now gone more towards the respawn side of things. They want to prioritize that. And don't get me wrong, with Control being added as the third game mode, it kind of makes it feel like respawns are more important, especially for maps 1, 3, and 4. So it kind of takes away from the side of S&D, which is sad because I like S&D. I feel like because of those spikes of action, it just makes it all the more intense and it makes it all the more worthwhile. So we're like two different we're two different sides here, but we see eye to eye. I know where you're coming from, my friend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's a little bit about Hacienda. A little bit about this map 3 and 4 and 5, though. If it goes the distance, we're looking at a Vault Control Hacienda Hardpoint and a Vault S&D, like you called it. Now, Vault Control. This is, I always think Control is weird, but in a standpoint, what are teams looking to do, especially on this map?
Yeah, I mean, I think for Vault Control specifically, that B side is basically most of the time just ignore it until you get A. Obviously, you'll see some sneak plays where you can try to gain control, but the top art is just such a overbearing position to try and rip through that you'll see, especially, I mean, this is the same reason that in S&D, it's just hard hit A through Vault or through Pool every round because you get there before the defenders. It's sort of similar in Control where you see these attacking teams just hard rush down that A and potentially just try to bleed respawns for the B side. If you're able to get that lives advantage, at least make them think twice about just throwing themselves towards that B because they do have the superior defending angles. But if you can get control of that art, I mean, B can fall really easily.
Yeah, and ultimately it's just that one person that can cause it. On the side of Slain, I think it's going to be Sunni. I think he was the one that was hitting the flanks and respawn, causing chaos on that flank. From the side of Infamous Thieves, who stood out in map 1, though, and who's going to have to go huge, at least for the rest of this series?
I think that was problem, quote unquote, with Thieves. I don't think anyone went crazy. I don't think any of them played terribly. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
You know, that's not Flame. I don't think any of them played like terrible.
No.
But I don't think any of them were playing like a mythical level where they're just frying out. I think that's what you need on respawns. But in S&D, again, you don't really need someone frying as hard. It's a lot more strategic complexity. So this is something that we saw yesterday for Slain, where they are in a position where Slain last time, they ended up doing exactly what we just saw on the hardpoint. But then on the S&D, they had to come back from 5-3. And they ended up doing it on that Vault hardpoint. But that's a mode where if they end up coming back and having a similar situation where they're down 5-3, you know, converting from that is difficult as always.
It is. And again, on a map like Hacienda, it's just huge because you look at this map, I tend to think it is because of how open it is and because like it just feels that way. It's more or less like it's going to be 4v4 retakes. It's going to be 4-man site hits. You're not going to see a 2-2 split. You're not going to see the lone defender. So I think this map trading is crucial and how well you can work as a team. And honestly, how wide you throw the shoulders, you know, the communication. So there's every little thing comes into play, especially on a Hacienda S&D. On the flip side,
especially the trades were a big thing that Slain was great at during map 1. So I'm excited to see, like you said, if it's a big trade focused game plan, how do they carry that over from Hardpoint, and how does Infamous Thieves sort of try to stop that from happening? Because a lot of the more mixy hills in that Hardpoint was just the trades going better for Slain, and then they just get control easily. I think if the Infamous Thieves are able to shut that down, there's a big opportunity, especially in this S&D, if it turns into a bit more of a chaotic situation where these fights feel a little bit more like Respawn, where it's just everyone just clashing back and forth, then you have an opportunity to really make something happen on both ends here. But
you do.
Yeah, I think we do have a little bit more time to go before the next map. Oh, never mind. Great.
I'm going right in.
We're heading
man,
right
we're just on it today. Look at us as we're taking a look at this $5 million mansion I would love to live in. Let me tell you, a jacuzzi in my backyard would be great.
Amen to that. But a big opportunity for Infamous Thieves to try and strike back. They've got a little bit of a hill to climb, but if they lose this one, it looks like a mountain. As we head to round 1, it's going to be Slain on attack, and it looks like they are going to look to try and gain control of mid. A bit of a spread, which is interesting to see. 1-3-1 so far from Infamous Thieves. They're going to try and maintain control of the right wing. Just barely missing one there is Mythical. Not sure if you saw him on the second half of that swing. But Homicide, he's in no man's land. How is he behind them? How does he not find that shot? He will still get away after finding one. It's another pick for Slain on the other side. One traded back from, I believe that was K-Drew. Yeah, finds one. Down to a 1v3, though, as it's Disciple with it all to do.
Yeah, well, he's going to try and throw a hope and a prayer up there because God may be on his side. That is huge, though. He found the pick on the bomb carrier. Unfortunately, look at this. I think it's Homicide right there for the trade. And let me tell you, Slain, they played that perfectly. They just fast hit the bottom of, like, bar or the wine cellar. And honestly, first kill came through. What was crucial there was Chewy was right there to respond if there was a trade that needed to be happen. So he was there to help his teammate. He won the gunfight, and ultimately, you know, that's what put Slain in that 4v2 situation. Right now, they're just having their way, though, Graf. They are just running and gunning, and they are setting the pace of S&D, which may be hard for Infamous because, again, you don't really want to feel like you're falling into the other team's game plan. You don't really want to feel like you're falling into their trap.
Yeah, dictating the pace is such an important piece of it. Rain gets a little bit of help from Echo to find that first kill onto Choi, and they will find their way over towards the bomb site. Bomb now going down. Can Homicide cancel? Yes, he can. Does eat a bit of a stem text and will get traded, but it's still the bomb plant denied. It's down to Suni, though, in the blink of an eye. And Infamous Thieves, they have a chance to strike back. Suni, though, he fried out map 1. How much more can he do? Bomb plant will get planted. Finds one, almost a second. But he'll be shut down. Infamous Thieves, they show a good round of their own. And they take us 1-1.
Yeah, they did, and again, I feel like they did a good job of trading right there on that bomb site to make it open, and ultimately, they just felt like they were the engagements were going their way. Another thing about Infamous is I feel like they tend to, I don't want to say solo chow, but what is it? They kind of try and solo trade. Something I've seen from other teams is when they look to get that player out, that lone defender, or when they look to get a trade, they send 2 or 3 people at them just to make sure that they ultimately will get them. 3 guns against 1 is better. So the thing I've seen from Thieves is they're always sending 1 to try and get that trade. I know I've said trade a lot like a marketer, so I'm gonna shut up now.
A little bit of an interesting position. K9 Drew, very, very good on the flank here. Has an opportunity. He's getting cleared out, though. Almost gets taken down by Choi. But a good first pick from K9 Drew, and he's so far away from the rest of it. There's no trade potential. Still now, bomb planted in the meantime. It's a 4v3 retake as Rain will pick up 1. Mythical going to find the trade onto Rain. Like we said, these trades are so important, but for now, they need an isolated pick. Homicide's going to find them just that. Mythical with 1 as well. It's all down to Echo, and shortly, he will fall.
The thing with Slain right there is they played so, I don't want to say they played passive, but they got into their positions. The bomb went down. They basically let everybody from the side of Infamous run into their gunnies. And ultimately, everybody picked a different corner, which was also cool because it felt like they were spread. And then when one gunfight goes down, everybody from Thieves turns, and then everybody from Slain pops out. The kills fall their way. It was a little bit dangerous because I think it was a 3v2 situation for the side of Slain, and ultimately they made it a 2v1. But again, Suni finding 2 in that round, going huge for his team. And look at this. I think this is a 4-man hit towards B, right through top window, if you want to call it. Rain finding first blood, and I think that's something Infamous has done well these first 3 rounds. I think they've had most of the first bloods.
And we do, again, see K9 Drew lurking, trying to find some kind of flank onto Mythical. Will do so, and barely escapes from Choi's crosshair as well. It's a 4v1. I'm going to say it would take a miracle, but Choi may be the miracle maker. Has an opportunity, but with the bomb down and time ticking, it's a matter of time. Infamous Thieves, they'll find it once again. It's been an attacker's paradise so far here on Hacienda. It'll be interesting to see which team breaks that cycle first.
Yeah, and I think from the side of Infamous, we talked about people stepping up. Look at K9 Drew, or K Drew. He has gone huge. He's hit the timing with the sub in his hand. He has found flank after flank, and it has just caused a little bit of chaos for the side of Slain. You know, it always makes them have to turn around, or kind of, they're like, hey, let's post up in a corner and let's try and wait for something to happen. But again, Infamous, they've just come out on their attacking rounds. So has Slain. So right now, it's going to be the first team to whoever makes a defensive stand is going to have that momentum going in their favor. And right now, Suni from range, unfortunately, isn't able to find that kill, but the A-bomb should be open for him to plant it. Now all these arrows are going to adjust, and look at that graph. Infamous Thieves find first blood again.
Like you said, they've done that consistently, but this time it's at the price of a bomb plant, but it doesn't matter. Disciple's going to grab 1, a couple trades back and forth. And it's all down to Choi in a 1v3. Finally, the defenders may grab 1, but Choi, he's got something to say about that one, hunting down the second. Will try to get away. Doesn't know where Disciple is. That's the problem. He has to check bomb, and Disciple cleaning up. And it will be a defending round available. And Infamous Thieves, they'll be the ones to take it.
I'm not gonna lie. If Chewy got away there, I would have been insane, bro. Like, he somehow finds a kill. Even if he got that second kill in like mid courtyard or like P1, it would have been insane because now that puts it at a 1v1, the players on the bomb. And then if I know this is a big if because it didn't happen, but he just does a little bomb check from that little cutout, he doesn't have to throw his shoulder too wide, then it's just coming down to the time. Insane that Chewy almost made that happen, but good job out of Thieves. They win their gunfights. They stay disciplined, as now they're on the attack. I think so far, the game plan for Thieves is that they're letting K9 Drew work it. They're letting him find the flank, and then they go from there. So I like how they've been attacking these bomb sites. But look at this. It is a 4-man hit again through A.
Yep, looks like they're trying to get that control through courtyard, trying to find something. It's in a couple bits of massacre back and forth, but it's 3 in the blink of an eye for Slain, and they're going to respond with their own defensive round, and this time it's flawless.
Impeccable, if I may say. Impeccable. Hey, but that's what you talked about. You talked about how, like, S&D can feel like respawn at times. I feel like that's the round to take a look back at, because it was just like head bash. Everybody was running and gunning, and they were shooting at all at once. So I just kind of wanted to note that out.
Yeah, 100%. And now, I mean, we've seen both of these teams take rounds on both sides now, so they know it's possible no matter what.
Yeah.
A matter of who finds the momentum heading into these second half of rounds. As again, it's going to be a fast hit towards this A side. We've seen teams more or less shy away from B, at least as this game continues, and it will be sort of forfeited. Bomb plant going down. It's going to be Disciple finding one on that over-aggressing player up towards closed, finding a couple. Suni trading back. It's down to a 3v2. Suni's going to find another one. He's on a tear, looking for more. Just going to hold this space for now. Needs to try and hold these rotations.
Yeah, and what's huge about that is he was running that top window area. There was 3 players from the side of Infamous Thieves up there on top balcony, and he literally finds a pick, gets away with his life, and then finds another one. But again, look at this. The duo, K9 and Drew Disciple, go huge for the side of Infamous Thieves. They make their stand in the 3v2. Honestly, insane that they made that work, especially after Suni's double kill.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of came out of nowhere. It felt like in the blink of an eye, there was a 3v2, and then in the blink of an eye, it was a 2v1. So Suni made a great play, and it's tough that they weren't able to convert off of it. But now we've got a very close affair, 3-4. And Slain, I mean, they're no stranger to coming back from deficits. We saw them the other day come back 3-5 down and win out 6-5. So by no means is this one over until it's over, but Infamous Thieves, they've shown that they've got the recipe at least a little bit for success here. Choi gets deep, though. He's got a great spot for himself. If he can convert into some kind of flank angle. It's finally, again, over towards this B side, and it's unfortunate for Choi, though, because he had such a great flank towards A. He's going to run into Disciple here, though, and that's going to be a tough fight to win, and it is Disciple taking that one down. Gets a little bit of help on the site as well. Homicide, second flanking player, most likely not going to be expected. Needs to find at least one of these players right away, but it's getting difficult. Seen, spotted, and slain as Infamous Thieves. They start the first half of this prophecy heading up 3-5.
Huge. They've just kind of reversed the script in a sense. That's the thing about the Thieves. I think they're maybe a bit of a slow team. You know, map 1 isn't always their forte. But look at S&D. They kind of know that this is more or less their ground territory, and they're like, hey, we're just gonna take it to them, map 2, and go from there. Tie the series up. I know they haven't tied it up yet, but you know, one can say 5-3 stat line, it will go their way. But you said Slain, they are no what is it? They are known to make comebacks like this. I will say from the side of the Thieves, I liked how they played last round. They let Disciple just pick a corner in Lambo P2 area, and he sat on the flank and was eventually able to pick one. So good job out of the Thieves to, you know, keep that in the back of their mind. As now, as the bomb goes down, Graph, it's going to be a 4v4 retake.
Suni had Suni had a wonderful spot to catch rotations, and he cashes in on it. That's going to be a freebie. Suni on 3, looking for number 4. Would be great to see him get the ace, get a little bit more wind in the sails. Disciple will shut that down. Disciple will get taken as well. A huge round from Suni will leave Slain now 1 round away from tying us up.
Well, actually, it was Mythical, but you know, it was actually Suni, but on the kill feed, it was Mythical. So, you know, the good old classic COD doesn't ever know how to fix thing came into play. Well, we'll see later on in the next patch update if that gets
certified podcaster moment. You know, it's been broken for what, 3 years now? I want to say so.
3 years.
But yeah, heading into a must-win round for Slain. I mean, that was the last one, but they made short work of it. So They are the merchants of the 3-5 curse, and they're selling. Let's see if Infamous Thieves is buying.
Honestly, they might have waltzed into their trap because Slain, they worked the bottom open part of this P1 area very fast, and I think they heard their footsteps. But hey, K9 drew 2 in the feed for him, and that's what you need to close out this round. Look at that, Infamous Thieves. Almost, they don't pitch a shutout, but they did a good enough job, especially in the middle of this S&D, to turn up the heat on a team that is known to frag out.
Yeah, a big last round where it looked like Infamous Thieves sort of fell into that trap, and they gunned out and they figured their way out of it. That's the mark of a team that really doesn't let things get to them. If you're in a trap, you've got to fight out of it, and they did exactly that. I mean, great showing to get themselves back into this series. I mean, the only issue I now see for Infamous Thieves is they're going to have to win a respawn if they want to force that last S&D.
Yeah, and a lot of teams that are, you know, known to wake up in map 2 and kind of, you know, really get going. I think the mentality is, you know, win map 3, because again, control is a little bit iffy game mode. It's not necessarily a hard point, but you know, towards the tail end, it gets that S&D slow play style. So again, a lot of teams that do well in map 2 always like, hey, let's win map 2, let's win map 3, then we can get to map 5, and that's our home territory. The thing with that is, again, they kind of mentally check themselves out of respawn, and they're like, hey, we're just going to give map 1 and map 4 to you guys. And then map 5 is always a toss-up at that point, because then you know the team that won that fourth map, that second hard point, they have the momentum, they're feeling good, and then ultimately they'll just be making plays on the 5th map.
Yeah, I do think this map 3 is the big sort of inflection point.
Yeah.
I think if Infamous Thieves are able to grab this one, we will see map 5. I think, again, I don't want to write them out of it too quickly, but a Hacienda hardpoint, we did just see the win on Hacienda, but a Hacienda hardpoint specifically is a little bit of a tough pill to swallow if you're Infamous Thieves against a team like Slain, because we did see them gun out a couple of those rounds, but in general, it seemed like the strategy was on their side, but the gunfights were a little bit more dicey. So yeah, I think specifically Vault control is going to be beneficial for Infamous Thieves. I think it's a map that, I hate to say this because I actually don't hate to say this, I don't like Vault at all. I think the placement of the control points is not my favorite at all. Same with the placement of the A and B sites, but I think it's a map that sort of feels very much like Respawn. So it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be especially draining, like lives for that B side is going to be a big part of it. So that can play into Infamous Thieves playstyle a little bit more, playing a little bit slower, trying to drain out the lives, get that advantage that way. Because if they're able to get A quickly, you have a lot of time to do that.
If I have to ask you, where would you put the control sites, or where would you put the bomb sites? On
a different map. There you go.
Yeah,
honestly,
that is true. That is true. No, the
no, I think
this year are a little shaky.
I agreed.
Well, what is your favorite map out of the pool so far?
Honestly, I think Protocol, for the reason you sort of said earlier, where you actually have to care about those rotations. I'd say Protocol Hardpoint specifically is one of my favorites, where you actually have to care about those rotations. You have to plan ahead. There are some real money hills where there's some maps that nothing feels like money hill. Nothing feels, you know, like you have to think ahead. It's just mixy hills back to back. You see a lot of that on like Skyline, for example, where no hill is really safe. You're just you can get ripped off any of them very, very easily. So it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, after more optimization, the longer BO6 has been in the sights of these players, we're going to see a little bit more of that start to stop happening. But as it is right now, you know, it's interesting to see. It's a lot of the teams that gun the best are doing the best, which is a good way to start a game. But as we, as the cycle of BO6 continues, it'll be interesting to see how these teams evolve to incorporate more of that strategy.
You said it best, Graph. As now we're going to your homeland, the Safari. What can you do? Pick a coconut off a tree, maybe. As I know you actually love lettuce. Giraffes do themselves. Well, a vault control, you said it best, can feel like a respawn at times, and I wholeheartedly agree. With a lot of these control maps, if you have a sub up in your face in your spawn, it's gonna make things a living nightmare. And again, that feels like it feeds into the play style of Slain, especially what we saw on Respawn. So it's going to be a miracle for the side of Thieves and what they can find. But look at Sunni on the flank. First 3 kills go the way of this blue-gray team. And again, they're off to the races. I think they have a tick already done at A. Don't know because of the colors.
No, they are defending on the start here. I believe it's Infamous Thieves trying
they are
to
defending?
get some...
Okay.
I did see the bar. I can't tell if the bar is bugged out or not. I honestly don't know if we're getting podcasted right now. Unless I'm tripping balls, I do believe it's Slain defending. But Lane, one thing they are doing is they are shooting, which is not surprising, but a 4 down is a very, very easy way to find it.
I don't know, they're attacking.
Okay, we are getting codcastered. My mistake. We are getting hit with the codcaster special. 3 ticks in the blink of an eye, and now starting to go towards this B side. Maintaining control of Art here is the big piece of the puzzle.
Oof.
But as I say, that Echo gets ripped off of it by Choi. A big gun on him so far. But still maintaining this control of Art is Infamous Thieves. This is where we start to see it really slow down. Infamous Thieves, they in the blink of an eye get a big refresh, and they're almost even in the lives. This is going to happen a lot. This map may come down to ticks by itself.
Yeah, and I like how the Thieves played that. Echo finding a nice 2-piece and top Art slows the push down from the side of Slain. But they had number 8, K Drew, already set up in the middle of the map. And that's the thing about B. There's always like this quota. If you have middle of the map and under your control, it makes it a lot more easier to read where these players are coming from, because either they're gonna have to go right through you, or they're gonna have to hit some sort of a flank. And because of how much time it takes on Vault, yeah, that in itself is the easiest read. But look at this, Slain, they come out with a 1-2 and they find a 3, and they are stacking B. As now, K Drew may be the lifeline for the side of Thieves. He's going to have to go. He's going to have to go. He wins 1, so that is huge. The second chow is in. Isn't able to find much, but he did buy time for the Thieves to steal back this tick. And now, you called it. It may come down to lives here. 12-7. Slain looking to set up something mythical. It wins a big gunfight. Now, the next set of gunfights may tell the story of round 1.
Choi able to find a nice pickup. And now, I mean, these deaths are permanent for Infamous Thieves. They need to hold on to these lives preciously as they say that. It's 1 thrown away. 9v3 lies the score line. They still have some great spots, but 2 ticks already gone on this B side. Unfortunately, again, can't see that because of Codcaster being Codcaster, but that should just about do it, and it will. Slain, a dominant first round here on Control. And, that's, I mean, Infamous Thieves, they really looked like they had the setup, but a great break from Slain.
Well, it really came down to when it was 12-7 in lives, that next kind of initial wave from Slain, how they played it. There was, like, I think 3 people hitting a flank through poolside, or maybe the middle of the map lion statue. And when they found those kills, they were able to open up something on the front side of the hill, because the arrows for the side of Infamous Thieves, when they were in the middle of the map, they then had to reposition. So Slain, they get that huge 3 dead. They're able to work something the front side of B. And what's crucial is they get that Art control, which then is spawning everybody from the side of Infamous towards P4. And that's a hike in itself. And ultimately, when you have an AR like Mythical, and sometimes Chewy, they just post up on a heady. They win their gunfights and they do their thing. So again, good job out of Slain to make something happen on the offensive side of things, which is very difficult in a Vault control.
Yeah, it's a very interesting start of this round as it's Slain once again. Early lives advantage will maintain that just barely as it's Choi. This is such a chaotic round. This is definitely not what I expected when I heard Vault Control, but it's an absolute cleanup from Choi in the feed.
Yeah.
Again, oh my god.
Chewy and Mythical, they're just doing everything right. They're on 4 streaks of their own. And again, this is what I said, like, before this map started, with a team like Slain and how well they can win their gunfights and just keep on winning them. And they just take up so much map presence. They get in your face so fast to the point where it feels like you're fighting 2 teams, or maybe the Roman Empire. As now, again, Infamous Thieves, they have had nothing to work with. It is 19-11 in the live count. 10 seconds left on the game clock. Hero plays are going to have to come in from the side of Rain. What can he find? He's trying to hunt down Suni, but Chewy, you know what they do. It almost rhymes, and right now they're glad they're singing their way to victory.
And that was
that dominance.
I mean,
yeah,
that was one of the most dominant control rounds I think I've ever seen. I mean, not even half a tick gotten. That is crazy, and that'll do wonders and basically guarantee a defense round for Slain if this does go to round 5. But that's thinking a little bit too far forwards, because Infamous Thieves, they're on the ropes here, and they really need to find this round.
Yeah, but again, that's the thing with a team. I can't say it more and more again. With a team like Slain and how well they just kind of slay out throughout a match, especially a respawn, no matter which one it is, control or hardpoint, it is such a hard hill to climb. It is like you're facing almost a CDL pro level team. That's what it feels like. I know they're not, but again, it's just what this Slain team provides. And ultimately, again, they're here on the attack. I will say Infamous early are keeping things a little bit more cleaner, but I may have cursed them because 3 dead in the feed.
Yeah, they've got 3 on time as well. They should be able to finish up that A. They've got, I mean, look at Suni. He's just holding them back in their spawn, just maintaining control of this A. That should be all of it gone, especially with Mythical hitting shots like that. And you know what? Maybe my timing is not what it used to be, because I thought this A would have been gone like 10 seconds ago. There it finally goes, as 2 minutes and up lives towards this B side is exactly the setup you want to have. Mythical tried to go get control of Art there, but will be shut down. It's all down to Homicide for now. He's got the flank on the player Art. Can he find the kill is the question. It's Suni just trying to stall out. Won't get taken out by that Semtex, and it will be the kill for Homicide. Eventually traded out, though, immediately. Still capturing, though, is Suni. Still on that time. Should be at least 1 tick so far. And they're still looking for more.
Graph, what was huge was that number 7 came off a spawn, tried to hit a long flank because they're not doing like a 2-man stack at all. As now Mythical with the Hellstorm, what can he find? He's going to look to try and clear something. He's only able to find 1. But again, going back to number 7 and Disciple, how he wanted to hit that long flank, he ran straight into the gun of Slain. And honestly, they just read him like a book. That was the lifeline for the side of Infamous this round, and I'm telling you, bro, it was just pure dominance in this control.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think it's a toss-up between the second and third round for the most dominant round I've seen on control, but when you have 2 contenders, that means something went very right. And Slain, I mean, they continue to slay on these respawn modes, and heading now into a hard point, that's got to feel like a very harrowing task for Infamous Thieves.
Yeah, for sure, especially because of how map 1 went. And I kind of want to say this as well, a little bit. We're going to see Hacienda is that 4th map. I also think this is a little bit more traditional in a sense of, if you look at it, compare from MW3, I think it's more like, I want to say, an Invasion. Now, I know Invasion got taken out of the map pool, especially for hard point, but the distance between each hill, and again, the time you need to take to rotate to it, and especially because of how BO6 has been and how delicate the spawns are, I think Hacienda is more straight up. It's more like, hey, if we have somebody sitting so deep, nobody's going to spawn in behind us like a Skyline.
No, I think it's definitely a map that does have that strategic complexity. So I guess it's sort of the opposite of what I tried to hype up Infamous Thieves on that control, where it feels, you know, a little bit more just like bang your head against the wall. But this map has a little bit more of that complexity, has a little bit more of that opportunity where as much as Slane has been playing fantastic, don't get me wrong, I don't want to take anything
Yeah.
away from them. It feels like their strategic complexity is there, but not quite as good as Infamous Thieves, especially on that S&D, where obviously S&D is the mode that really lets that shine. But on something like a wider hardpoint map, like you said, like with Hacienda, there's an opportunity for that strategic play to, shine a little more, which is nice to see. But it's really hard to say I think Infamous Thieves is going to win this one.
I'm right there with you. And again, we're not trying to dog on them or anything like that. It's just like, if you look at it statistically and you're like, hey, we're going to take map 1 and literally put it into map 4, you guys know what we're talking about. So again, that's going to be a hard part or a hard hill to climb for the side of the Thieves. But hey, hopefully they can live up to Nadeshot's dream. I know they aren't owned by Nadeshot, but as if it goes the distance, if Thieves steal map 4, Graph, what are we staring down the barrel?
Yeah, it'll be a Vault S&D, which is, again, we just saw Vault go very, very poorly, but Vault S&D is, I think, the most chaotic hardpoint map, or apologies. I don't know why I said hardpoint. It's the most chaotic S&D for sure. I mean, it's just constant fighting towards that A side. You can have some variation there. You can have some, opportunity to do some other weird stuff, but B basically doesn't exist. If I'm being fully honest, like for the most part, B is not happening. If you're an offensive team, you have to go through the most open part of the map. I say that, but they were able to take B on control like nothing. So Slane, it appears they can do whatever they want. So, if we get there, we get there. But I think focusing in on this map 4 it's going to be a hard hill to climb. I know we've been saying that the whole series for Infamous Thieves, but they showed what they are very much capable of on S&D. So if they get back there, who knows?
I think they can do it. And I think it's going to stem from Disciple and K9 Drew. I think after map 2, those two players on the side of Infamous, I feel like they have just done a good job of finding the kills, especially map 2. You look at K9 Drew. He was the one that was picking up people on the flank. He was the one creating the openings with the SMG, causing havoc. And then Disciple, I feel like he was the one, every time I looked at the kill feed or the KDs in a sense, he was the one that was positive early in those rounds in control. He was the one AR in hand, at least slowing things down a little bit. I know Echo had his moments. He found a couple 2 pieces, 3 pieces here and there. But again, it's just going to take everybody from the side of Thieves. Everybody's going to have to frag out. Everybody's going to have to go super sane at the start of this map 4. So I got nothing else from the Thieves. It's gonna have to be a team effort, and honestly, disrupting the flow of Slane. Maybe if you picked up anything from map 1, is this team. I think they have a tendency to rely on their breaking a little bit more. So if you can get a good couple holds on the start of like a money hill, look at P3, P2. Those are 2 hills where you can really lock down. When you fend off the first 2 waves, time is going to be flowing. It may disrupt your like how Slane will want to play the map.
Yeah, I think especially we've seen a lot of teams do this on, for example, Skyline, where P1, obviously you're going to fight for it, but a lot of P1, especially on Hacienda, is getting control of the map, getting those spawns in your favor, and setting yourself up for the P2, P3, like you said, that are a bit hills. And I think I would expect to see these teams sort of follow suit in that playstyle, especially the team spawning that statue side. Maintaining control of that P2 side is so important. Maybe even more important than getting points on that P1. I mean, Fountain is such a hard area to fight for. There's so many overlooks. There's so many positions that you can just sit and no one's touching that point, that I do expect the team that spawns towards that statue side to have a really big advantage come P2.
Yeah, and again, with how this map is, I feel like the delicacy of spawns is put that on the back burner. You don't necessarily have to keep that in your mind all the time. But now, as we head into this map 4, do or die for the side of Infamous Thieves, what can they pull out as Slane have opted to change their arrow colors? And that is, it doesn't matter, 3 in the feed for the side of Infamous. So, look at this. E1 is going to go in their favor nice and early.
Yeah, big couple of kills, and they're going to get points on the board, which is all you can really ask for. But Slain are spawning towards that P2 side, so I would expect to see them continue to fight for this while maintaining those spawns, and they're going to do just that. A little bit of a rout, as they will maintain control for now, but it's still, these overlooks are going to be deadly very, very shortly. Mythical in a bad spot will be cleared out, and the point goes unclaimed for now. Homicide with a big fight win. But it will be control of P2, sort of like I alluded to, Infamous Thieves. They give up P1 and they really start to get that control of P2. And they're spawning on it. That's how much control they have. So it's going to be a pretty hard break here for Slain. But if they're known for anything, it's just this. How much can they do? 2 in the lead already. Looking for more. It's all 4. What a play. And Slain, they make me eat my words as they say, who cares about the control of the point? We will rip your head clean off.
Yeah, no, it was the man that goes to the sites, the man that does the detective work, Homicide himself, opening it up with a big 3-piece. But look at this, Infamous. They bully their way back in. They retake this P2 hill. I think what was crucial about that first break from the side of Slain, it was funny that you noted Infamous spawned on P2. Like, literally, they spawned right on it. Because of that spawn, they knew somebody was hitting the flank, as well as I think that person that was watching it got picked off early. So they knew that they were hitting it, but still, Slain won their gunfights and just created that opening. I find that hilarious because, again, no matter how much you know about this Slain team, it still seems like they win their gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, now trying to make that long rotation from P2 to P3, Infamous Thieves obviously going to give up some of that initial time. What a fight win from Disciple, but it's Mythical once again making the work happen on the side, on those rotating players, but Disciple trying to stay alive, trying to do his best. We do see I think an misinput on that ammo pack. Shouldn't be too big of a deal, because I don't think anyone's used it just yet, but Echo and Rain going to clear out that point. They're going to try and find something there, as Choi will be taken down as well. Once again, it's Infamous Thieves onto the point and on to time, because they're going to continue to try and make something happen. Homicide going to find one, but they're going to make that rotation all the way over to P4 and try to hold control of Rock. Another hill that can have some good points behind it. So Infamous Thieves, they're going to make that rotation over, give up a couple seconds of scrap, try and make this initial hit. Echo's going to grab one, but a 2 trades the other way. Needs to find something now as Echo. Him and Disciple combined. Mythical is going to go down as well. Infamous Thieves, they've got an opportunity, and they've got a good lead under their belt.
Yeah, and I wanted to note this out at the start of the second P2 hill. Echo has brought out an SMG. We saw him use an AR at least for the first 2 maps. I don't know about the control. Homicide with some shaky shots, but Chewy does a good job of covering his little behind. But again, just Echo bringing out that sub may have brought some more presence for the Thieves. When you think about how a sub plays on Hacienda, they're gonna run and gun. They're gonna look for an opening, hit the long routes, and then make a big play. So I think he's done a good job. 9 and 8. They have started off early. Now the thing about the Thieves is you look at P1 or you look at map 1. They did a good job of keeping it close within the first 3 hills. Then they started to slow down. They started to get outbeaten. And then it basically seemed like Slain knew what they were doing after the first rotation. What you need to do if you're the Thieves is keep that aggressive mentality. You need to keep winning your gunfights. Keep on the gas. I see a lot of the times whenever a team almost wins the first rotation of hills, they kind of give up and they get into a play style of like, hey, we're just going to give them the hill. Let's get the rotation. But then they get broken. And then ultimately it's just catastrophe. So that's what you need to do if you're the side of Thieves. If you're the side of Slain, they retake the lead as we're going back to P1.
Yeah, it's a tough opportunity. I mean, Slain is doing just that. Homicide. 17 and 10. He's the one stepping up as Mythical. Still having a good map, but not as hard as map 1. But it's still full control of this P1, and that's especially difficult. They've really got control of the map. They've got them spawning out towards P3 as well. So that P2 rotation could be nice and easy here for Slain. They're going to look to commit to it now, as it does flip over. And they've got themselves a great opportunity to get some hill time. Echo almost found the 1 player, but a team nade is not what you want to see. Apologies, a self nade, even worse to see, as it's Homicide and Mythical really holding it down. And here's where we start to see the blunder come through.
Yeah, and again, they just turn up heat in the middle of the map. The thing about Slain is everybody can pop off. You know, you look at map 1, it was Sunni and Mythical. Now it's just Homicide just going on a tear. He's the what double positive 20 and 11, and with an SMG, I may add, he was ripping people off of head. He did have an AR. But it's just huge how the side of everybody on the side of Slain can just go insane as 2E. Whoa, my man! We did not know you brought your gun from Star Wars. Pump the brakes. My guy just blasted that guy in the face. What a break from the side of Slain.
I'm speechless on that one. And they hit the P3 rotation. What?
This is
that
huge.
Is crazy.
Maybe the knife. Maybe the knife. Or the dagger.
Yeah, maybe. Feels like it feels like Slain hit them with the understand it now. And they're really going out. Joy definitely understands it now. He's almost at a Hellfire. He'll get shut down by Echo. He finds a couple and gets some time. By no means still over, or apologies, by no means still not over for Infamous Thieves. They have an opportunity and they have some hill time under their belt right now. And that's a good shot there from K9 Drew. Trying to maintain this control. Choi is going to get shut down as well. A good hill hold is Sunni. Going to be the last one to really try and make something happen here, but they're just going to make that rotation over towards P4, towards Rock. But look at Infamous Thieves. They're the first ones there. Disciple, he's going to have to go huge here. Needs to find these gunfight wins. He'll find one as well. Knows where these last two players are coming from, but he'll still get shut down regardless. A little too much in his face as K9 Drew forwards grabs one. Still needs more. It's all down to him and Sunni's going to come out on top. Still needs that reinforcement. Mythical, though, from the side. Going to be that dagger in the side of that insane overlook. And this fight continues to mix back and forth.
Yeah, and it was funny because I forget who it was. I think it was Mythical when he found that kill top window. He kind of looked at him for like a solid 3-7 seconds, swapped his gun, and still won it because at that time the player saw him. So a little funny thing to note, but again, you look at this P4 hill, you can get decent time, and Slain have done that. They didn't, I don't want to say they didn't win the rotation. There was presence here from the side of Thieves. It was only one player, though, and he just got taken out too early, and again, it's just the subs fly in from the side of Slain. You look at Homicide, he's doing his thing, finding 2-3 pieces every time he's trying to break this hill, and now they get right back into the lead, 70 points, where they were at in the middle stage of this game. We're now going to be going to P1 again, so this is a point where you can, this is a hill where you can keep it in your favor if you're the side of Thieves. At least keep it white time so that way Slain don't get too much points and too much advantage. But again, it's all about that rotation and how well they can keep control of P2. But I will say number 2 hit a flank through top Balk, and that may be it. The spawn out may be there, Graf.
It looks like it. They're spawning all the way back towards trees, and that's a long rotation to make. The hill stays white for now as they do get a couple of picks, and that's going to be the main goal of Infamous Thieves, maintain spawns and hold this hill white if they can. It's a dangerous opportunity. They need to keep some players alive near that P3, but you look at Disciple already making that P3 rotation happen, and that's all that really they need to do. They need to keep that P3, and they could look to even win it on that P3. As long as they have that setup, and it looks like that's exactly what they have. Sunni, the closest one, needs to try and keep a little bit of more position. Trying to find those wall bangs. Can't quite do it. It's Disciple, the first, and even more to find on the side as Infamous Thieves. They find themselves a nice chunk of time. Sunni from all the way around will clear out the player towards G, trying to maintain this control.
Ultimately, he got spawns for his team, too, which is huge. Sunni, there you go, buddy. Don't use that, or that will be an FF. You don't want that in a cup, especially when it goes towards points and champs. As now, it's just, again, Slain when it matters most. They play that fundamental COD. They hit the break, they hit the flank, and Homicide, Mythical doing their thing. But again, Infamous, they only let 15 points go to their name, or 15 points away to Slain, and they just get the hill right back. Now they don't have the rotation, which is huge, because now if you're Slain, you can do just that. Have Sunni, the wrecking ball go into effect, have him lie in wait. Homicide 35 and 20 has a hellstorm. This is going to make things a whole lot easier as the cruise comes in. He is only able to find one, As now, if you're Infamous Thieves, you need to go. 3 seconds left. But again, look, it's just homicide all damn day.
Yeah, I mean, it started with Mythical and ends with Homicide. A huge, huge win. That time a little bit more, you know, a little less dominant than map 1, but still by no means a close affair on those hard points. Infamous Thieves, they showed what they're capable of on that S&D. They showed the crack in the armor for Slain, but they just aren't able to get all the way there. I think if they get to that second S&D, it could be anyone's series, but the respawns are just Slane's playground.
It's just that's and I mean, you said it. You know, a lot of these teams, that's what they practice, and it shows. But again, with a lot of practice on respawn, you do leave your S&D game open, and that's what we saw map 2 from the side of Slain. I do want to say again, respawn is their territory. I feel like their ability to break when it matters most is what they rely on. You look at that, what was the third rotation of hills, and we look at P2, for example. This is when Infamous Thieves, they started picking up some speed. They chained P1, P2, the past 2 hills. They're getting some momentum. They have the rotation there. They're within like 60 points, which is doable with how those maps gone. But again, it's just soon he goes through the backside, finds a kill, he gets the spawn. Everybody doesn't win their gunfights from the side of Infamous, and they just fall like Tic Tacs.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think it's, again, I guess we didn't really mention this. Infamous is not out. They're not out just yet. They have that losers bracket run to try and qualify themselves for some champs points. You know, even maybe win the whole thing. But Slain, they found themselves in a good situation. You know, they're in that winners bracket. They've got a chance to really continue moving forwards. They'll be playing the winner of Cabal and Team Kinetics. So some strong opponents lie in wait for them, but you know, we'll have to see how the bracket shapes up. We've got a little bit more time until the next round. So I believe that's all for now. A big shout out to GamerX Society and to Slain for the sponsors today. Slain, that home field advantage, they really took advantage. So
yeah.
A big match from them. They'll move on to winners round 2, and we'll be covering most likely winners round 2 after the break. But until then, we're gonna go to a break. So unless there's anything else from you, Corpse, I believe that'll be all.
No, I was about to send us off with a good old point. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Some boss I call shot. Spread a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been trying to rock popping at the hotel? Better run the play for him. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
Get on the hill. Careful though, you can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. He's looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up the kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile still being an absolute menace here, playing his life, is a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's
Oh my gosh!
Volatile is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh!
He's still going for 10. Volatile is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bands at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays of Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though, you can see everything, but everything can see you, and Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse, almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1, doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident, will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is gonna
be in. Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is again surely gonna be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just gonna hop on up to kill and be like, "What's up, man?" Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's gonna be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile is still being an absolute menace here, playing his life is a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
There's
Oh
8,
my
there's
gosh.
9. Votel is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Votel is running out of bullets and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss out car shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
God.
job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE and skill. He's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back a little bit sooner than anticipated. We decided, since we had some time off, let's get a peek at the other match we're gonna head into. We're taking a look at Unreal Nightmares and Galaxy. This isn't winners round 2 just yet. We're still in winners round 1, and this match is already half over. 2-1 lies the score for Galaxy, which is definitely, at least for me, unexpected. Unreal Nightmares, they're one of the top seeded teams overall. So heading into a Hacienda hardpoint, it's going to be a not a must win, because obviously there is a loser's bracket, but this is a big one that, I mean, Infamous Thieves, or apologies, Unreal Nightmare are expected to win. So it'll be interesting to see how it pans out.
Yeah, it's another David versus Goliath kind of matchup. And Graf, my time with you is not up, my friend. I will do everything I can to cast with you, but like you said, we are heading into map 4 for this matchup. I don't know how the series went, because again, we got news that this team was down, and we were like, oh, let's hop on it, let's watch them. I do know if this is the 18U Academy team that I've seen before across different leagues, then I know they are shooters, and I know Respawn is their game mode, which leads me to believe that map 2, map 3 could have been their downfall, because I know they like to troll. Yeah. So this is the same team, so I know they have a tendency to troll in S&D and and stuff like that. But they may have just gotten beat straight out, so they're looking to come away with something here as we hop right into it. I think the black names in the kill feed is Unreal Nightmare, and purple is Galaxy U18. So we just saw Hacienda map 4 get played in the previous winners. Graph, what did you like, or what did you see, and why Slane won that map for?
I mean, I think a lot of it was just, like they rotated well, but not perfectly. I think, obviously, this is a map where rotations matter, but if you're not shooting, you're not shooting. So it's a tough one to win if you are down on the gunfight department. This is what I sort of expected to see more of in map 1. P1 not really getting too many points on the board, but we do see the rotation for Unreal Nightmare towards this P2. Trying to hold down this control is super seasoned. They know that there's players behind him. And he's trying to catch out and just hold this positioning. And he's done a good job at it so far. Poison going to grab that one there. Yusuf in position to try and hold, but it's an absolute flood forwards, and it's Unreal Nightmares. They'll grab the hard point in the blink of an eye with a 4 down, and Galaxy, they're spawning out towards P1. They're going to have to make that long trek over, and they're going to make them fight for every inch as Unreal Nightmare. They're going to hold this down. It's another big pickup as Poison. He'll be traded out not shortly after, but a lot of time found here for Unreal Nightmares as they continue to hold down Garage.
And that P2 break literally stemmed from Super just sitting in that one corner. I don't know how Galaxy didn't see him. I mean, we saw Super give a little check to his left. There was a player from Galaxy that was creeping out. I could have sworn, I wasn't sure who it was, but I thought Galaxy was going to pick him up. Maybe the comms were there. But again, just big plays out of Super. And honestly, again, I've done a few matches with this Unreal team. I know that if anything is gonna happen, it is gonna have to stem from Super himself. He is the slay playmaker ability. He is the one that literally paves the way for this Unreal team and in the lanes that he opens. He creates stuff for the ARs to work with. So if I know that's what I know for the side of Unreal. I know everybody on that team is also shooters. I know when the other players get going, that is also when they're at their top performance. But it's going to start with Super himself.
Yeah, agreed. As they do get a good clear out on that hard point. It's initial rotation back in. It's a good collapse again from Galaxy, but they're shut down a little bit. Trades 1 for 1. Still looking to try and find players onto the point, but they can't quite do so. Unreal Nightmare, they find the break onto the ladder at half of this P3. Heading over to P4 Rock now. Warndell gonna grab one, but gets traded out. Gets a little bit too aggressive, so I checked and grab one there as well. Still gonna look to try and make the rotation. Finds the shot in the back. Finds the third. Swag checked. He'll get them control of P4 all by himself. As now it's down to Galaxy. They need to get some points together. Only down 20 so far. By no means an immountable. Come back for opportunity. It's swag checked. Will eventually get shut down finally. Had a great piece of work, but Wevy, he's the one here. It's Poison and Wevy in position. Swag check coming around, trying to clear these players off, but the head glitch is too strong. Waddell forwards, can't get it as well. It's an absolute wipe through. 3 down, and Unreal Nightmares. They'll get the rest of this point, at least for now. In quickly, but Poison in the flank finds 3. Poison goes huge. And look at the streaks for Unreal Nightmare. A beautiful P4 and some streaks on the board to potentially get their way closer to a Hellfire.
I mean, you couldn't have said it better. It was beautiful. It was like Bob Ross painting the Mona Lisa if he was alive to do it. I think he did it at one point. Who knows? He was more or less of an artistical landscape painter. So, but that's what we saw from the side of Unreal. They literally just clean up their kills on P4. They are able to win the trade battle, which it started out rocky because Galaxy, especially with what Swag checked, went on that big 4 spree. Maybe some life was going to be put into the side of the Galaxy team. Gets immediately sniffed out by the plays of Poison and Super and everybody else trading on this point. Yeah. As Poison with another 2-3 spree of his own. And again, that's what I talked about. It's not just Super that you have to deal with from the side of Unreal Nightmare. Anybody can pop off. Poison is that next man up. He usually shows out in the S&D side of things. But again, anybody on this roster can go huge. Kind of like everybody on Slane can go huge. As now we're seeing a rotation here. You called it. P1 barely touched as P2 as that prized gem. As Unreal Nightmare are here first, Graph.
And we do see Blur spawning very, very far out. So it's an opportunity for a backstab, but it's a little bit of timing that could be given over to Galaxy. Finally, the flank does come through and finds a couple of kills. But it's Galaxy the ones that had the numbers and had the initial opportunity. Webby still clearing these players out towards Statue. He'll be cleaned out himself, though. As on the point, it's Blur for now. Gonna find a nice pick on that head. Still trying to hold this head glitch. Can't quite do it. A skill finds a nice shot to clear them out. Still, they need to find their way into garage. Yusuf with a self-stun, not a great opportunity. Does eventually get taken down. Wandell from the side will get a couple of trades his way. And another break comes through on this P2. It's Galaxy this time, staking their claim onto this time. But it's a long rotation to P3, so we may see Unreal Nightmare try to just go for that.
Yeah, and that was a huge break from the side of Galaxy because again, they only had 9 seconds on that P2 hill before the break happened. And if that didn't go their way, if they weren't able to at least get a clean break there, they were staring down the barrel of a 50 point deficit. So huge out of them. And look at this, they win the rotation, they win their gunfights. Oh my graph, they find an opening here on this P3 as it just hit me. Yusuf kind of creating this himself. And again, Galaxy, they are sticking it to him. We talked about this when we joined this match. We said, hey, hold on, Galaxy's up 2-1. They must be doing something right. And they are keeping it closer than what I thought it would be, at least from the side of Respawn.
Yeah, Yusuf, and again, a little bit of help from a teammate. Eventually will get taken down, but a good trade. The trades have been on point so far for Galaxy. Still, they're going to try and find these players towards Shed, trying to clear them out. It's a good gunfight win and a couple for Unreal Nightmares, but they can't touch the point just yet. It will be a rotation over to P4 from Skill, trying to chain these, but will get taken down. And it was a big play to get control of that P3 after P2. They were spawning all the way out towards Statue on the side of Unreal Nightmares, and it was just a free rotation, but this time it's much more contested, but it's much more won as well. Galaxy, they find another chain on the hard points, as that's 3 in a row. Good credit to Unreal Nightmares. They've kept them off of a majority of the time so far, as it's super, like you said, paving that trial forwards. But they're all spawning towards Jeep. They need to fight through, and they need to hold hands and do it together. Trade forwards, as they have players invested towards other angles. They go now. How many can they find? 2 found, 3 found, 4 found for Unreal Nightmare. And they get back on it. They'll find the lead. But the fact that Galaxy had it before is impressive enough, as they're going to continue to try and hold this down. Wandell, the only one here to try and hold them off this time. Swagcheck finally going to get that rotation forwards, but it's all one at a time. It's all untraded, and it's all an opportunity squandered. Is now back to P1 will go. Just trying to clear them out one last time, but they can't even get close to this scrap as P1 goes live. And again, a Mixie Hill in our sights.
Yeah, and again, good job out of Galaxy, kind of holding that P4 for a majority of the time. We now see the deficit has been cut to 20 points. But again, you just Unreal at the tail end, they go huge. And it's almost going to be like, I don't know what it's going to be like because both teams are making big plays. I think Unreal has just made a lot more of them, especially in the kill feed side of things. You look at Super had a big 3-4 piece. You look at Poison also had a big one. I'm not going to take anything away from Galaxy. Swag checked. I think Wandell has done some good stuff on the flank. And the sneaky one, I may say, is Skill. He's 25 and 23. Almost even, but he is the one that is positive on his team. So obviously he's doing something right. And again, it's just almost like the silent killer. He's the one that's in the background finding kills when you're not expecting it. And again, it may free up a rotation, but as now we're heading into this P2 hill, Galaxy came away with 22, 23 seconds on that P1 hill. Again, still keeping it close, Graph. It is going to be a nail biter to the end. But again, look at this. Unreal, they do have this hill first. It's how well they can hold it. They haven't done a good job on their holds, though. They have been broken more often than not. But the kill feed from two from Super with the nade is going to help out generously. And now Wandell gets slid out on, and the spawn out is in from the side of Galaxy. They're staring down an impossible task with breaking P2 from the front side.
Still trying to push forwards, though. They have to. Galaxy, it's not going to be a win on this hill, but if they get the full 60, it could be a win on Scrap, which you can't afford. But it's an absolute massacre again in Super Season. He'll let them hear it. He'll let them know exactly what just happened, and it's still Unreal Nightmares. They're getting the rotation over to P3 now as they wipe them again. This is huge. The Unreal Nightmares that we've been looking to see. And Galaxy, they can't put together an answer. 4 seconds left. They need to push forward. Swagcheck needs to find this player, but it's too little too late. Unreal Nightmares. They hit the nitro and cruise to a 70-point win.
Oh man, they just turned up there those last three hills. Again, good job out of Galaxy. Sneaky players, sneaky plays, sneaky scoreline. They were keeping it close all dang game. And again, they were winning hills when it mattered most. They were getting the motivation to their side. I just think a full 60 never went their way, so that is why. Again, you know, when you never find a full 60, you're kind of feeling down in the dumps because it's like we didn't fully shut them out. We didn't put the caps on the lock, and ultimately, again, it just came back to who could break better, I think. And Super, I meant sorry, not Super. Unreal Nightmare, I think, did it best late in the game.
I think the upside for Galaxy, I mean, their shooting again wasn't quite as on point as Unreal Nightmares. Especially when you look at the KDs, I believe most of them ended up being either pretty close to neutral or negative by a decent margin. The upside of that, if you're able to stay so close for a majority of that game while being down on KD, that means you're doing something right with your rotations. I mean, we saw them chain P2, P3 really, really nicely. They had some really good flashes of brilliance there, but they just weren't able to put the finishing touches on it. They were close up until I want to say like 150, 160 points, and then Unreal Nightmares, they just had a absolute field day on a P2.
I 100% agree with you. It's just consistency is the name of the game. And right now, again, I because of Hacienda and it being, I don't want to say different map, but if you didn't play it in BO4, you don't necessarily know the layout, so it is new to learn. But with that being added, I know a couple weeks ago, teams may still not have enough reps on it, and it's more or less a map that you again, I don't know if it's new and you kind of want to steer clear of it, but it's just like when it's thrown into the mix, it's an uncertainty, it's a curveball. You know, it's that missing factor for some teams, and I guess for Galaxy that's the factor that they needed. That could be one reason why in the late game they just weren't able to close out. But I don't know what map 5 is because again, we are coming into this series. We knew it was 2-1. It's now 2-2. Unreal have tied it up. We are going to a map 5. And the reason we're stopping into this game is because the winner of this plays, I think, the winner of Slain U18. So that is why we have kind of kept our eyes on it. That's why we're bringing it to you guys tonight, or well, today, depending on where you live.
Hate to cut you off on that one. This
Yeah, no,
is the other side of the bracket. So the winner of this will be playing on stream next against SGP. But the winner of that series will play against the winner of Slain versus Team Cabal, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like the bracket's still a little behind, though. So definitely, I mean, this is just one we wanted to hop into because we knew this was going to be good. And I mean, I'd say it definitely delivered. I did just get word that I believe, not confirmed 100%, but it's going to be Vault S&D as map 5. So,
oh my
God.
Here we go. Hey, A City. That's all you're gonna see. Look for 4 SMGs. Everybody's gonna be flying. Honestly, that's what it's gonna be on Vault. And thank you for the fact check because I wasn't looking at the bracket right then and there. So I didn't know.
It'll be interesting to see exactly how that Vault goes. Because again, I mean, I'm a certified hater. Not one of my favorite maps, but definitely has that potential. I'd say it definitely, from what we saw on map 4, leans towards that Unreal Nightmares team because it is a map where you just fly at them and you just fight as a team. And it looked like Unreal Nightmare, they had those more consistent team fights where it ended up being just a good series of trades. I mean, that's the big thing. I mean, we said this in the last series. It holds true here. So it's going to be tough.
And the thing about it is like, again, with another like David versus Goliath story, there's going to be some unconventional plays. I mean, if you watch the first day of the minor, if you know Miami Heretics versus FaZe, they played Vault S&D and they won B site for like 2-3 rounds. It was funny to see that. So again, if you're Galaxy, you're saying, hey, let's not fall into that trap of running head on. Let's see if we can hit B and maybe take it first round. Because again, that's the standard quota. Everybody's going to go A. Offense gets there first. The subs can pick a corner. So again, A is harder for the defenders to retake. But again, if you're on the flip side, you're saying, hey, let's throw a curveball. Let's maybe do this because there may only be one lone defender at B, and that's going to be probably the AR role. He's going to be sitting top R or on some sort of heady by a van. So again, if you can find that first blood, B is yours for the taking. It's just post-plant situations. That's what it's gonna come down to on either site. I think I see that a lot on Vault, especially in the pros. How well you can kind of maintain your composure when the bomb is down and when the numbers aren't in your favor is a big thing on Vault.
Yeah. I think, especially during the last cup, we saw, I mean, again, a little earlier in BO6's life cycle for sure. So we didn't see teams really have that set post plant ready to go, especially towards that A side. I mean, we saw a couple of instances where one player just marches in and gets 3, which should never happen on that Vault A. I mean, 2 maybe. That's a very large maybe, especially if you have trophies down, especially if you have all your guys in Vault Room. That should never happen. And I think we've seen that really cleaned up a lot, which is great to see. I mean, these players are adapting, they're evolving, they're really starting to lock in, I guess, when it comes to getting these opportunities and getting these strategies. I mean, I think early on in the life cycle of any given game, it's a lot of craziness happening. So I think it's surprising to see if the expected outcome is happening, or if it'll be, oh, apologies, it is? Okay.
So everything we just said is thrown out the window.
Everything we just said needs to go out the window.
We misheard. I kind of blame that. No, I'm just kidding. On you, Graph. But it is protocol S&D, so it's still kind of a head bash. If you look towards A, it's run and gun, and ultimately whoever can get a sub in that little corner is going to win that A site for sure. But again, I'm gonna kind of reference the pros. If you watch the Vegas Falcons play this against Optic, it can be a weird map at times.
Yeah, I think especially towards that B side, it can get very awkward. I mean, teams are pretty familiar with fighting towards Vault Room just because they do it so much on Hardpoint, but it's so different. And I mean, Unreal Nightmares, before we even realized what was happening, takes the round.
Oh no, we knew what was happening. I was taking my time talking.
Very fair, very fair. No, that was, I mean, faster than expected and cleaner than expected, at least on my end. I mean, they really put that round together quick.
Yeah, and I think there was a fast flank that came in. I don't know from who, but he did a good job of catching Galaxy off guard. And I think that's what something about Protocol that was open to my eyes. Again, watching Vegas play this last night. If you slow down the pace and if you know how the other teams play, you can just hit a flank for days that's going to throw teams off. And ultimately, it's just whatever team can find the timing, whatever team can find a spot where they're not expecting, it's just going to blow the doors wide open as now Blur finds the first blood, make it 2. And hey, Galaxy staring down the face of a 2v3 situation where they do got to pick up bomb, I may say.
Yeah, that's going to make it just that little bit harder. And especially, okay, they are able to get bomb actually a little bit more free than I would have expected. As Unreal Nightmares, they're letting them have a little bit of that space. There's one sitting back. Heli, what the hell? How do you win that one? I think that's a whiff from Webby for sure.
Oh!
A swag check's going to grab one as well.
And did he see
now
him?
Down to a 1-on-2 for Super Season. He's the one that's been playing well so far. Oh,
is he in free?
Planter?
Oh! I thought he would have made it. He was dipping and diving like it was D-Day out there, man. He got into a trench real quick.
That's a awkward round and a big whiff from Unreal Nightmares. I think the player back heli there, you have to have that kill. If you have first shot and first, I want to say like 10 shots and still not able to find that. I mean, good reaction from Galaxy to really clear those players out, but that's a round that I think Unreal Nightmares want back, but they've got an opportunity again to take the lead here on offense. But it's gonna be pretty interesting to see how Galaxy really tries to fight for this A.
Yeah, and one thing I noticed, the polar opposite of what Protocol can be, I've seen a lot of teams adapt and try and hit B just because, again, A is such a head bash, you don't want to deal with it, especially early on in the rounds when the trophies aren't there and it's just going to be nade central. So I've seen a lot of teams hit B, but as we head into this round, Unreal Nightmare, they're playing a little bit slower as now the first 2 kills have gone their way. Looks like the bomb is going to go to B because it has opened up freely.
Yeah, it's down to Wardell and Swag Checked. They will have to put together a very difficult comeback as the bomb will start to go down now. They are holding hands. We're ready to trade each other out, but that means they'll both fall together as Super Season will get traded out down to a 1-on-3 from Wandell. But, oh, this is such a nigh impossible retake. Spotted out and soon to be most likely taken down. Does get one. Gets out clean as well. 28 seconds. This should be a timeout. He thinks it's a... No.
No.
He's
He's
trying to get
taking
the
a lot of time.
Flank. The issue with this, he may get one here, but this is going to be so hard to play for time now. Unreal Nightmares, they have the opportunity. One more bullet. Almost Galaxy. And almost is not quite enough.
Yeah, Wandell going crazy, man. He sounds like the name of a meme, I'm not going to lie. But let me tell you, he almost put Unreal Nightmare on a meme. He was like, Wandell, watch this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that just goes to show, no matter how over these rounds look for the side of Galaxy, you have any kind of potential, they'll take it. 6-2 lies Wandell, and he's got an RCXD under his belt. So an opportunity in towards these next rounds is a great thing to have if you're Galaxy. Down around, you're going to need one back, and that RCXD may be the piece of the puzzle they were missing.
Yeah, and... Oh... That's Yusuf able to find the first 2 kills in the feed, gonna put Galaxy on top. And I was talking about how I'm gonna go back to map 4 and how I was talking about Unreal really good at hardpoint. I think that's the thing. We saw it last round. S&D can get away from them. Wandell is in a 1v4 situation. He somehow makes it go down to the wire of a 1v1. So again, that's the crack in Unreal's game. And hey, look at this. Galaxy take the lead 3-2. They win their gunfights on A. They just bully it out, get the bomb down. And again, I love how they play it. They slow it down, wait for that player to make the mistake.
Yeah, I mean... So far, at least for Galaxy, it feels like a lot of these rounds have been mainly individual efforts going their way. They're not playing poorly as a team by any means, but 2-2 lying the score is, you know, it's a good spot to be in, especially against a team as strong as Unreal Nightmares. I think if Galaxy can force a round 11 situation, they're more than happy with that. But so far, I mean, it's going to be now Unreal Nightmares dictating the pace, and that's a scary prospect.
Yeah, it is indeed, as again, A is a head bash. Yusuf gets in. Hey, Yusuf. Nice slide there. Makes it now a 3v2. Oh, my days, Yusuf. Yusuf is getting aggressive.
He's looking for that ace. He wants it. There's only a minute left on the clock in a 1v3. Let's see if Super Season can do what Wandell almost could, but couldn't in the end. Has the bomb on his back. And an opportunity to try and rotate in towards this A. They've left it unguarded for now. They thought he was making that rotation over to B. Does find one. Will get taken down. Joe going up the zip. So Galaxy, this time, they've got the lead, and they're going to look to try and run away with this.
Oh, this is going to be insane. It's been a back and forth match. I think Galaxy may have a little bit of an edge here. I think with the spark of Yusuf, who hasn't really played a factor that much. If you look at the respawn side of thing, especially map 4, I don't know what his KD was. I think he was one of the ones that more or less went neutral to almost, or negative to almost neutral. So him coming to life has brought something in the side of 18U, as now another A-bash, both teams going P2. Wandell wishes wonders, and he makes something happen as first blood goes his way. And I like this play. They get the first blood, and look at this. They are out in a jippy graph.
Yeah, they have no reason to just bash through A anymore. They have the numbers advantage. They can play to long wrap towards B if they want. They're just going to ice Unreal Nightmare. Try and spread them out through timing. Sees one up in the windowsill towards Top Grandma's, and now here comes the RCXD that they cashed in on. Could try to pick this player up on A. Doesn't see it, though. Unspotted on the RCXD. It's a dangerous situation, but still gets the kill regardless. And that'll be the bomb plant down. That RCXD, I said it before, it's the piece of the puzzle that they needed. Is now the bomb plant down in a 4v2. Super Season has a spot to try and catch one of these players getting a little over aggressive, but it's going to be a nigh impossible retake.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult, and it's almost like not a single member from Unreal can drop. So there, you find one, but as soon as I said that, he gets traded. It's a 1v3. You hop on the heady, and you just gun super out of his shoes. And Galaxy Gaming, my friend, I knew they were the underdogs, but I was not familiar with their game. So I apologize. I'm familiar now.
Yeah, we are now familiar with what they bring to the table, and they're showing us that they are a team that can go all the way. I mean, Unreal Nightmare is one of the top teams in this cup for good reason. They showed out at the last cup, and they're going to look to try and do that again. Obviously, not eliminated either of these teams if they do lose, but a win here is a big, big deal to get yourself nice and comfortable in that winner's bracket, especially having to make an extended loser's run. Even if it's not impossible for a team like this, even if it's somewhat likely, it's a matter of it's a lot more games that you have to play. That could wear you out come grand finals tomorrow when the team that comes in from winners, they've had to play 2 matches, you know, they're warm, they're ready to go, but the team coming from losers, 4 matches on the day. So definitely not something you're going to want to have to put yourself through.
And that's always that's actually a big thing, and I love how you pointed that out because, like, I know these guys grind COD. I know they play a crap ton, but ultimately, when you are sitting in your chair, especially when some matches kind of, big mistake, Yusuf. That is going to open the door, but this round has basically been chess. Neither team wanting to make the mistake, and I think Unreal's playing into their hand right here. They're going to try and force this B hit when everybody from the side of Galaxy has been playing back. Now, with the trades coming through, it's a 1v3, though. Wandel in a similar situation. 1v2.
Couldn't stop the plant, though.
Yeah.
How was he still alive?
I don't know how Wevy didn't kill him. He was out in the open. Wevy saw him put bullets into him. As now, these 2 players from the side of Unreal are grouping up in this helicopter. Wandel, you better wish another wonder because it ain't gonna happen twice.
Can't quite find poison. Unreal Nightmare, they play a good round. I think, like you said, they played into Galaxy's hands a little bit there where that A site was free if they were, you know, gutsy enough to go for it, but doesn't matter if you still fry out and still find that B, still find those kills, and in the end, they still find the round. So Unreal Nightmare, they now claw within 1, if I'm not mistaken. They're not all the way there just yet, but they're getting some kills together. They're getting some strategies on deck. This time, it's Galaxy on offense. I mean, realistically, Galaxy can keep trading offense rounds and win out, but they want to take it decisively.
Yeah, that's nothing you want to get to because if it goes to around 11, maybe even around 10, you're sweating bullets there, and it's just going to be whoever's going to make the next big play. But I love this. Look at them. They hunt down. Who is that? Super Seasons through the middle of the map. And one thing about Unreal, I know they like to get aggressive on their B defenses, and just great job out of the side of Galaxy. Again, they sniff him out towards P1. I don't know how that sub made it through the opening with those ARs up top. But Wevy does a good job of trading it, and Galaxy just set the tone. It looks like when they want to know where a player is or when they want to trade him out, Graph, they are just hitting him with 2-3 gunnies, and I love it because I talked about that last match. You from the side of Infamous, you do not want to solo chow and maybe let a big play go to the side of Unreal. You want to make that gunfight decisive and clean, and right now they are always doing that.
Unreal Nightmare, though, they're going to get the numbers back. I think the big thing with Galaxy is they're great at taking initial space, but it seems like they're relenting a little too much. They're giving that space back, giving back those opportunities. Skill turns it back into 2-on-2. It's going to be down to Blur. He was the one on this A the whole round, but he gets hit with the COD timing. In the blink of an eye, it's on to the A site, and Blur's got to be kicking himself right now. He stayed there the whole round, and now it's going to be a 2v2 retake. This one, not exactly impossible, but it's going to be difficult for the side of Unreal Nightmares. This is the mark of a good team. If you can win these close rounds, they need to take this one home. And that's a good start. Rips one off the heady. Down to a 1-on-1.
There you go.
And it's down to Poison. Blur may be kicking himself, but Poison is the one that benefits in the end. A big round win to tie us up at 4s.
That was just huge. Huge. Who's playing right after this? I forget.
It'll be the winner of this versus SGP, if I'm not mistaken. And I mean, hey, if SGP's watching, this is what you have up next.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're quaking their boots or if they're excited. Either way, though, they're getting a great preview of what's to come.
Oh, SGP, bro. They gonna do something. Let me know. Let me tell you. That team, amazing. We're gonna talk about that team. Well, you're gonna talk about that team later. Right now, we're into this match. It's all tied up. Great job in a 2v2 from the side of Unreal. They just won their gunfights and collapsed on that last player. But again, look at this. They're slowing down the pace. Super. Able to find first blood, and that is crucial. But I think Unreal has been in this position before. When they find the first blood, they're playing really, really slow, which I think hurt them last round.
Yusuf's found himself a great flank angle. Might get spotted out. Not quite. He's in a good spot, but it's a matter of can he convert on it. Blur up the ladder, sees him. Now he's in no man's land. Now he's going to get surrounded. He's in a heap of trouble. 2 HP. And he will eventually get taken down. Season on a 2 streak now. Closer and closer to that RCXD as they go towards A. It's a good trade, though. And it's a good cleanup. Unreal Nightmare. They dictate the pace, and they dictate a round win.
Shoot. Just dropped my water bottle. Well, I mean, we thought Yusuf was going to make a big play there, but I don't know. I guess I don't know what was going to happen. I think Blur was maybe going to try and re-wrap towards B, and they were going to try and bang it out again. But he just climbs up that ladder. Terrible timing from the side of Yusuf. And again, just the comms come through. They get caught. And this is funny. Everybody from the side of Unreal is 6 and 7.
Consistency. I mean, Poison's the standout. He's on a 4 streak as well. So,
yeah.
I mean, hey, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. RCXD won't find anything more than a little bit of information on to Blur, but it's a good hit towards this B side so far. They've got a lot of space to work off of. No one's heli as well. They're going to get full control of that.
Yeah, but look at number 4. Number 4 is wrapped back.
Down. This is such a long wrap. I assume it's Wevy on the AR. So he's going to be able to hold that down. It's a callback for Galaxy. They're going to re-hit towards A. This is going to get dangerous quick.
Who's here? Number 2, Blur. Blur able to find first blood. That's huge. He knew the bomb is down too. Super's there. Not able to get the trade, but it's Wevy. AR roll. Stands tall. And I don't know if they saw that player. I don't know if they saw Wevy wrap towards that back gunny on B. But again, they just decided to re-wrap towards A. They thought they had Unreal, caught. They thought they had the play call in. But Unreal, they just stand tall. They only send one.
There was some miscommunication. Wandell, I don't think, realized he had the bomb. Maybe just trying to convert and guarantee the plant. But that's a lot of time off the clock and a lot of time more. 45 seconds on the board to try and win this round. Galaxy, it's do or die, or you're going to the loser's bracket. One from Wandell, but it's traded. A good trade at that. And it's all down to Swag checked. He's got the great position. Back turret still has nades as well. He's got a great opportunity.
And because of how the bomb was planted, they planted for him. But he is going to move. He's going to... he fell right into the lap of Super.
That's a tough one to lose if you're Galaxy.
That is a tough one.
But it's going to be Unreal Nightmare. Coming back from behind, down 1-2. They win out, and they continue on to play against SGP. That's a big one to find, and a close series.
Oh, and for those that don't know, this is technically a rematch as well. Unreal Nightmare going to be taking on SGP from, if you guys know XP League. I know it's a little bit of a rematch for them, so they got something. Unreal lost. And funny enough that this Unreal team, I think they were number 1 in that tournament, or the season 1, and they won every single game 3-0, 3-0, and I think they lost, like, the reset happened in grand finals, and I don't think they won. I don't want to say they didn't win a map, but I think they won like 2 most. So yeah, again, they got something to look forward to, and I will say this is probably more important because, like, you got points, you got more in the line, so we'll see. But if I'm not mistaken, I think that's my time with you, Graf. I think
Unfortunately, I do believe that's
Yeah.
it. Hate to see you go.
yeah. Well, Shake's out there somewhere. I think he just appeared. He's the boogeyman. So we'll see. Shake, I'll see you later. I got business with you, but Graf, it was a pleasure doing business with you. And yeah, you got plenty more. You at least got one more game under your belt. I am gonna go ahead and dip. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. I think it's winners round 2 next.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Some boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been trying to rock popping at the hotel? Better run the play for him. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to
be in. Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up to kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile still being an absolute menace here, playing his life. It's a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's
Oh my gosh!
Volatile is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh!
He's still going for 10. Volatile is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
job.
Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill. it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is gonna be
Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
but that is again surely gonna be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just gonna hop on up to kill and be like, "What's up, man?" Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's gonna be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile still being an absolute menace here, playing his life is a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
There's 8.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
9. Volatile is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Volatile is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got the rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, Got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE and skill. He's still peeking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes with a defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to
be in dip. Nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile's just gonna hop on up to kill and be like, "What's up, man?" Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's gonna be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile is still being an absolute menace here, playing his life. A smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's 8,
Oh my
it's
gosh.
9. Votel is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh!
He's still going for 10. Votel is running out of bullets and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been trying to rock popping at the hotel? Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE and skill. He's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. He's going to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's going to be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still even it's hard. Running away is easy. You still even it's hard.
20 and 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back for the technically second, but also technically third match of the day. It's Unreal Nightmare versus SGP. 2 heavyweights collide here in the winners round 2. This is a big opportunity for both of these teams to get themselves into winners semifinals, set themselves up nicely, but they've got a whole match in front of them to do just that. My name's Graf. I'm joined here by Shake. Shake, how you doing today? Yeah. Yeah, it's... Oop. Does look like Shake's a little caught up there, but I believe what he was saying was both of these teams are some of the top teams in this division. Plenty of opportunity for both of them to show what they're working off of. And again, this cup is for champ points, so a lot to play for here today and tomorrow. So the winner of this match, I believe, is done for the day. So a big advantage heading into tomorrow, only having to play 2 to 3 matches if they do win here. Otherwise, there's going to be, I believe, a full 4 matches potentially tomorrow for the team that loses. A long road ahead of them. So a big opportunity.
Absolutely. Let's see how they're able to work through this thing here, SGP. You know, they definitely kind of want to cruise along through the tournament. Sorry about that audio issue. We can't talk a little bit about that map that we do have coming along here. Map number 1 is going to start at Red Card Hardpoint. You know, it's been talked about a lot. Not necessarily a favorite among most players, but if they pick it, you got to play it. Unreal Nightmare SGP. Let's get it rolling.
Yeah, early in on P1, Unreal Nightmares, they get the closer spawn, so they're close up and in. I'm going to try and maintain this control. Some great shots early on to do just that. 15 seconds already on a usually very mixy P1. Hyde's going to grab 1 and just try to set up for this P2 most likely here, as Nate and Hyde combine for a couple to rip them off that point. They'll start to get some of their own time pretty soon here, but a lot of this P1 on Red Card is all about getting more towards that P2, getting that initial positioning, and it looks like SGP, they've done a great job at that so far.
They held that line the entire time almost perfectly. SGP understands that that P1 is just so open. You really want to try to make your money on the P2. But so far, there's just a galore of trades happening through that mid. SGP had it all locked up. They do touch the hill for a moment. A couple of kills are going to go either way through the kill feed, leaving it open yet again. Unreal Nightmare, with how they started this P2 on the back foot, trying to push on in. Now they're in a good position to try to extend the lead with a few more kills here onto SGP.
A big play forwards, but it's Hyde, the one to clear them out. They're still spawning close towards that P2, so there's still an opportunity to really make hits happen. Or apologies, they're spawning a little bit closer back of P2, so they're still going to try and push forwards here. They have an opportunity to make that work. They are going to try to get in, but it's Hyde again. Shuts the door. He's on a 5 streak, and he's got a Hellfire to his name already. That could be a big piece of a puzzle for a break potentially later on in this map if needed. But SGP, a little bit of a lead, nothing too crazy, but that Hellfire is a big piece to have so early on.
Definitely. That later hills, maybe a P2 second set of rotations could really open things up for you. Not really going to do too much on a hill like P3 here, stuck in the stairwell on the garage. SGP all over that, extending the lead just a little bit, and now you got the push coming from Unreal Nightmare. Just trying to work through the front, find a couple of those kills. They find 3 poison. He is going to find 3 himself. He gets a 4 picked up by a teammate, but the breaks don't get much cleaner than that. But now they got to hold off these back spawns. Poison is the only one on the hill at the moment, and it looks like SGP trying to make a replay.
Ooh, hi. How does he find that one? Poison still cooking in the stairwell, will eventually get cleared out. Now, the rotation to P3, and it's all in the hands of Unreal Nightmares. They're going to try and find this hold. They've got everyone spawning where they want to be, except for Blur, who just now spawns all the way behind, which is not a bad position to be in. Sovereign going to grab one, but his team falls around him. Nate's going to grab one as well. 2 for 2 live the trades, but the flanks now come through. In the meantime, though, they're going to push out through Trophy, try to make something happen. And they find the kill. Sovereign and Nate going to grab 2. They need the rest, and it will come through. A huge break again for SGP. Clean breaks back and forth, and it's a big opportunity to really get some hill time.
Yeah, and SGP has just been the team that has been able to break, I think, a little bit more consistently than Unreal Nightmare. Just a slight edge in score. Unreal Nightmare does have a nice couple of breaks to their own right, but it just seems like SGP is collapsing upon it every chance they get. Now locked into this P4. Oh, probably one of the bigger leads we've seen since the P1 in this map so far. Busy picks one up underneath on that P4. Just a nice little spot under stage. Rest of the team trying to spawn out, or push out, excuse me, towards that P1 now. Unreal Nightmare looking to regroup and gain time there.
Hyde's got a great piece of timing. He will get cleared out by Super Season, and then it will be an awkward bit of timing here. Sovereign up close finds 1, finds 2. What a double from Sovereign. He'll get cleaned out regardless, but still keeps that hill great for now. Now it goes towards the side of SGP as Nate finds a 2 of his own. Still, Unreal Nightmares, they're fighting for it. Nate's finding 3, and Nate's finding 4 in a row. One of those got taken by a teammate, but it does not matter. The hill will stay white or pink for now as SGP. They maintain control, and they maintain this lead. Sovereign finds himself a nice couple pieces, and the KDs are looking great so far for SGP. They're winning these gunfights, and they are winning the rotations as well. Unreal Nightmare, they will find a momentary break, but it's a little too late as we rotate all the way back to P1.
Yeah, new set of hills. You get the last break for a couple of seconds, but you need to start looking a little bit forward. That's something Unreal Nightmare was doing early on, and now they're just getting a little bit caught up in the fact that they're losing a lot of these gunfights, and they're trying to hit old and just maybe prove a little bit of something. But you come alive with a nice 3-piece there out of the side of Unreal Nightmare. No hill time yet, but when you're down at this juncture, you'll take a little bit of white time if you can establish map control.
It looks like they're trying to do just that, but they're not exactly succeeding. It's a 2 for 2 trade as the spawns more than SGP's favor, as they will get time on here. It's Nate. He's in a world of trouble. 3 down in the blink of an eye for Unreal Nightmares. They'll be able to grab the rest of the scrap, but the P2 rotation is going to have to come soon, as it's currently in control of Unreal Nightmares. SGP, though, they have a great overlook from a couple different players here. Nate, how do you find that one onto Poison? Still looking for more, as Unreal Nightmares, they can't get anything together when Nate's hitting shots like those. Still, will eventually get taken down towards stage, and that will be more to find, as SGP once again find this hill time.
The reads and the comms have to be absolutely immaculate for SGP at the moment. It seems like they're able to understand where Unreal Nightmare is coming from at all times. And on top of that, winning some nasty gunfights when they get caught off guard. Unreal Nightmare, though, did find a way onto the hill for a second just to be met by Busy. Super Season gets taken down the hill, is yet again in the hands of SGP and climbing towards that 150-point mark. And it's just Unreal Nightmare throwing body after body at this hill, hoping to come out on top of trade battles. Eventually they do, but Nate is right there on the back of it and gets the hill, gets the last kill. SGP just doing more of the same. They can deal with seemingly anything thrown at them.
And we do see, again, they get a couple crucial kills while rotating over towards this P3, but we do see Unreal Nightmares, Unreal Nightmares spawning out towards Garage, so they are a little bit closer to contest this, as Sovereign holding it down, gets that trophy down. Super Season on the side, awkward timing for Sovereign. Super Season's going to grab 2 off of it, and he'll get out alive. That's an opportunity now for Unreal Nightmares to try and find this break. They've already found the great time, as now they'll be able to hop on shortly. Most likely, it's 3 down, but they're spawning close. They need to try and find their way towards the point, and they will do so. Sovereign, though, rips poison off of that. And that will be a team nade as well for SGP, but they don't care. They'll find the hill regardless. As in comes Blur from the side, grabs 1, not 2. Blitzy will grab that one. And now, a dangerous fight in the Mixie Hill is exactly what SGP wants, as they come out on top of it once again and establish a 70-point lead.
Yeah, Unreal Nightmare, they did get that break early on, but just had so many tough gunfights to win with those close front spawns SGP was able to get and just break right off of that. You did get a couple of seconds of respite, but SGP yet again was right there. Off of any type of mistake, they rebound immediately, and I won't even say mistake. I think Unreal Nightmare is just making some really nice plays, but SGP rebounds better than probably most teams in this league, and that's why they've earned the #1 seed in this league, and they're looking pretty dominant here, up over a 60-point lead. Not quite to that 200-point mark. Unreal Nightmares still got room to wiggle, but they got to step up huge.
Now, Unreal Nightmares have a very good P2 to their name, though. Or apologies, P4, as they are able to hold down that stage. I mean, even with no support, 1 player is all it takes for that P4, as they get almost I want to say almost a full 60. Feels like SGP haven't been over there, and that hill has been ticking the whole time. So Unreal Nightmares, they'll take a bite into that lead, but the P5 rotation is so good from SGP. Poison's going to look to try and put a stop to it. Him and Blur to grab the first 2. Webby with another. Immediately traded out, though, onto the side of 1. It's an opportunity now for Unreal Nightmare once again, but Sovereign puts 1 together. A trade from Blur onto Blizzy is Hyde. Will find that trade onto Blur. It's once again going gray for now, as Nate on the side. What a feed for SGP. And that'll be easy hill time for them, as they read the spawns and they know they're coming in from Garage as well.
They just must have so many reps on this map. They know exactly where Unreal Nightmare is coming from, and it takes, it seems, Herculean efforts out of Unreal Nightmare to gain any decent amount of hill time throughout this entire map. It's just been almost all SGP in control. Seeing more here. Nate onto a 3 spree, looking for more. Can't win it here, only to 218. Have to go towards that P1, but they have that rotation. Blur trying to pitch from the outside. Gets picked up by a teammate. He's going to fall. The contest, and it's just a great teamwork. Hyde finds a second, and they could close this out if they can lock down the P1, but we talked about how contentious it can be. Easier said than done.
Now, they've only got 20 seconds to go until they are the winners of map 1. And this has been dominant so far. Let's see if they can truly put the icing on that cake. Poison going to grab a couple from the side. Will flip that hill momentarily, but Sovereign has something to say about that. Gets 1 down, looking for more. Tries to find that second, can't quite do it, and was taken down during that stem tax. So it's Webby and Super Season to clear up the point. It won't be a win on this point for SGP, but they've got the rotation over to P2 underway. I mean, Unreal Nightmares, they're going to have to play almost perfect from this point if they want a chance in this one. And for now, it's going to be the elevator coming through. A long rotation to happen for SGP here as P2 more than in control of Unreal Nightmares. If they can chain P2 into P3 potentially, this could be anyone's game.
Yeah, SGP just got that narrow back spawn, so that's going to push Unreal Nightmare back out towards that trophy room. So SGP's right back on the hill looking to close out the map #1, but they got to win some more of these gunfights. Super Season trying to work his way through the outside, find the player on the hill, finds 1, can't find the second. Busy, finds it, Hyde, going to invest, not going to find, ooh, the contest may give him a chance to land the cruise, but no, nothing comes through. SGP gets the map #1 done. Got a little spicy towards the end, but it was mostly their game the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, SGP, they take a map that honestly isn't played too much in Red Card, and they really frag out. They show exactly what they're made of. I mean, some flashes of brilliance for sure for Unreal Nightmares. I think they're by no means out of this just yet, especially heading into, I mean, Vault S&D. We saw some Vault S&D earlier, and it went how you would expect. But heading into a Vault S&D, I mean, I truly think if a Vault S&D happens, it is truly anyone's game.
Definitely. It is one of those map and mode combinations that you feel is really up in the air. If you can get that first blood, things are a lot more under control. You get control of that bottom A room. You feel like you're king of the castle in the basement down there. Like, you feel like you have everything under control unless something insane happens. And it does. We've seen some insane 2, even 3 pieces happen down there. But that's just the thing about Vault S&D and why it's maybe not the best map to watch. It is pretty A heavy. That's what most teams try to do. Maybe you'll get a late rotation if you lose a gunfight, but you have clearance through that bottom vault. You'll make the rotation to B. But you don't even really want to have to deal with that B street because you know someone's going to be posted up top art, and that's just a bear to deal with.
Yeah. I think top art control is the name of the game, especially, I mean, if you have one AR sitting top art, if they die, then it's a miracle. I mean, the A hits are so consistent on this map. I think that's a trap that a lot of teams have fallen into more recently. I mean, if you saw the minor the other day, we'd see some teams take a little bit more interest in B side. I think the phase match, especially Miami, had a couple of good B hits under their belts. So it might take teams a little bit of time, but they might start to reevaluate Vault. I mean, it's a map that's ripe for some innovation, in my opinion. So it'll be great to see if that does happen here today. I'd be surprised to see that. I want to see teams stick with, you know, what they're consistent on, what they're good at. And I think that is those A hits, those A scraps. You're really going to see teams just flying out, potentially even 4 subs on offense. I would not be surprised to see. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what ends up happening. But I mean, after a strong map like that from SDP, I don't see them changing up any strategies.
No, and if I have to pick a winner in this map, I'd probably have to go SGP. Their ability to rebound from situations, even if they lose a first blood, I think they're going to be able to make up for that and just roll it into a potential round victory. Even if they don't, I don't think it's going to bother them headed into that next round. And they got a lot to play here. I think it could go to the distance. I don't know if we get to a map round 11, excuse me, but I could definitely see like a 6-4. I don't think Unreal Nightmare is going to get swept under the rug by any means because they have some playmakers on the other side. Blur and Super Season are people you have to worry about in S&D specifically, and those are 2 players you have to look at to turn this map on its head and give Unreal Nightmare a chance.
Yeah, it's especially interesting heading into the rest of the map pool, which is going to be 2 protocols back-to-back, hardpoint, or apologies, control, then hardpoint, and then a Hacienda S&D. Definitely, I mean, the protocols are maps that these teams should be more than comfortable on, but protocol control can be super, super awkward. I think it usually, when the teams are even, it comes down to ticks and who gets the last defense round. So that one's going to be a big contentious point, but before we get there, obviously, Vault S&D is going to be the map of all time that it always is.
It's a bang out. We'll see if, like you said, some teams try manipulating towards that B site. Hasn't quite happened so far, but it's going to be, maybe you could just catch somebody off guard, and maybe if you send a couple of bodies over towards B and you overwhelm that player up top art, maybe you don't get the kill, but you're able to back him up enough where you can make that progression, maybe have someone work through mid-map, maybe find a kill through there. I don't know. There's definitely ways to play it, and I like how you said maybe teams will reevaluate it. I think you need to. If you're counting on, you know, just a bang out at A to go your way every single time or enough times to win a map, I don't know if you want to play that way.
Yeah, I think the bang out A, honestly, most of the time feel like a coin flip. Obviously, the skill of each team will weigh that coin flip one or the other, but if I'm the better team, I'm not trying to take 60-40 coin flips the whole game. I want something more consistent than that, right? So obviously, I don't want to diminish the skill of the players. Obviously, that's the most important factor, but when it comes to these A bangouts, I mean, it just feels like sometimes the better team doesn't always win, which, you know, sometimes if you are the team that you know you're a little outmatched, potentially, I mean, I don't think Unreal Nightmare is counting themselves out that hard. Don't get me wrong. I think I mean, not a lot of teams are practicing red card as hard as as hard as Unreal Nightmare. But you know, I think if you do believe you are falling behind, you can just go for A consistently. And if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And I think that's a good thing for the mental to just chalk it up to, okay, we didn't hit the coin flip sometimes, but it can be an awkward situation for sure for a lot of these teams as far as planning goes, because you want to be that team that goes for the more consistency, but sometimes that even ends up being lesser in itself.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out here. It's it seems like we're taking just a second to get into this. I think we'll toss it to a quick break. When we come back, map number 2, we'll be ready to roll.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for 'em. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and bars, yellow.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the U18 and skill. He's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. He's going to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's going to be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us hot. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us hot.
lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to
be in. Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up to kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile is still being an absolute menace here, playing his life, a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's
Oh my gosh.
9. Volatile is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Volatile is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been trying to rock popping at the hotel? Better run the play for 'em. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be
Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
but that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as
Alrighty, we're back. A little bit of a longer delay than anticipated. We had to reset the lobby once or twice, but should be getting in there right about now. So plenty of good COD to come. And I mean, Vault S&D, you know, may not be a spitting image of high-level, insane Call of Duty, but both of these teams picked it to play it regardless. They'll have to play it a lot this weekend if they want to claim the cup. So, this is going to be a good start. Nate already close and in through Vault Room. They're going to get that bomb down fast and try to just continue this control. 2 down already for the side of SGP as they have a great start to this map.
Yeah, pretty much the start we thought we were going to see out of an offensive team. Just bang it out towards A, get the numbers advantage early. You're up in a 3v2 position now. Unreal Nightmare. It is clutchable, especially if you're able to find a kill, work it down to a 2v2. The problem is all 3 players for SGP are just locked in down towards this bottom in positions to try to pick up trades. Hyde's going to chow on through, and he gets taken down. And now all of a sudden it's a 1v2 for Wevy. Busy, just going to back on up, play towards the outside. Sav going to take a little heady on. The box is going to chow through. Can he win the gunfight? Yes, he does. SGP, round number 1 in hand.
That was messy. That was, I don't think, either of these teams' best. So, definitely an interesting first round to see there. But, you know, they're going to have to clean it up if they want a better chance at this one. Both of these teams, I mean, I've seen them do it myself. I know they're more than capable of clean rounds, even on something like Vault S&D. So, now giving the tempo over to Unreal Nightmare. It'll be interesting to see if they do follow suit towards that A. Looks like, at least out the gate, that'll be the play for them. Gonna try and do it through a bit of lower vault as well. Trying to get some pre-nades. Can't quite do that. Poison into the bomb room. Will be able to get this down. Will plant for the pool side. And they're just gonna keep Blur all the way out back towards second. And that'll be a great spot to hold on to, but he cannot do it. Blizzy's gonna rip him off that. As it's a 2v3 retake. 3 players available here for SGP to try and make this happen.
Pushing right up, trying to make something happen. Poison's going to deal with the first. And that's another big pickup onto Sovereign up top. Hyde is able to find Poison. Now it's a 1v1. Hyde and
bomb,
Super.
though.
Hyde going for that defuse. Super not going to be able to get there in time. Hyde, little sneaky with the Ninja. 2 rounds in a row for SGP.
That's, again, messy round from Unreal Nightmare. They had a deficit. They got back into it. 1v1 and just fell asleep at the wheel a little bit, it felt like. So now, I mean, SGP, they've got themselves a couple rounds to work off of, and they're going to look to continue this lead.
Going to make that aggressive play without the bomb, see if they can get some early kills and not leave it in a bad position here. You're going to see Unreal Nightmare just take an aggressive push towards that B side, not getting a whole bunch of information. SCP does pick up that bomb, maybe making a look of play towards B, which is something we talked about, but unfortunately all the numbers will be there for Unreal Nightmare. You do get one down and you do get the second, so all of a sudden you do have that clearance towards B. SGP, they could do it all.
Oh, awkward timing, but Nate's going to clean it up regardless. It's going to be, again, it's awkward, but SGP, they clean up once again. 3-0 on the board is, I mean, they're halfway to this map being over already. Unreal Nightmares, I don't expect to see them roll over by any means, but a difficult start for them. They need to fight back into this, especially with a protocol control looming. It's a difficult one to upset on.
Absolutely. It's not one you want to look to save a series on. Sure, if you're up 2-0, you don't mind trying to close it out on protocol, but trying to save your series and your upper bracket life, not the best spot to be. Still got some room to work here to try to dig back in this if you are Unreal Nightmare.
They get a good first pick, and they get a lot of information about where these players are coming from. They will get down towards that A-bomb, but they've got players routed all the way towards B. It's a big fight to find, and somehow Super Season's gonna find that one. A crazy fight win as Blizzy will catch him on a timing, but it's down to a 2v2 and a bomb plant towards this B side. Should be relatively easy to defend. Nate doesn't find the timing. May find one even still through the door. Silently through, finds the player, but the top art position is forfeited, and it's Nate to find the round regardless. Lets him have a little extra as well.
I mean, my goodness, that chase into bottom art was ballsy enough. Gets that gunfight win, and here's the jump down from top art, is ready for that as well. And a little extra love on the way out. Time for the defuse. I mean, my God, look at that, the read. He's like, well, oh, there he is, and he's mine. Got him. Round win. SGP has yet to drop a single round in the S&D. And I think we kind of both felt that they might win this map, but I think we both thought we'd see more out of Unreal Nightmare.
They've not been playing to their greatest, that's for sure. Potentially just mentally checked out after that map won, but the strength of a really good team is being able to make things happen even when the odds are against you, but immediately going to be a wrap with the bomb carrier all the way around, trying to make something happen here. A very deep wrap, and it's a complete cleanup from Blur. A huge mistake from SGP. And this is a round that you have to be able to convert on if you're Unreal Nightmare. It's now down to a 1-on-3. Bomb is planted by Hyde. But there's a lot of players to find. Time in his favor. He'll try to find the flanking players. Dangerous opportunity. He needs to find two. Can't even find the first. Super Season will clean up the round and get Unreal Nightmare on the board.
Yeah, not much you can do if you're Hyde. You're left alone in the 1v3. Unreal Nightmare did a great job to get the numbers that much in their favor, so there was almost nothing that Hyde was able to do to try to change that game. Get their first round on the board. Massively important. You can't get 6 if you don't get 1.
Exactly. It'll be Unreal Nightmare still trying to fight their way back in. Now on offense here. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. I do, again, expect to see at least 3, most likely 4 subs if they are going to go for a fast A hit, and it looks like that's exactly the case. An A tag on the Super Season will sort of tip their hand a little bit, but the bomb plant already mostly on the way there, and they will get it down without losing anyone. It's going to be a 4v4 Chaos retake. RCXD could be massive, though. And that's a big find. Nate's going to grab 1 on that. Ooh. And Hyde to find Poison with 2. Needs to find more. It's Hyde in front. Up close and personal. Will find the kill and the round. Teammate says, give me that. No streak for you. As Sovereign will finish off the defuse. It's SGP again off the back of a big RCXD from Nate to find the round.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to keep your teammate in check and say, no, I need that score towards my streak more than you do. Either way, SGP looking to get on another couple round streak of their own. Need one more to close this thing out, take the 2-0 lead. And it's just been dominance. I thought, Unreal Nightmare being able to get that bomb down 4v4 wasn't a terrible situation. Of course, you would have liked them to be able to get a kill somewhere and have the advantage post plant, but they completely got shut down post plant after that. SGP, they're just doing more of the same.
Big RCXD from Sovereign Battery should be running low soon here. It looks like they might try to make something happen over towards B, but this RCXD's got a lot to do. Can it find a player is the question, and it looks like the answer is most likely no from this position, but it's given all the information. How does it still get one? How? They knew the whole time the pressure was too much, and SGP, I mean, that is domination.
That was about as quick, easy, and clean as you could possibly have it. You get a nice little jump shot with the RCXD there. Not much you could do in that situation. Last player alive trying to escape an RCXD. Not the easiest thing to do in the world. Unreal Nightmare down 2-0 now. Looking to protocol control to try to extend this series. Is it possible? Absolutely. But is it likely? It doesn't seem that way with how SGP has been playing.
Yeah, I agree. Especially Protocol Protocol Control into Protocol Hardpoint. Both of those are maps that are very, very hard to beat a better team. And at least so far, it's been pretty obvious who the better team is. Well, obviously, we're going to see Unreal Nightmare try to stop that from happening. But SGP, I mean, they're showing why they are one of, if not the top team in this tournament. And they are making a name for themselves. I mean, they want to be done with today, right now. Cruise into winter semis tomorrow. Take winter semis, take the finals, and then they're cruising all the way to a victory. So they know exactly what they have to do. They just have to clean up this map 3. And, I mean, if they can do that, it is a quick trip to the losers bracket for Unreal Nightmare.
Absolutely. We're going to get map number 3 set up. Pause it to just a quick break. When we come back, it could be the decider in this one. Map number 3, Protocol Control.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Some boss I call shot. Spread a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been trying to rock popping at the hotel? Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
Get on the hill. Careful though, you can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be
in. Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7.
All right, we're back into it. Protocol Control, a decisive map 3 on the road here. Unreal Nightmares, they've got one last chance to keep themselves alive in this winner bracket. They're going to have to go for the reverse sweep if they want to stay here and now. So, he trying to deny that, trying to play that overdog position. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see. Again, like I've been saying, usually the better team does win Protocol Control, but the strategy is definitely there. That B side is so hard to try and get poise on.
We'll see if Unreal Nightmare is able to extend things here. They're going to be able to defend things early on. Try to get a round in their pockets early. Couple of kills are going to go their way. Pressure towards B dealt with. One player up on towards that B side. That is Sovereign. Just going to lay on down, wait for his teammates to maybe try to get some forward pressure as well. No need to give up your life and any map presence you have for free. So you get a nice early kill there. Try to get your teammates some presence towards one of these sites. You open up the mid-map just a little bit.
Yeah, the mid-map is fully opened up now as they're going to try and make some pressure on towards this A. They're going to get close halfway to a first tick now as Sovereign finally cleaned up. Nate and Hyde going to grab a couple of the trades back and forth. Team Nate coming through from Unreal Nightmares is not what you like to see, as those lives are already in the deficit, and they're going to hop hard onto this A side. It's just Nate causing all kinds of problems in the back line. He'll continue to do just that as the hill goes SGP's way. 1.5 minutes and up 3 respawns to try and take B is a great position to put yourself in.
Absolutely. Hot start for SGP. Almost 2 minutes to try to go towards the B site. Now up 4 lives. And you want as many lives as you can. Defensively, you want to have that advantage just so you can play that long game. And now you have to assert all that presence towards the site, making sure they don't capture, because you're not going to win on lives in this situation. You do have it locked down for the moment. If you are the side of Unreal Nightmare, you got a lot of presence over.
Yeah, you know, Unreal Nightmare liked that strategy so much, but the team nade comes through from SGP, but it just does not matter. They get onto the point. They're going to get one tick. They're pushing forwards, though. They know there's two there. Hyde has a great flank. He'll find one, and it's an absolute rout again. They're going to top two on time, but the rest of the players spawn very far out. So it's going to be an easy rebreak here for Unreal Nightmare. It's Blizzy. He'll get taken down, as it's once again Unreal Nightmares this time lighting up the feed, but they're down 6 lives in a tough spot here to try and keep this up and ticking. Levy, he'll go down, and most likely this one will be lives to be the decider for it. They can just play it like it's TDM at this point. And now one more chance, one more respawn for each of these Unreal Nightmare players, but they start to tick down, they start to tick away, but they draw closer. 3 lives lie between them now.
And working on it is SGP. You don't even necessarily need to worry about ticks when you have them so low, but you need to start winning some more gunfights because you are only up by 2. No respawns remain for the side of Unreal Nightmare. SGP getting close to that neighborhood as well. All of a sudden, they only have 1 extra respawner remaining in less than 20 seconds on the clock to try to get over a tick and a half onto this B site. And what looked firmly in control of SGP is now in doubt. It's in question. It's a 2v1 situation. Hyde, you have to find this last player or capture the hill.
And they are going to be able to get 2 on time. They should be able to play the trade. They know the position now. The capture coming through. They have to push forwards. Blur has to go. He doesn't have much time left. He's stunned. Will he be taken down is the question. Ooh, closer than expected, but SGP Syndicate will take the first round. A crazy down to the wire affair is not what I expected, though.
Yeah, it was like a 5 to 6 life lead just vanished inside of seconds, and all of a sudden they never lost the live lead, did SGP, but it got to a situation where it was only a 2v1, and God forbid Blur ends up getting that early pick. It goes down to a 1v1. Who knows what happened, and it could have been the breakdown of all breakdowns out of SGP, but ultimately they clutch up on that 2v1. They play it well with the utilities, make sure Blur pushes them, knowing that he has to stop that capture from coming through. Well done to close.
Now it's an opportunity for Unreal Nightmares. They have to do what just happened to them on the harder side. They're going to have to really take control. SGP down a life early here, but they do get a good amount of map control. Hyde, though, taken down by Poison. A little bit of chaos, still trying to fight and vie for that early control, as it's nothing to be found just yet. Half a tick on A is all that's found so far for Unreal Nightmares, and the respawns stay close, though. If they're able to get over towards A, extend that timer, the respawns really start to come into play.
Absolutely, but they're going to need to work on getting out of that spawn first. SGP is kind of trying to keep you pushed back towards that side. You do to get a couple of players to try to leak out. That's going to be Poison and Super Season trying to stay alive and keep their team out of the dog pits here. And Super does get that trade after Poison fell, so that is going to be just enough to get some presence on over towards A and maybe a little towards B just for the moment, but you got out if you're Unreal Nightmare.
Yeah, only 1 tick claimed so far on that A side. If you're Unreal Nightmares, you're going to have to try and finish off one of these quick as Blizzy. He's got a great overlook onto both of these points right now, trying to stop these players on that A side as the timer is paused. SGP knows it, and now they're a little late to react. It's going to be a tick given over most likely to SGP, or apologies, to Unreal Nightmares, as they finally start to try and go rip that player off, and they finally will. Couple in the feed for them as Blur almost whiffs on that one. Will eventually clean it up in the end. 2 streak for him and 4 streak for Super Season. If they can get a Hellfire online, could be a piece towards breaking that B site. But Sovereign tries to find the angle on that player on this A. Can't quite do it. It's almost there. Clearing it now is Hyde. Has the pistol out and will find the kill with the Strider. And still, Unreal Nightmare is yet to find a point. but they've got plenty of ticks to their name.
Absolutely looking to close in on B. Hyde finds one, gets traded out, but traded yet again. Levy will come out on top of that battle, trying to make more progress towards B, but a lot of members of SGP are right there ready to deal with him. Wins one gunfight, not able to get away with his life after that, but meanwhile on the other side, A is dealt with. You have another minute on the clock. If you're Unreal Nightmare lives, they're even, but not a bad position. You still got to keep that in mind. You are almost all the way back in your spawn.
Trapped. Oh no, Busy finds a couple. Down go the lives. It's going to come down to lives for sure with a minute still on the clock. Sovereign almost finds a turnaround, but gets traded off of some good movement, and it's 2-5. It's in the blink of an eye. It looked like it was so close, but the blender is on. Powered up and ready to go. It's down to Poison and a 1-on-4.
Here we go, Poison. Do you have the magic inside of you? Hey, yeah, no, buddy. That's not going to happen. GG's NT. Maybe in the next round, it's 2-0 for SGP Syndicate. Not just in the control, but in the series as well. Looking for a clean finish. And they just had the spawn trap set up a couple of times. Never anything too devastating where Unreal Nightmare was back there for too long. But it was just enough to make sure Unreal Nightmare wasn't able to put together that final push they needed.
Yeah. It all comes down to this. SGP, they have to win another offense round. Again, it's the one that has caused problems, but Unreal Nightmares, they almost got there. They got 5 ticks and almost found that 6th. It was so close. But now it's SGP's chance to put their foot on the gas and really close this one out. If they can do it, it's a dominant victory, and they started off well, finding those first early kills and getting position on towards A. They're just going to maintain that map control right now. Hyde. And just try to catch them in the spawns. They've done a good job on it so far, but they will get cleaned out eventually. It's Nate still maintaining control of this second story here to try and open up the map for his team. Meanwhile, Unreal Nightmare, they're pushing far towards SGP's spawn. It's a double spawn trap almost, but it looks like Unreal Nightmares, they find the benefit of it the most, but still down in the lives.
Yeah, gave up a few lives to try to get in that position, but right now SGP is kind of battling for their lives to get out. They do get that clearance on over towards mid, and the spawners are all the way out, but not really going to touch the hill. Now just pushing up in the spawn of Unreal Nightmare, and I got to be honest, this is just absolute chaos. I've never really seen this before where a team will completely forego A just to get into the spawn. And, you know, we've seen a little bit of cheekiness out of the SGP boys, whether they were with a different org. But this unit, you know, we've definitely seen them like to have a little bit of extracurricular fun on the map. Definitely not stressing anything too heavily at the moment. 2-0 in the series and in the control. Lives, yeah, they're down by about 5. But, you know, it doesn't seem like this round means that much to them.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're too worried about it for sure, but, you know, they're still going to try and string this round together. They get that timer freeze towards A, half a tick already under their belt, but with the lives, it's going to be especially difficult to make up for that deficit. It's a big one at that. It is Sovereign trying to fight, trying to find. He gets a couple. That'll be a good piece towards what could be a comeback here, but it's going to be a tough one to find.
Gonna have to dig deep if you're Unreal Nightmare and really focus on those lives. You got the dual push. You took care of it over towards B for the moment, but A, that is gonna go. You get the extra minute now if you're SGP. Only 5 lives, so that's what you're really gonna hone in here on Unreal Nightmare. Just make sure those next 2 ticks don't come through.
Yeah, they're fighting in their own spawn right now. They will find that player. I mean, a 4 down could end this game in the blink of an eye. It's an opportunity here. They've put themselves in the spot that I think, you know, it's the best they're going to get. They do see the player up on the heady. That could be a good clear out. That is 1 down. Looking for more still, though. This overlook is so hard to clear out as they will split up and search for these remaining players. They have 30 seconds on the clock and only 3 players remaining. Now 2. As it starts to slip out of their reach. Hyde can't quite find that kill, and that's a big one to miss out on, as it's just now down to him all by his lonesome. Will find the 1. But that'll be about all she wrote. 1v4, 10 seconds left. And Hyde's not even going to try and touch that point. Just going to try and extend that streak and won't be able to do so.
Yeah, you know, I kind of figured SGP wasn't necessarily going to grab that round. The minute I saw how they were playing it, A was absolutely wide open, and 2 players just fly right up into the spawn, just trying to get aggressive, get kills, have some fun. So yeah, you know, Unreal Nightmare, you'll take it any way you can get it, whether they were trolling or not. You won the round, and that extends things just for a little bit in your favor. And now you can try to get that as some momentum in your back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it could begin. You know, normally a lot of these comebacks start with one team letting their foot off the gas. So SGP, they've opened up that door, and it's a matter of can Unreal put their foot in it and really keep it open? Or will they continue their current trajectory? Hyde gonna get taken down early. Still awkward situation for both of these teams, as again, the lives are going to be a big piece of this. Unreal Nightmare early on to B will get... Oh, what a fight win that is. I don't know how he's gotten away with that. So to B, progress found early, could get all the way to a tick, which could be big. As now it's SGP. They need to find that kind of response. Both hills being taken right now, cleared off of B, but it will be progress found, it looks like. Oh, barely, maybe not. 1 tick gone. As A follows suit, 1 tick for both of these hills, and A is going to get accelerated. 3 on time now for the side of Unreal Nightmare, and SGP caught a little bit flat-footed. Not too far behind in the line. He will clean up a couple, but the trades go Unreal Nightmare's ways. Busy will get them off the hill, and now they could start this spawn trap. All 4 spawning in front of Busy. He's in a great spot. Does hear 1, but doesn't get too aggro. Knows there's a bunch of players in front of him. And Nate needs to win that fight. Can't quite do so. It's time again over towards this B side. But from the flank, Hyde finds 1. Traded out once more. As A ever so close to being completed.
So close yet so very far. It's not done quite yet. Now SGP did try to contest and clear that for a little bit, but chowed off to get that player that was trying to push up towards the hill. Poison just down in the back cave right now, all by his lonesome, waiting for his teammates to be able to try to rejoin, but SGP has just done a great job of locking down this map and what was so close to victory. Now you have less than 30 seconds to try to capture one of these points. A is just about done, but SGP, they're all over that at the moment. In Unreal Nightmare, you got to capitalize on the opportunities you have against a team as dominant as SGP.
Oh, Hyde lets them know exactly what's happening. I don't even know if they have time to touch at this point. They will make a mad dash for that A, and they will get there. They get through the spawn trap. This is an opportunity given. Will it be 1 taken right back? No. It will be Unreal Nightmare. They're able to get that point, extend themselves another minute into this game. And now they're almost even on respawns as well. Again, SGP, they let it slip. They let the handcuffs off of Unreal Nightmares. Now down respawns towards this B side. Down 2 as well. 1 last chance for all of these SGP players, but it's just not enough. It's just a little bit too little too late. The spawn trap goes awry, and it's 2v5 for 1v5, and it's all down to Nate. Grabs 1, but he needs 4 more where that came from, and it's a little bit of a tall task. Can he do it? Gets away with his life. 1v3. Onto the time now, needs to find this peak, needs to find these players, but they're playing it smart, they're playing it back, and it's now Unreal Nightmare looking for the reverse sweep on map 3.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You look back to the previous round, I feel like SGP kind of wishes they got that offense done a little cleaner, a little sooner, so they wouldn't be in this position, because that was a great job offensively out of the side of Unreal Nightmare to just come out swinging and push SGP in the mouth, and all of a sudden, we're at round 5.
I don't think this is where SGP wanted to end up. You know, I agree with you where I think they did a little bit of trolling, but I don't even think they meant to take it this far. So now, can they finish up is the question. Can they find this offense round that Unreal Nightmare just found against them and put this series to bed? They still had the tick lead. They still have the opportunity, and a great start this time. Really taking control of that mid and trying to punch through to A. This is the classic SGP that we've known. But it's Unreal Nightmares. They find a good response.
Unreal Nightmare, definitely. Wevy made a play up top zip that kind of shut down the initial push out of SGP, who didn't get any ticks out of that first run at things here. Now working on towards that B site. Now I'm just going to work up towards a little bit of that spawn pressure is Nate. Again, being a nuisance does get dealt with, but you got the clearance all towards A. Pretty much all the map control you could possibly want spawning up in your back building as well. SGP, they got a good spot here.
Yeah, they've got the blender full up and operational. They're going to start getting on time. 2 on. Good to make short work of this. They've got the spawn trap flowing. Will be a little bit of a breakout from Unreal Nightmares, but they need a lot more than just that 1 kill if they truly want out. A already taken 2 minutes and 10 lives as SGP. They turn it up to 11. They show exactly what they're made of. And they're going to look to try and close this down. Unreal Nightmare, they get a couple good sprees of kills. They've got 5 in a row now. They're going to try and close the life deficit, and they're going to make some good progress. Now only 5 left in between them. As now, the B site close to hold for Unreal Nightmares. It's their last lifeline in this series, but a 4 down is not a great way to start it.
No, 4 down's not great, and then you have Nate in your back spawn as well, just making an absolute nightmare of everything. You did have Super Season make his way towards the bottom side of that map, is able to take care of Hyde on the B side, so that's going to be a nice breath of fresh air for Unreal Nightmare in the moment. They're still down almost double on lives, which is not the spot you want to be in, but you can weather the storm just long enough if you can make that clock disappear and keep SGP off the point.
Now one or two pushbacks may be all that's needed. Time still not stopped. 50 seconds left. Busy. Gonna get caught from behind as well. Down to 5 lives once again. The deficit for Unreal Nightmares. They have the spawn trap a little bit set up here, but they've gone a little bit too far. They've gone a little bit too deep. They've given themselves up, and now down to 4 lives. An opportunity given, and will Unreal Nightmares be able to take it? 3 lives and not a lot of time left on the clock. Poison pushes a little too far forwards. He'll be taken down. Every life is precious from this point. 3 behind, but only 23 seconds left as SGP want to try and hop on some time. Poison, a team kill though at awful timing for Unreal Nightmares. That's going to put them all down into one life scenario for each of them. And that'll be the first to fall. One more opportunity. 10, 11 seconds to go. And SGP, they finally start to hop on the point. 4v3, can they find it? Nate will grab the kill. 1 left. It's all down to Super Season. Cleaned up and taken down. It's SGP. They let their foot off the gas, but at the end, they decide to floor it. And they take the series 3-0.
They were dominant the entire time, and I think we can honestly say those 2 rounds SGP lost. Well, the first round they lost was trolling. They weren't really all in that round. The second round, Unreal Nightmare won. I got to give it to them. I truly believe that they won that round. They were the better team that round, but SGP kind of woke up, got back to their form in that round number 5. The inevitable came through. It's a 3-0 out of those.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. You're completely correct. It felt like it was inevitable. Even if Unreal Nightmare was able to grab that map, I mean, a protocol hardpoint against a team as strong as SGP feels insurmountable. Again, anything's possible. We saw SGP sort of let their foot off the gas, and Unreal Nightmares, to their credit, they took big advantage. They kept to themselves in a good position for a majority of those last 3 rounds. Just at the end there, it got away from them. But, you know, a lot to take out, a lot to jot down for both of these teams as heading into day 2, SGP, they've cemented their spot against the winner of Cabal and Slain. So a couple of strong teams ahead of them heading into the winner semis. But Unreal Nightmares, they're going to have to play the winner of Chaos as well as a losers round 1 team that's yet to be decided. So they've got a little bit of a break ahead of them. It'll be interesting to see if they are able to, you know, keep themselves calm, really stay in their own momentum heading into the second half of the games today. But it's a long couple days of COD ahead for all these teams.
Absolutely. Unreal Nightmare just going to have to hit that reset. They got a little bit of a lowers bracket run to make themselves. And I don't think we've seen the last of them. Definitely a lot more Call of Duty coming from those boys. We're going to toss it to a quick break. When we come back, we got the next round of the U18 Rising Stars Cup brought to you by Gamer X Society. Don't go too far.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at Gamer X Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at Gamer X Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be
in. Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile's just gonna hop on up to kill and be like, "What's up, man?" Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's gonna be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile is still being an absolute menace here, playing his life. Is a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
There's 8.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
9. Volatile is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Volatile is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
wants to put this thing away. Oh my God, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us hot. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us hot.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to
be in NIF. Nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just gonna hop on up to kill and be like, "What's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby," and as that's gonna be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile still being an absolute menace here, playing his life. A smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's
Oh my gosh.
Votal is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Votal is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
Skip on the hill. Careful though, you can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be
Be in dip. Nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
but that is again surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up to kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile is still being an absolute menace here, playing his life, a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
There's 8.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
9. Votal is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Votal is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been trying to rock popping at the hotel? Better run the play for 'em. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
God.
job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE and skill. He's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Taking care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still leaving us hot. Running away is easy. You still leaving us hot.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. I'm back. Shake's back as well. So nice to be here with you, Shake. This is the first time doing stuff with you. We are in losers round 2, if I'm not mistaken. Connecticut versus Chaos. And we will be shortly. Well, we're probably hopping into map 1 as we speak. I can't really see, but you know, that's it. Shake, how you doing this evening?
Ready to get after it, man. Kinetics versus Chaos. Losers round 2. Going to be interesting to see how these two teams play it out here. A lot of firepower on the side of Chaos. Kinetics got a large task ahead of them, trying to keep things all together here for themselves. Long road ahead, we did get a little peek into the maps of what these teams are going to be playing here. Let me just get that pulled up here.
Yeah, I got you. So the maps are going to be
Protocol
map 1. Yeah, Proto map 1. Then we're going to be seeing a double vault, which doesn't happen a lot, but you know, you look at control, vault seems to be the favorite. And then Skyline map 4, we got red card as that map 5 if it goes the distance. I am excited because again, you know, this seems to be the map pool that we see a lot. It usually is a lot of protocol. It usually is a lot of vault. I think just because teams are most comfortable with that map. And honestly, I know BO6 hasn't had the best map pool. Those are the 3 maps that usually everybody likes to see and likes to play. So as we get into it, Shake, map 1, protocol hardpoint. What do you think from these 2 teams to at least find some success here?
I want to see who's going to be able to play the long game and manage those spawns as best you can. Just take a look at all those points. They're real hunkered down towards the middle of the map. P1 is right at that artillery gun towards the bottom side of the mini-map there. P2 right outside of castle. P3 is in the left side white building. Down below in the back cave, P4. Got to be able to make sure you control that middle of the map and make sure you have players through there watching through top.
Oh, yeah, and I love that you brought it up because that's the AR's job. I feel like a lot of times P1 and P2 are won by the windows in that middle map control, and that really stems from what the ARs can bring. As we hop into it, Chaos starting off to a 3-point lead, and a lot of the times, just like every other map, P1 will be contest fest, hunger feast. And with that, with those 2 kills, though, Chaos do look to get some time here. On the side of Chaos, there is one player I think in particular, AGF. He was the one, he's been here for a long time. I think with this team or in the U18 scene. I think this is his first cup, though, so he has a lot of experience. I think they're going to have to lean on him to kind of get things going. And on the side of Team Connecticut, you're looking at Godly. He's the one that's had a lot of accusations in the past, but he is clear. He is clean. Everything does seem to be concise, but he is the one that's going to frag out for his team. So, Shake, as we head to this P2 hill, Chaos come away with almost 40 points on P1. A little bit of a shocker there.
It's a really open hill. Excellent job for Chaos to get in and try to get as much time as possible clearing out those top buildings. Team Kinetics was not able to really shut them down and stop them from getting a good amount of time. Now we roll towards this P2. Chaos going to go ahead and try to break through the front. It is in hands of Team Kinetics. You get a chow on through, but you can't get a gunfight to go your way. Taffy trying to find one, gets one on the outside, picks one up towards the mid side. One player left on the hill. Taff gets shut down there, but that's an open hill for the moment. Chaos floods right on through, looking to extend that lead. P3 coming on up for Team Kinetics. They do get the spawns there for the moment. They do get spawned out by Coasty. So now you're going to need to stay alive by yourself if you're Massacre and wait for the rest of your team to get there.
And it definitely helps that AGF accidentally put some rounds into his teammate to soften up Massacre kill right there. I do want to know, Taff was on a 9 streak before we went to him, and he was just made the success happen for the side of Chaos the first 2 hills. I do like how Connecticut played that, though. Once they started to realize that P2 hill wasn't going their way, they had a couple members leak out, and they started focusing on P3, which they did win the rotation. And look at this, L2 through the front side, didn't have to use any of that left bumper, does it by itself, though.
L2 with no IQ is the former full name of this player, Chaos.
Oh,
now
is
starting
it?
to roll. Yeti, yes, it is an awesome name. If you haven't seen him on Twitter, that is his Twitter handle, L2 with no IQ. He played at the Cheeto Wunga event this past weekend in Vegas, now hanging out with the U18 squad. First round with Chaos, looking pretty good early for these boys. Team Kinetics had those early rotations towards P4, but they just got broke.
Yeah, and Taff is doing an immaculate job. The man is 14-2 already. If you again, I know we pointed out AGF, but you know, to some surprise, Taff is going to be that second role player. He's the one that's going to be going huge inside of respawns. And right, I'm not like Chaos is going insane right now. I know it's not a big lead; it's only a 60-point lead. But if you look at the kill feed or the KDs, they're just outslaying them, Shake. You look at Coasty, he's 3-13 for the side of Connecticut. He's pretty much the only one that's been lacking in a sense. Everybody's almost close to even, but they're just negative But again, Chaos, they're just having their ways in their chows and their ones.
Yeah, that's the thing. The gunfights have just come down to Chaos winning them a majority of the time. Coasty in a 1v1 trying to stay alive for the last few seconds, but L2 is going to deal with him. Zax is on the P1, gets taken care of, so that's good positioning here now for Kinetics trying to push up onto this hill. Gets dealt with right away, but Massacre is able to sneak right there, get a couple of seconds for his squad, but that mid-map pressure comes through from L2, finds a kill, Chaos right back on the point.
Yeah, and again, just Chaos leading the kill feed. It basically seems like they are dominating. It's almost like they're forgetting that hard point means that you need to sit on the point, though. I'm not, don't get me wrong, winning your gunfights and being 19-3 is cool and all, but the game is still within one hill of a reach. So good job out of the side of Connecticut keeping it in that deficit, I would say. I know being 60 points down isn't necessarily the best situation, but look at this. They get scrap time here. They also win their rotation. They've kept Chaos in front of them this whole time. And if you're thinking about it from the long game, like you talked about it, Connecticut is winning it. So it's just going to come down to that, like whoever can get that full 60. It's going to come down to Connecticut finally getting a hill under their belt for them to like kind of really feel like they're back in this map shake.
Yeah, they're going to need a big hold on P2 if they want to make something of this. That's a clean 4 dead for Kinetics here, and that's going to be a good amount of time that they are able to garner here. Now breaking through is Chaos. Taft just going to go to tried and true top white, trying to get a couple of more kills, finds one, can't quite find Coasty, can't get the angle to take him down. That challenge is going to come through. Doesn't quite know that that's going to come through, but he'll keep his position and find another one. Zax on the tail of Massacre, finds one, finds a second. There's the break for Chaos. Only scraps left, and that's a huge hill for Kinetics, down by less than 30 seconds now.
Yeah, and look at number 3 lurking in the backside of P3. I feel like Connecticut, they have the game plan. Execution on a few of these hills were a little bit shaky, especially the first time around, but we're seeing them for a second time now, so hopefully they can kind of clean up their mistakes. And look at this, they do just that. They win spawns, they get a nice clean 3 dead with the help of some trades. Now the problem is holding this, because if you look at it, if you look at protocol in a sense, I really like P3, P4. I think those are the 2 hills where you can come away with a lot of time. I know P2 is another, in a sense, money hill. You can come away with 30, 40 seconds. But you really look at this 3rd, 4th hill, it's just almost lockdown defense, and I think it stems from the subs.
Yeah, and you just got to hold these lines here. If you can keep that team all the way on the other side, which is what Chaos just did. They got that spawn out. Now they're able to get the rest of that time, try to push up through mid-map and gain the presence towards that bottom point. AGF, great kill there, sitting at 11 and 13, little negative, but you're going to be okay with that because you got Zax and Tav up over 20 already, both with a minute on hill. So not just frying, but getting the OBJ done as well. And while, you know, things did get a little sketchy, a little scary there, a little tight for Chaos, they've got a 50-point lead yet again.
Yeah, and ultimately, I think it's really hard to stop a team that just slays out. So, for instance, I did Slain versus Infamous Thieves as my first match today. It was the first match on this on the winners round 1, and Slain, they had their rocky patches, but again, it's just the ability for them to turn up the heat when they can go into the kitchen and find a nice 4 dead consistently, time and time again on the rotations. When they can break hills with ease, they just cement their lead again back up to 60. And look at this, L2 on another 4 streak, my friend. You find a nasty kill, maybe a little bit, but he's overextending his map presence. And again, this is what comes with a team that does such a good job at slaying. They can just take so much map with how they overextend, with the routes they hit. It creates such a nuisance for this team Connecticut. And it's almost like, again, they're staring down the barrel of a 40, 60 point deficit.
I mean, excuse me there, chat. L2 just zipped up and won an absolutely nasty gunfight up top there. But no, you're right. It's just been here or there out of Team Kinetics, not ultimately any amount of huge holds. They have had one or two here or there, but not able to chain anything together. And Chaos now hitting that 200-point mark are not on the great side for P2, but it does feel like they're able to break seemingly whenever they need to. Zach's up to 23 and 23, 25 and 20 after a slow start out of L2, really picking up now. 28 and 14 out of Taff, and AGF, he's just kind of hanging out here, picking up some rotational kills here or there, getting ones when they count. But Chaos, they're firmly in control of this map. It's not over yet. Still teamwork for Team Kinetics.
Yeah. And I mean, good job out of Connecticut. They get some scrap time. They even had the rotation shake. They just lost their gunfights on the front side of the P2 hill. Devastating because, again, they win that rotation. It was like 20 seconds left of P1. They had that 4 dead. Everybody shifted through the middle of the map. You had control of it. You had control of outer boat of some part. But just somewhere along the way, they just lose a line of sight. And then ultimately that player leaks through. But again, look at Connecticut. I think this is what they do so well. You know, they had a rough start, but they're still in it. They're still hanging there. And if scrap time does come through from the side of this orange team, they're going to be in the lead. So Zacharuni going to have to chow old. He does win that. The spawn out happens, though. So again, Connecticut's, they're kind of prioritizing the rotation. They're doing the longevity of this game. How well will it come into practice? Because again, we've seen Chaos break time and time again.
Looking for another big one here. This could be the end of this map. Number 1, Kinetics looking to lock it down. Chaos looking to make the break on through. They do get the contest.
There you go.
They find a couple of kills. They still have a couple of contests to deal with through the front. It's not over just yet. Less than 5 seconds left. Only one player can do it. He's done. 250 to 218. Chaos will take map number 1 in our losers round.
And it's just a heartbreaker for the side of Connecticut. Time and time again, you just get beat on the flank. You get beat on. It's not necessarily. Well, yeah, they're getting beat on the rotation. I mean, they sacrificed. I don't want to say they sacrificed a lot of time for a lot of scrap time for the rotation, but it almost felt like, you know, you look back to P2. P2 right there on that last rotation was. They left around 15, 18 seconds, right? They started overextending. There was 2 members for the side of Connecticut that started hitting a flank towards P3. And then ultimately, because Chaos and how they played it, they decided to hit P2 late. They lose the scrap time. So then it's just, if you're Connecticut, you're there at P3. Again, you win the rotation. They just get beat on the ones, and ultimately everything just falls in the blink of an eye. So it's just it's a deal breaker. It's a heartbreaker for the side of Connecticut.
Yeah, not the way you want that one to go. It just started too little too late. They did start to amount some momentum towards the end of that map. And they made it up to 218, and there were points they were down 60, 70, and they kind of battled back if they didn't dig such a hole early on. And you're right, they did have to cut their losses on a few scrap times where it was like down to 30 to 20 seconds left on the hill, and they got broken, and they're like, well, we can't really push. We're going to go get set up. And then they'd get broken on that setup, and Chaos would just, you know, have another hold. So they're going to need to hit that re-break. Maybe they can find some respite in the search and destroy mode itself, but Chaos looks really good.
Yeah, and again, we talked about AGF. He was a bit on the slow side, but you look at L2 and Taft picking it up nice and early for the side of Chaos, and ultimately, again, they just outslayed their opponent, and it left so many doors open for them in the long game, because we saw that they hit that P2 hill late, get the scrap time, and then again, you rely on your gunny, it comes to fruition, and they just bully their way into P3. Now, we are going to be seeing a Vault S&D from map 2. Shake, my friend. You love a little bit mixy. You love the protein powder. What do you like on Vault S&D, and how do you like see teams attacking this map?
It's straight up. They like to hit that A site early and often. You know, maybe you'll make that rotation B if something's not working over at A, but that's the tried and true hit. You got to make sure you control that bottom vault room where that bomb site is, A, off a pool. And then you got to maybe get someone in top art on defense just to make sure nothing's going on out there, because you can rotate on over pretty easily through mid-map. On offense, you want to make sure you have some mid-map presence in case that happens. So there's some things you got to watch out for, but mostly there's a lot of bang outs on A. I know Graf and I were talking that B may be a nice switch up just because nobody really likes to do it, but it's harder. It's a harder push, and that's why most teams don't do it.
Oh, it definitely is. And again, I was like going back to when I was casting with Graph as well. Miami Heretics, minor day one, they did a great job of hitting that B bomb site against FaZe. I think there was a couple miscalculations when they wanted to get the bomb down. They decided to put it too late, or they chewed a lot of time off. So then that freed up the rotation for the FaZe. And ultimately, they just didn't win their gunfights as well. But again, I like it because, nobody thinks hit B, so they decided why not. But execution needs to be there. I will say I think both teams can execute well. We saw plenty of times in the first map where they held hills to their way. They got breaks, they got retakes. So execution won't be a problem. I think consistency will in map 2.
We'll see how that goes. It seems like we're just taking a second. Get map number 2 set up. Don't go too far. We'll be back after a short break. It'll be Vault S&D.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Some boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got the rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
All right, well, ladies and gents, we're back after a very brief break. You know how COD is. The game crashes, and I got my seatbelt on for this one, Shake, because again, we were talking about Vault S&D before we left, and how there can be some curveballs with the B bomb site. But hey, other than that, the game plan is usually go to A, because offense gets there first, the subs get in, and it is just rock 'em, sock 'em from there. That's why safety first, protection later, I guess, right? That doesn't make sense. Well. But speaking of Vault in this A bomb site, it's just trading is so crucial on it.
Let's see if we can get something set up. It looks like we had a little bit of a lobby issue yet again here. Call of Duty, it's just one of the finest esports titles in all of the land. We're just going to get map number 2 set up yet again. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Ready to run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
God.
Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us hot. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us hot.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hopefully we're going to get into map number 2. You got Shake along with Corpse. It's going to be a great one. Chaos did win the map number 1, 250 to 218. Now we're headed into Vault S&D. Haven't gotten into that one yet. We did talk about it a little bit. Just hoping that we can get right after it with this one. Corpse, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I think with how map 1 went, and it wasn't really a close one, but the teams were up there both in 200. I think S&D is going to be a tight one. I think this is going to be back and forth, maybe around 11, nice and early. I think that's kind of my prediction, just because again, both teams are execution-wise, they can execute, but consistency is going to be the key. At times, we saw what was it? Connecticut do really well. At times, we saw Chaos do really well. So, with that back and forth mentality, I think that's how we're going to end up with a round 11 on Vault S&D. I think a lot of teams are going to hit this A site, so it's going to be interesting to see how this gets played out, Shake.
If someone decides to switch it up, go towards that B site, it's not an easy thing to do because you are going to see Godly press up early for that B Street presence. You do get the early push out of Chaos on towards A. AGF going to find one. Zach's going to fall to Specs. And now we got a 3v3 situation. Massacre able to pick up another one. So now it's a 2v3. Chaos, good news is you do have the bomb down, but the task is that much more difficult. Taffy just gets unfortunate timing on the player behind him because he had information on someone in front. And now it's a 3v1 L2, the last alive.
Yeah, and I like this wrap from L2. Just kind of goes back towards Pool. My friend L2 gets a little bit egregious on those chows right there. He tried to make something happen, though, tried to get the right timing. He did find it on 1. Unfortunately, after that kill, the comms came through, and Connecticut, they just repositioned. So, good job out of Connecticut. I mean, what did they get the first blood there? I forget.
Kinetics, no, AGF got the first blood, and then it was answered by Kinetics, so they got a couple right back off of it.
Good job out of them, just winning their gunfights in the open space. It was interesting. I think Chaos didn't fully commit to A. I think there was 1 or 2 people trying to hit the bomb site. There was a guy lurking through mid. So usually a lot of the times when you hit A, it's got to be as a unit. It's got to be as a 4-stack. Get all your subs in there, pick a corner, and then honestly just move on to your post-plant situation, as I think Team Connecticut is doing that right now. 3 people are in. So again, this is what you usually see on a standard vault. It's now up to the defense to do the retake, and ultimately Chaos. L2 could be lurking. He knows the AR is out here. He knows that Godly likes to play this angle, and L2 finds the first blood. Bomb is down, though, Shake. Time is ticking.
Now a 3v4 defense here for Team Kinetics with that bomb down. L2 is going to find an opener. Coasty trying to get somebody, but goes chasing. Taft's going to find him. The rest of the players will fall as well. 3 in a row, and Chaos gets a round back, and a shot there just saying, yeah, I'm pretty good.
It was just unfortunate timing by Coasty right there. He again, like when he started chasing, everybody was still alive on his team, and it's just like he looked to the right because he looked to the right outside of that hole, and then the player just slid close left, was able to get in, and again he's just like, oh shoot, I got to get this or my teammate's gonna die. Well, unfortunately, his teammate dies. His teammate died no matter what. And then again, he's just left chasing a ghost as Chaos. Again, great retake out of them. That's what you're going to see. Ultimately, that's what Vault is going to come down to. Retake after retake, whoever's going to come out on top. And again, looking like Chaos hitting this A site, more or less a 2-2 split. I kind of like this. I kind of like having 2 ARs back here, and it's working. AGF finds the first blood.
And what that's going to do is that's going to shore up that outside push. You can clear up top window as well. And now you have a couple players with the submachine guns just locked into this bottom pool vault area. And now Team Kinetics having a break on through. It's still 3v3, but Godly isn't going to check the correct corner. And Sax is going to find 3 in a row. Goodness gracious, Chaos. 2 rounds in a row for themselves in emphatic fashion.
Well, I was a little concerned when the first player out of the side of Connecticut chowed in there. I know there was another guy trying to hit through the middle of the map, but it's just like he went in there. Nobody was like close in or into the, I guess the the person there to get the trade was not as close as you expected it. So a little bit of a timing issue from the side of Connecticut. Another thing I usually don't see a lot is people kind of pre-firing walls. I know it gives away your position in S&D, but a lot of the times when you retake this A site, pre-fire the wall that's on the right here, because not 9 times out of 10, 7 out of 10 somebody might be sitting in it. So if you pre-fire it, get a few hip fires, or ultimately if you lay the wood to just think somebody is there, you're gonna find a free kill and make that retake a little bit easier. It's something I don't see a lot, but as we hop into this round, blink and you miss it, it's a 1v1 already.
Oh, baby. And it's a 1v none. Now, AGF onto the 3 spree, up to 4-1. Chaos gives up that early round, but rips off 3 in a row, and it's just been pretty clinical out of them. Nothing fancy, just winning gunfights when they need to.
Yeah, I mean, huge job out of them. Maybe the first round was a fluke, but again, when this bomb is down, I don't know if Connecticut is trying to like overextend to the vault door. I don't know if they're trying to hit a timing or a wrap through mid like they did the first round, but it's just like right now, I think you just stay hunkered. Play the vault A bomb site only. Let chaos come to you, because right now it seems like whenever Connecticut is trying to find some timing or run a route, they're just getting caught with their pants down.
Yeah, now they're way back on defense, playing so passive. It's just they have no confidence in how they can make a play onto this Chaos U18 squad. And now there's less than 30 seconds for them to find all 4 of these players and get a defusal. AGF, he's going to go ahead and rip Coasty, and it looks like it could all be said and done. Specs Godly going to find a couple. Specs is traded out, however. So now it's a 2v2 situation. Massacre, though, he might have just found the opening thread. Finds the second, and there's another round for Kinetics.
Yeah, it was a little bit scary. Me and you both were like, hey, yo, Connecticut, they played really passive. Like, I know you said slow and passive, but there was 2 people on top P4. Basically, well, one person was top P4, one person was bottom, and they wanted to make sure that AR was secure. Again, they're relying on their retake on this A site. Huge plays out of Massacre to find a kill through the middle of the map, and then ultimately he found 3 that round, right? I think he found 3 that round, so a good job out of him to just find the kills when it's needed most. And Connecticut's back on, well, they're not back on top, but they are on top of this A bomb.
Down a player goes. Zax is going to get yet another first blood. Spec finding 1. Taff answers, and Godly's going to pick up that trade onto Taff. So you keep the numbers in check now. Still a 2v2 situation. Bomb is not down. First B plant is coming through. You are going to be able to get Godly in that top art position. Now Chaos has a bear of a hill to climb here. Zax does know that B bomb site is open, but it's about getting there. That's so difficult with Godly on Overwatch.
Oh, and Godly throwing the perfect shoulders, is able to find information on both. Even better, he took one down with him. AGF does tie it up, so with 20 seconds left, has a lot of time, but number 8 gonna look to cut this map in half. Number 8 is leaving this bomb very clear, so the moment he hits this route, he's gonna have to check bomb. AGF looked the wrong way at the wrong time, and you couldn't be blessed with better COD timing if you're the side of Massacre.
Ooh, that's tough, man. He did the dive check, looked right through that doorway, but a split second too soon. Even if he decides to lay and hold it for another half a second to a second and a half, he probably gets that kill with plenty of time to defuse, but he had no information whatsoever on where that player was. He couldn't be sure that he wasn't roaming around towards back statue. He had to keep his head on a swivel. Just unfortunate timing.
But I guess good job out of Massacre. You know that player is so deep on B Street that he had time to hit that route. So Godly doing a good enough job in that 1v2 or the 2v2 to at least take down 1 to make it a numbers game. But again, Chaos gonna stick to their same strategy. Shake. They're gonna hit this A bomb site again. They're having 2 ARs in the back, but look at this. Godly getting very aggressive. Godly did not see AGF, and now Tap falls. RCXD did come into play, But Massacre in a 1v3, what can you find? Well, it's Laffy Taffy himself smiling in the face of the kill.
Oh, baby, here you go. Chaos getting back to their ways, give up a couple of rounds in a row, but you get the lead right back for you, so you feel like you got something going. And when you do it as confidently as they did, you bring it down to a 1v3. Taffy left with an easy gunfight win, gets that done. And now Chaos can kind of start to let that be some confidence, some wind in their sails for them, and as they try to close out this map.
I don't know. It's just been huge because anytime Connecticut seems to be getting something going, it's just shut down by, again, I don't know if it's miscommunication, mistiming. I mean, ultimately, that's what it looks like because, again, you look at Connecticut's defense last round, they got aggressive. They wanted to flush out those 2 ARs in the backside of P2, but it's just somewhere along the way, Godly looked like some calm came through to make him turn around. I know he had a awkward gunfight there, but it's just everything just crumbles at the sight of a cookie. So I don't know what's going on with Connecticut, but now we're already in another 1v3, and it's up to the man himself, Godly, who again runs right into the barrel of I don't know who he's about to face, but nonetheless, Chaos close out the round.
Now on to map .53 now for Chaos, and it just seems like if they're able to manage that first blood and stay alive and not give up that trade immediately so it's an even situation again, they've been capitalizing on every single managed advantage they've got.
It's huge. Yeah, yes. I wholeheartedly agree. And S&D, first bloods are key. Now,
See if they can
we're
roll
heading-
it right here.
Yeah. This is going to be huge because, again, they're on their defense, and defense for them hasn't really been the best because, again, you know, when they're trying to hit these routes to create something after the bomb has gone down, they just haven't found anything. But they are 3 stacking this through bottom vault, and I like this. Get the aggression towards A. Not that aggressive, man. He said, hold on. He pumped the brakes, and he came right back into this this vault. But, again, they find the first bloods, and it's responded right back with AGF on a heady. So that's nice.
Yeah, it's never fun when you run into L triggers, especially if it's AGF. That kid does not miss often. Luckily, you are able to get away with your life there if you are Godly, so you don't let things go completely haywire for you. But now you got to defend this A site.
Oh, Massacre goes huge. Massacre able to stop at least 1 and puts bullets into 2. And that's the thing about vault control. If you do not get a hold of A, if you do not get that bomb down early, it seems impossible to do it because Connecticut, they just played for it. AGF tried to dolphin dive his way in there. Unfortunately, hit the top of the crossbar and said dunk. But you know, good again, good game plan out of the side of Connecticut. They decide to send all 3 players towards the middle of the map. They drop down this hole, or they go vault control door, and they just ultimately bully their way into A. They find the first blood and back Chaos off. So that's kind of the first round where Chaos has been shut down in a sense.
First time for everything here, and no better time than when you are on map point. And can we just talk about how clean that all-white Atlanta FaZe skin looks? I mean, my God, that might be one of the best in the entire Pro Pack, and that camo may have given a little bit of buff to Team Kinetics at the end of that one. Rolling it here into the beginning of this one, a 2-piece off the rip. Godly does get traded out by L2, luckily, for the side of Kinetics, or Chaos, rather. And now AGF down to a 1v3. Looks like Team Kinetics could be punching their ticket to the round 11, and yes, they do. They are battling.
I called it, man. Round 11, map 2. Both of these teams know how to execute. It's just whatever team is going to like keep on. I guess consistency is the word I've used it time and time again. Whatever team is going to keep on chaining rounds back to back. But Connecticut are battling, and ultimately, I like how they played that last round. I think they kind of, when there was certain gunfights that they wanted to take and certain gunfights that they wanted to win, they flushed that player out. I think they did a good job of keeping the gas on the pedal. And now Chaos is feeling a little bit of this pressure. I feel like they are. As Chaos do get defense, so that is huge. But Ghosty responds with the first blood. Huge out of the side of Connecticut in this round 11.
Yeah, and you get that presence towards top art if you're Chaos thinking maybe Kinetics will go towards B, but you leave yourself short-handed,
There
and
you
now the
go.
rest of the dominoes seemingly gonna fall. AGF, unless he can come away with one of the greatest clutches we've seen in BO6 so far, it should be a map number 2 in favor of Kinetics. Bomb down, less than 30 seconds for AGF to find these 3 players who are all hunkered down in bottom vault. AGF was hoping maybe
AGF?
that door was open so he didn't have to make noise, but he says, I'll just go ahead and bang right on through the front door. Not much time left to find these 3 players and the defusal. In fact, nothing left doing. Team Kinetics all the way back win the map number 2.
Oh, I mean, it's just insane how well they clutch up in those last 3 rounds. Again, I think they played a little bit better team-wise when I'm going to go back to it almost like whenever they wanted to push a bomb site or whenever they wanted to push something, they were pushing it as a team. You look at that, I think it's the round they decided to hit B-ish. They decided to work that streak to kill. And then ultimately, it was the guy that was lurking in the middle of the map. He did a good job of winning his one and collapsing on the person that was, I think it was AGF, was last alive. So, again, just Connecticut, they just come together like a force to be reckoned with. The ions are clicking. I will say, I don't know what was going on with AGF right there. Thought he was doing the Cupid shuffle, the icky shuffle. The man was doing something with that door. As we are going to be seeing a map 3. Vault Control, Shake. What have you seen so far in BO6 from Vault Control?
A site, pretty easy. B site, absolute nightmare. Pretty much like search and destroy. It's pretty easy to get after it and attack that A site. It's right in the middle up top where P1 is on Vault Hardpoint. So that's what you're looking at for A. B is yet again over by that van where the B bomb site is for S&D on Vault. And that's a tricky one. You got to control that top art area because you're just going to get picked off yet again. A lot of teams have success working on through the back towards that back spawn of the defending team, trying to clear it out that way. But if you get picked off, then you don't have those resources up front. So it's a really difficult situation to try to do. You need someone to pick up a 2-piece somewhere along the line and make sure everybody else is at least getting trades so you can establish some sort of presence. But it's really difficult. It's a defensive heavy map.
Yeah, it really is, especially when you have a sub and they're up in your face in the spawn, and it's almost like similar to high rise. If you're looking back at MW3, it's just like whatever team can cement the spawn trap is going to win it and win that map. Also similar to Invasion. Again, just you get to some headies, you get to the power positions for the side of the ARs, and you will not be taking these guys off them. So it's going to be huge. I think spawns also play a factor, like you talked about. If you can have somebody lurk in the back and influence those a certain way, I know it's not as heavy as hardpoint, but whenever you can like funnel a team, no matter which way you're doing it, whether it's influencing the spawns or carving out the map presence yourself, when you can funnel a team a certain way, it's going to make it all the more easier on yourselves.
Absolutely. Who's going to be able to play that defense and make sure things don't get crazy? Sometimes it comes down to lives. We'll see how this cookie crumbles when we come back from a quick break. Map number 3 will be on the way.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for 'em. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE and skill. He's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try
Oh,
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Map number 3. We are here, ready to rock and roll. It's Vault Control. Too much to talk about. We should be just getting right into this one. Very defensive heavy. If you had to pick a winner here, Corpse, who are you going with?
I'm gonna go with Chaos, just because purely off of map 1, you know, they dominated in the kill feed. I feel like that opened up a lot of things in the early game for their gameplay, as well as late game, because, you know, they constantly had that lead. They were always in the 20, 30, sometimes 60 point, and always in the driver's seat. So they were calm, cool, and collective. That's why I think Chaos is going to win this map, because, again, on a Vault Control, we talked about it, you know, spawn traps, winning your ones, it's all crucial in how you set up your defense and offense.
See who can be able to get it done. Defense is certainly what we're looking for here. Early kills do go in the way of the defense for Chaos. 3 dead in the feed. 1 is picked up for Team Kinetics. Now pretty much all out on that backside besides Godly. Hanging out in that top window position, just trying to find a player here or there, make things a little bit easier for his squad. No clearance on towards that A site yet, but doing a good job trying to clear up that back line. And there you go. There's the opening. Team Kinetics on to A.
Yeah, and this is what you're going to see a lot. You know, you need to do it. Get a 4 dead, stack it, get as much time as possible. That's what they're going to look to do. But number 5 is on a flank. He is taking his time. L2, able to find 1, 2. Almost finds a 3rd. Good job out of the side of Connecticut to shut it down. Progress is still continuing. And with these 2 men here, I take it back. Big boy Laffy Taffy. Hey, he's just all smiles with the cherry and a banana. He says, you ain't getting that 3rd tick. Has now 50 seconds left, Shake, in round 1.
Not coming through just yet. Lives in check as well for Chaos. So a good spot defensively for them. You have a little bit of clearance towards B. Specs is over there, but it looks like he's just going to hang out towards bottom vault, try to make a play towards the A site. Like that's exactly what's happening. But Chaos is doing an excellent job dealing with this pressure piece by piece. That A tick is just about through. The one player left is able to step up, find a kill, but can't stay alive long enough. So that should be the A point all gone. Taking care of Team Kinetics. That's a good start.
Yeah, and what was huge about that is Chaos had control of Top Cat pretty much those last 20 seconds. It made it so difficult for Connecticut to even get that half tick. So that was a huge thing on how they played that A site. What's also crucial is number 3 on the minimap. Hit that deep flank that you talked about, Shake. And look at this. He's making an earthquake in this first round. As now lives are 11-11. He has art control. His teammates are on the point. So this should be 1 tick, maybe 2 if they can win their gunfights. As soon as I say that L2 with a nice car explosion, they just shut it down.
Oh, the good news now for Team Kinetics is that car is exploded. You don't have to worry about that later on. I have seen that van ruin a round. It was a 1v1 with a pistol and the van blew up. It led a team to win in a match they probably shouldn't have, sent a good team home. But either way, right now, this is an offensive victory for the Team Kinetics boys. Something I said that's not easy to do. And that's not just fluff and something I was wrong about. It's not easy to do. Well done for Kinetics.
As I feel like I've been saying their name wrong. Is it Kinetics or yeah, it's Kinetics.
Oh.
I've been saying their team name wrong. Yeah, good job. Oh god, that's embarrassing. All right, well it don't matter. They did again. They just do a good job of finding their kills. They carve their presence, and look at this. They get a nice 4 dead. They stack the point. What was huge though is they kept finding those 4 deads. And I think Chaos they got a little bit too hungry. They ego chowed. They could have taken their time at least once on a retake. So again, you're kind of just throwing lives there on the retake, and it's just making it a little bit more easier for Kinetics.
Yeah, and I think they were feeling themselves a little bit earlier in this series. They were winning gunfights at will, seemingly. Kinetics is, steadied their shots a little bit. The gunny is a little bit more warmed up, definitely shooting better than they were, which is making them look like a completely different team. They're able to gain some more map presence and some more momentum, and they're doing a great job defensively here. A couple of players from Chaos are pushed up, but you are able to gain a lot of pressure here for Kinetics.
Yeah, and again, going back to what you talked about, the kill feed is everything. You got you got Massacre, you got Godly, both 8 and 6, so they're doing a great job of again keeping up with the pressure or keeping up with the pace that we saw from Chaos in map 1. Again, I think it's just ultimately I don't know what to call it, but I'm just saying Massacre is the guy to lean on right now if you're Kinetics.
Absolutely. Ride the hot hand as early and as often as possible. Working on this A site right now is Zax trying to get that second tick, but Godly is going to follow right up on through. And now AGF trying to make a play through the outside. He's going to fall as well. Dropping down from Top Cat is L2, who's going to find one, but is traded yet again by Massacre. So Team Kinetics, with that bend don't break mentality, they are down a few lives, but they are doing a good job working the clock.
Yeah, and that's what's going to come down to it. I will say Chaos, they've kept things mixy. They've always had somebody around here, P1, A control site. You look at AFG having control of Top Cat, that's crucial. But with 15 seconds left, this is going to become crunch time. You're going to have to stack this. And look at this. They find a nice couple kills. Time has stopped. Player to watch out for is Massacre, though, because he is the one that has been going huge. And he finds 2. Fortunately, gets traded out. And now, even though we've only seen 1. Well, as soon as I say that, Godly comes in for his team. Make it 2, Godly, my man, living up to your name. I was gonna say, even though it's 8v8 and there's only 2 progresses at A, a lot of lives are being thrown out the window. At least that's what it seems like to me early in this vault control.
Chaos struggling to really find any type of consistent footing. Maybe it's a play here or there, but it's kind of what we saw in that first hard point out of Chaos. They were just able to regain and regroup and hit that re-break whenever they needed to. And now it's Kinetics that's out on that front foot, and something doesn't go right there, right back there, right back to the plan that they want to execute, and they aren't giving up on what they want to do.
It's just amazing. And maybe team or maybe Kinetics, they're more of like a map 2 team and you go from there. I know both of these teams in their previous losers round matchup, I know they did both win 3-1. So they had some falters here and there. And they obviously lost the map. So maybe Kinetics, they just had a slow start in their losers round 1 matchup. They turned up the heat in there. And obviously, they're doing the same thing. S&D is their game mode, at least what it seems like. And then once they find the juice, the flowing, the oil, they're just moving. As now, they got bees, shake.
Yeah, and that was all during your analysis just to start this round. This never happens where you get that quick of a capture. And now you're already working on A. You have presence. You don't necessarily have the numbers, but you did get that first tick done. So that's an excellent initial push out of Team Kinetics. Lives, they're only down by 2. Chaos now has to do a whole lot of work. They do get that 4 dead, can now set up their line of defense. I'd like to see a little bit more forward pressure, try to win some of those gunfights, but Massacre will find the first.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's maybe, hey, you pissed off the bear because you took B, but it is all purple late in this vault round. I shouldn't even say late because there's still a minute 45 to work with. Again, Kinetics getting B early has left them a lot of time, but they are losing their gunfights quick, and right now they are staring down the life deficit of 4, which can be very crucial in vault. A lot of the times it does come down to a 4-man, 4 dead situation to get some kind of progress. And they right now, Shake, they are getting shut down. Chaos is winning everything. And if you're godly, you're going to have to make something happen here on this flank.
Chaos not to go without a fight here in this round number 3 of Control. Backs firmly against the wall in this map. It's only 1-1 in the series, so if you lose it, it's not the end of the world, but you certainly want every advantage you can get. Coasty's going to find a couple flying up through. That's 2 ticks on to A, and the stack is there. The one last pressure will come through, and that's going to be 3 dead. 1 player left, and Godly trying to fight to stay alive. He can't. Chaos, by the skin of their teeth, will save A.
I know if you're godly, you want that last tick because it's 75% there. I just wish you played your life a little bit more because, again, you throw it, you're now down 12-5, 12-6 in the feed. I would, again, if he plays his life, they're at a 12-8 deficit. He maybe finds a couple more picks to keep it mixy. But look at this. They find a nice 3 dead. And, again, Kinetics, they do what they do best. They roll with the punches, keep it mixy. And when they find the 3 dead, they hop the point. You just need one more kill to make it work. And ultimately, they come away map 2, 3-0. I mean, it was just a blowout, Shake.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. I thought Chaos was going to be able to get something done. Did I necessarily think it was set in stone that they were going to win? Absolutely not. But Team Kinetics came out of the gate swinging, never looked back, seemingly. Codcasters, ladies and gentlemen, 15 and 17 untraded kills for 2 members of Team Kinetics there. That's excellent work.
I mean, it's amazing. And they're living up to their name. You chain the S&D to the control. The connect is there. But I will pat myself on the back for that one. But they win map 3, and we're now looking at a Skyline map 4, which I will say, Shake. How you feeling about this?
The way Team Kinetics rolled that, I kind of feel like a map like Skyline might do well for them. But I don't know. You look at players like Taffy, you look at L2, who can definitely get mixy and get active on the map. Dealing with them on Skyline's not going to be easy, but if you can play the long game, kind of like you were able to in that map number 1, Skyline is much more controllable. It's not as big as a map. The rotations aren't as daunting, and it seems a little bit easier to take care of.
Hey, but my friend, I know the rotations are a little bit closer, but the thing about Skyline is the delicacy of spawns. I don't even know if I'm saying that word right, but it's just one minor push, 1 more inch forward that you go, and you're going to be causing a flip like crazy. That is the thing about Skyline that a lot of people don't like, is because pretty much anytime you hear a listening, it's going to be spawn out, spawn out, spawn out. So I can see it. I can see why you say that, and I can see why again, if you're Kinetic, you did some things in control, but I am gonna have to go with Chaos on the flip side. We're gonna butt heads here in map 4, but their play style and how they run things. Again, we talk about Taffy and L2 and how they can get mixy. It's just it seems all more or less like all the odds go in their favor.
Absolutely. Map number 4 coming up after just another quick break. We'll get this set and we'll be rolling right after this.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Some boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been trying to rock popping at the hotel? Better run the play for 'em. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
All right. Well, we're back. Shake, we have just witnessed Kinetic. They took a 2-1 lead because they took map 2 and map 3. They've done a good job in S&D. Again, they made a comeback in S&D. I think it was like 5-3, 5-4. They decided to smoke something, and then they just went off right there. And then in control, that whatever was in their system was still in their system because I'm not gonna lie, they dominated in that
3-0. Not much more dominating fashion. You can get it done in the map number 3. Team Kinetic, certainly with the hot hand, did lose the map number 1 that we saw earlier in this series. Now making our way towards Skyline. Pretty even map. You got the top office as the P2, that jacuzzi is the P1, kitchen P3. Then you head to the bathroom, maybe take a shower, drop a quick dose, whatever you got to do over at the P4. It's just there's a lot of things you got to worry about. You did talk about the spawns being so delicate and so pushy. There's a lot of spawn outs and things like that. I feel like teams at this point do kind of just expect that, and heads are always on swivels. And who is the more alert, who's more ready for these gunfights, will who come out on top? Team Kinetic, they'll touch P1 first.
Yeah, but again, already L2 hitting a flank, causing somewhat of a spawn out. I wouldn't say a major one, but his team is spawning kitchen. So Kinetic do come away with 11 seconds. And I love how you brought it up, how whatever team is going to be more aware, that's going to be the team on top. Because, yeah, that is the thing about Skyline. It's going to be at whatever point you can read spawns correctly, you're going to find yourself 30, 40 seconds. And then ultimately, if you can read those spawns heading into P3, I think that's really going to be where you find a chunk of your time, because P3, P4 tend to be a little bit more straight up. You look at the kitchen, the bathroom one, as long as you have somebody anchoring, you're going to have spawns. So I think that's where a team that is good at holding is going to come away with decent time. I will say a lot of these teams, if we look at map one, neither of them, I would say, specialized in holding, but a lot of the times they did a good job of breaking and retaking. So I do think we're going to see a long map two, or sorry, map four. I think we're going to see it roughly a 250, 230 map, closer than that protocol hardpoint.
Those 250, 218 still pretty darn close. I does feel like this one will be in that neighborhood, if not closer. Chaos now trying to slim this lead down, trying to take it for themselves. Good gunfight win there out of Zax. Open hill for the moment, trying to follow up onto Ghosty. He finds it. That's 3 dead in the feed. Should be all the scrap time going over towards Chaos, digging back into this one. Another 3 in the feed for Team Kinetics as we're getting ready for this P3 to pop. Specs trying to lay down bottom gym, maybe find someone dropping down, try to work through mid. I like that play there. Does end up finding 2, and that is huge. You do have to worry about L2 all the way in your back now, who does find 1. And here comes the reinforcements. Coasting with the gunfight gets that trade right there. And Team Kinetics is playing this map excellent right now.
Yeah, they're doing such a great job. They're doing exactly what I talked about. When you have somebody anchoring, back, grass, cobble, whatever you want to call it, they are going to have the spawns for P4. Unfortunately, 1 did spawn out. We'll make it 2 now. But again, they're still in a good position. As long as Coasty is back here with this AR, they are set up for P4. And with what their subs are doing, look at Godly, look at Specs. You look at sometimes you look at Massacre. They're all getting into the mix here. They're all finding 3, 4 dead, and they're creating the openings for the side of Kinetics. So again, a lot of good things to come from here. And again, if you have control of P3, you have control of P4. That's why a lot of teams prioritize it. And sometimes it does hurt them on the front side of P3 because you kind of sacrifice spawns, or you kind of sacrifice time for spawns. But it does work out in the long haul. But as we talked about map 1, Chaos, they don't care if they have spawns or not. They just flood through the back. They win their gunfights, and they say, hey, Kinetics, more like a broken chain.
Chaos now starting to roll things their way. P4, we talked about being a nice lockdown if you're able to lock the back. AGF all the way back patio, certainly doing that for the moment. Godly is able to pick up that kill, luckily, in the back, but the hill still is here for Chaos. Now over a 20-second lead. You do get that break for some scrap time. The back of the map is all yours for Kinetics, but you're still going to find yourself down as we make our way to the second set of rotations.
And this is going to be huge because I think they own P1, but it's mainly because Chaos didn't really push this first hill last time. They kind of wanted spawns for P2. They wanted to cause that flip. And ultimately, they just lost the trades and they weren't able to find a nice clean break in decent time the first go around. So we'll see how this plays out because, again, if you're Kinetics, you're down, you can get decent time. And if you want, you can decide to fight this from the front side. But as soon as I say that, Coasty finds 2, causes a flip. And again, Skyline, that's the name of the game. It's whoever's going to be able to read them a little bit better. And if you have L2 running around the map, it's going to be a headache as Chaos retake the lead. Ultimately, man, I don't know who's coming away with this match because it's going neck and neck right now. Again, I think it's going to go down to the wire.
Too close to tell at the moment. These P2 spawns are certainly being battled for. L2 has the most back position, but you do have to worry about Massacre up top. L2 well aware, gets the comms from his teammate and gets the kill. Godly gonna step up to the L2 blender as well. A Hailstorm and an RCXD in his back pocket. And now Team Kinetics looking to make a rebreak, but right now Chaos, they are synced into this P2. The back half of the map is in control for them as well.
Yeah, and it's going to be huge as Coasty trying to lurk through. Fortunately, gets taken out. And now the contest comes in, and look, the kill feed is lighting up purple, going Chaos's way. It is L2. I don't know what he's doing, man. He's 27-8 on this map. He's carrying his team to victory. Similar to what we saw in map 1. He was the one along with Taffy, but those two really started heating up. I will say I think they get a little bit kill hungry at times because again, you look at map 1, they had such a big KD for the score to still be somewhat close. So if you're Chaos, you know, don't get too aggro, don't get too kill heavy, too kill hungry. You still need to play fundamental and OBJ COD.
Yeah, try to lock this thing in. It's a long game. You're not too far away. If you are Team Kinetics, P3 is yours. You need one more gunfight to clear up the back half. And it's Taff, the last player through there. Seems like they may have just missed each other through the evening there. Maybe it was a little bit of dark. You didn't see them. But, you know, Team Kinetics, they do still see the hill. And it's all theirs. And Taffy, he'll just lay back there and make sure to lock down those spawns, knowing that they have the long game and they get that break there on the P3 as well. Have an open hill for now, but they'll take it.
Yeah, I don't know how those two players didn't see each other, but again, the FOV must have been at 60 for one of them. As now, again, it's been back and forth. I think we've had like 7 lead changes, and we're still only halfway through this map. It's going to be again, interesting is the only word. Exciting is the next one because again, with such a back and forth game, it's going to cause one misstep. One mistake is going to cause you to falter, and that usually usually comes on the rotation side of things. Whatever team is going to be able to kill up win a gunfight and free up the rotation, ultimately that's going to lead to the success as Chaos able to retake spawns in a sense. Godly trying to work something on the flank. P4 wasn't their friend last time, but they do have some control, better control over it now, Shake.
Absolutely. Better control, trying to get back into the game, but Chaos just keeps throwing body shots every single chance they get. You think they're out of the hill, but they're able to get that break right on through, extend that lead yet again. Now AGF laying down on a 7 spree, just trying to stay alive. His teammate picks up that kill on Overwatch. Coasty just trying to get a rotator on the outside, not necessarily trying to push towards the hill. Does end up getting the player who chows out as P1 getting ready to pop now for the 3rd time. And one player was lurking down there in bottom bedroom, but did get dealt with. So this is going to be Team Kinetics Hill as they're trying to work back in.
Yeah, and again, yeah, it's just Chaos that they're able to cement some sort of lead. I don't know how they do it, but they just find 30 seconds, and that's all they need. Again, with L2 going 36-16, he can basically put the team on his back. That's what he's doing. He's making up ground for Zacharuni and AGF. You know, they're both negative, not by much, but with the kills that he is finding, it is. I don't know what's happening. He's just covering up lost ground. As unfortunately, he does take a teammate out with that Hellstorm. If you're looking at Hill-wise, Team Connecticut, they do have spawns for P2. So in the future, they are winning it. And I like where number 7 is playing on the minimap. He's deciding to cover kitchen. This is the best way to secure P2 spawns. Make sure that piano is covered. Have somebody watch the flank around this kitchen area. Godly isn't able to find anything, and that's a 3-man hit on the flag shank. They're looking to get something going. And guess who? It's Big L2.
And you got to be so careful with this Chaos team. There is no setup that is safe. All of a sudden, they're spawning in the backside now. You're now having to make a re-break through the front, but you're going to find 2. And there's only 2 players left that you have to deal with. One is on the hill, and then you have L2 just roaming around on the outside. That dirty man able to find 2, but not quite connect onto the 3rd. So that's going to be a break for the moment out of Team Kinetics. One player in the hallway does fall. So that excellent work out of Team Kinetics to get that break when they needed it so desperately, with Chaos less than 35 seconds away from victory.
Yeah, and again, you know, it's just whatever team is having one player lurk in the backside of spawns and makes a huge play because, again, Taff goes on a deep flank on this P2 hill and causes havoc for the side of Team Kinetic on the backside. They would have had decent time, and they would have tied this game back up, I think, with scrap time if they held it. But again, just big plays out of Laffy Taffy, as now we're heading to P3, which every time we've seen this P3, it's been won by Team Kinetics pretty much for the most part. They have lost rotations, so we'll see how they play this because, again, on a Skyline, as split spawns come in, look at this. They just could collapse. And guess who? L2, the man, I can't say his name enough, creates so many opportunities for this team, are now 10 seconds away from winning this map.
Yeah, looking to close this thing, punch their ticket to that map number 5. Not quite over just yet. Still some drama to deal with here. If you're Chaos, you do get the hill clean for the moment, but swiped right off of it. And it's trades back and forth, and that's going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Map number 5 is coming up.
I got nothing else.
Just a classic bang out on Skyline. Chaos was able to do just enough. Like you said, they were able to get that 30 seconds on a few different hills where Kinetics, it seemed like they were just fighting for scraps here or there and weren't able to get that money hold that they were looking for to take them over the edge and win this map and put it away in a 3-1 fashion. But hats off to Chaos. They battled, and now we're going to another S&D.
Again, dropping 46. I don't know how the man does it. I don't know what he's doing. You know, he's snorting something, but oh, as I smacked my mic. But again, just the way he's able to slay out, and it's huge because Team Kinetic, they kept up with him pretty much most of that map. You know, you look at it. Well, once it started to get to the 140s, 160s, that's when Chaos started pulling away. And I think it's because, again, they kept a few hills choppy when Kinetic had the setup. And it's just like somehow, some way, you just get swallowed by the darkness that Chaos brings. Their power, their aggression, the way they have high engagements, it just puts you in a blender. And one tiny checkout is what does it to you. And I don't know who on what team, what player on the side of Kinetic was checked. Ultimately, when one falls, all falls. They take map 4. So we are seeing a red card. Map 5. I think around 11, Shake.
Yeah, probably. These teams have been trading blows back and forth this entire series. I think they're kind of queued up for around 11 here. This is just another tough map for S&D. A lot of presence over towards that VIP lounge, the B side over there. It's tough offensively for you to get over there. The defense is always going to get there first. They're going to have those setups. You have to be really careful and make sure you play that slow with your ARs. Or you could decide to go over towards the A site, which is out on the street, and that's really open as well. It's tough. There's not many things you could do. You know, you take a few steps out of your spawn on defense and you can see that site. So again, another defensive heavy map and mode combination. But I got to give the edge to Chaos. I thought that maybe they would fall in that hard point. I thought Kinetics was going to find something after that control and just rip it off. But I think Chaos has got it.
I mean, I'm trying to think back to map 2. I really think Chaos thrives when they kind of just use Kinetic's mistakes against them. You know, looking back to map 2, Kinetic, when they tried to overextend, when they tried to hit certain routes, again, there just always seems to be a Chaos player lying in wait for them. And I think on red card that can happen in the middle stage of rounds. You know, when the rounds go a little bit longer, when you're deciding, hey, do we wrap it? Do we, full send this site? Sometimes a player can try and hit a route through ticket or backside one of the bomb sites. So again, if Chaos stays rooted in how they play, if they wait for them to hit those routes, they'll find free kills. Another thing about red card is I think it's another site similar or another map similar to Hacienda. If you look at Hacienda, that's pretty much a 4-man hit on either site. And I think red card is played similar. I know there's sometimes a one lone defender, but you'll see a lot of team effort here, a lot of team hits, a lot of team retakes. So going to be very interesting. If you're looking at one player from each team to stand out in map 5, who's it going to be?
I think I'm going to lean for Chaos towards Taffy. I know we talk about L2 a lot for them, but I think he's going to be a playmaker to be able to get after it and really make some plays and be conscious of his spacing on the map. And that's what I like out of Taffy in his S&D play. He doesn't necessarily always just fly around, try to get kills. He'll make the smart decision, and he's a good team player, and that's what S&D is all about. On Team Kinetics, I mean, Godly has been a team player that makes clutch play after clutch play for that squad. So that's where I'm looking there.
Yeah, they've gone huge. On red card, what roles do you think kind of go huge? Because a lot of the times, big plays can be made by SMGs and ARs. I would like to say it's more of an AR map. So, what are you thinking though? I want to get a mindset. I want to get into your head, pick your brain at what role does best on a red card, especially S&D.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably the ARs. You got those top windows on either side. Defense, you have it on your side. On offense, you have it towards the parking garage, towards the parking garage. And then even if you go down towards the stadium, you're going to need that clearance. You need those long lines of sight even to get there. There's not a lot of coverage for these SMGs to kind of get lost. If you go through ticket and through those little rooms through there, you can kind of get lost. But again, getting there is difficult, and that's why the Overwatch of the ARs is going to be so important.
Crucial. And on the side of the ARs, I think we're looking at Coasty and I think Godly's the AR, right, for Kinetic?
Yeah.
Okay, so Coasty and Godly for Kinetics. They're gonna have to go huge. On the side of Team Chaos, we're looking at, I think AGF is more or less their main AR player, and then it's kind of just like a flex between Zacharuni and Taffy. They switch off and on. I think AGF is kind of a sleeper in map 5. I think he did a lot of good things in map 2 as well. You look at Vault S&D, he was holding his own on flanks. He was the last alive a lot of the rounds when Kinetics had that 1v or 3v1 advantage. AGF was always seemed to be the last one alive. So I'll looking to him to maybe get a 1v3 clutch, 1v4. That's going to be huge for the side of Chaos. But other than that, I mean, red card, it's going to be first blood. First bloods are key, and I know I say this a lot of the times on a lot of S&D maps, but it is a huge swing if you can find that first blood, because it's gonna open up a bomb site real easy.
Absolutely. See how these teams elect to play it. See what the execution ends up being. Don't go too far, chat. Map number 5, the decider of this one, is coming right after the break.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Some boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been trying to rock popping at the hotel? Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. How you doing today? Hope you all having a fine evening. Shake, how's your evening shaping up?
It's not going too bad. Just trying to get into map number 3. It looks like they were gonna kick it off, but lobby issues yet again. We talked in depth about the map number 5. Sorry about that little tease, chat. Next time we come back, map number 5, it will be here.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
God.
Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident, will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lawrence able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You still leaving us up.
and 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be
in. Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the legacy we saw last game. This is the legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up to kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile is still being an absolute menace here, playing his life. It's a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's
Oh my gosh.
9. Volatile is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Volatile is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
Alrighty, all right. Perfect timing, Shake, my man. Had to go a little tinkle, but that's okay. Everybody hopping right into a red card S&D because, you know, we did not want to get faked out with another little start and stop. But now, as we head into this, we talked about some key players. Team names are flipped. That's okay. We're fine. Don't worry about it. Chaos is technically on the right. Team Kinetic on the left. As it looks like Team Kinetic draw first blood, and that is massacre all dang day. That is what he did best, and his partner in crime, Specs, follows it up. Now, the bomb has reached into A. It's still a 2v or B. It is a 2v2 though. AGF trying to find something on the bleachers. Unfortunately, had too many hot dogs. He does win that gunfight, and now in a 1v2 situation, what do you do? And unfortunately, Godly runs right into the side of Team Chaos.
Team Chaos getting the first round on the board. Getting that job done on the defense, gets the defusal there, and that's not a bad job there to get that bob down. If your team kinetics really quick, Chaos kind of gave it up, allowed them to get that plant down, and then decided to play for the retake. A lot of teams on defense do like to get aggressive and hunker down in that VIP lounge, but Chaos switch it up, it pays off.
Yeah, and the thing about red card is I feel like a lot of teams like to hit B just because of how easy it is. I feel like once you're in there, the subs go to work, especially when we talked about how open this red card map can be and how sometimes it's AR dominant. I feel like if you want to get something going, you go to B so that way your subs can get some movement, some signs of life.
Yeah, that A site all the way over outside of stage. The daunting task. B seems a little bit better, but now we're at a standstill here between Kinetics and Chaos. Kinetics on that defensive side now. A lot of pressure towards this B side, but HEF gonna find one, gonna find two, and it gets down to a 2v2 situation yet again. So Chaos and Kinetics still at a standstill. Bomb is down for the side of Chaos. Going to make a plan a little bit wrap around. So now you have a 2v1 situation, and that player in Godly is nowhere near this bomb site. They don't have any information on that, but the bomb should go down anyway.
Yeah, and funny enough, he hit a massive flank when they first decided to hit B. Once he found his kill, he decided to get the heck out of Dodge. But once he did that, he left his teammate out to dry. Nobody was there to save him. I mean, legit nobody. Or like, well, I'm talking about his teammate, but now Godly has breached in, able to find one. But look at that. Gets to trade immediately.
Yeah, just waiting in that security hallway. That's going to be AGF. Discipline gets the comm that his teammate dies. All right, don't worry. I got you. Might have heard the shots as well. Godly falls. Not much he could do there. AGF up to 4-0 now. And that's going to be Team Chaos, not Team Kinetics, with another victory on their side.
Yeah, so for those that are watching at home, I apologize. If you want to follow along, I would more or less follow the names in the top, the bottom right when you're looking at the KD next to the stuns and nades. That color is going to tell you what team they're actually on, as I think we're flipping them right now. Good job out of production, doing what they do best. So we hop right into this. First blood goes the way of Chaos. Huge out of them. Again, that's what they did so well in Vault S&D. I feel like when they were winning the first blood battles, Shake, they were winning the rounds.
Yeah, and AGF is onto a 5 spree now. Coasty was the last alive. Not able to get that done. Chaos will roll yet another round in a row for them. Okay, but this is what we saw in the map number 2, right? Chaos kind of came out swinging, was dominating early on, but couldn't close it out. They got that 5-4 lead and then gave up the next few rounds in a row, and Kinetics was able to take it to that map number 3 with some momentum. Chaos definitely feeling a little bit salty about that. Want to put the foot on the gas as many kills as early as possible.
And I really think it's just mid-game adjustments from the side of Team Kinetic. I feel like they did a good job of responding. Again, I talk about how they kind of got caught with their pants down on certain routes. I feel like they cleaned up their gameplay. And again, it goes back to when they wanted to sniff a kill out, when they wanted to kind of push a bomb site, they pushed it as a team, and they made sure they got the trade if it happened. So ultimately, again, that's kind of the story of Kinetics. They seem to be a slow starting team, and even in this game mode, it takes them a few rounds to kind of play or feel how the other team is playing, as then they take advantage of that. So we'll hop into this round, though. They're down 3-0, though, so they're going to have to start something here. It may be too late.
And now to a 2v3 situation for Team Kinetics. Chaos was in a little bit of a no man's land in their map positioning, but are able to find that kill onto Specs, which allow them entry towards this B site. But Massacre, he's lying in wait, gets the bomb planter, can't quite find the second, but at least take care of that player planting the bomb, waste a little bit more time, and get out with his life. Some trades are going to go down, and Chaos, they're going to come out on top. You have got to be kidding me. What a way to win a round.
No, 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 no. AGF is 8-0, and you cannot let this happen if you're the side of Team Kinetic. You finally get into a situation where you're in the advantage. You're in the driver's seat number-wise. They did a good job of trading on that bomb site. But again, it's the duo Specs and Massacre. I felt like they were going huge whenever they played off of each other. I think it's those two subs from the side of Kinetic. When they can get in and they are able to trade with each other, that's when this team is flowing at its finest in S&D. Unfortunately, they just took the wrong route. And again, AGF having their number as 8-0 to start off red card. They are 2 rounds away from winning it, Shake.
4-0 in the score line for Chaos, and they are gonna line up for them. 2 kills clean. You do get 1 trade on to Zax. Luckily, and Massacre is able to find another one. Then he finds a second. So now, or that was Godly rather, finds a second for his own right. And Godly now getting his team back into this one. Taffy left alone in the 1v2. Does he have what it takes to clutch find the first gunfight? Get right on the second. He's gonna back on up for a second. The stun check. Unfortunate timing. The push comes through. He falls. So Team Kinetics gets one on the board.
Huge out of them. But again, it's just Chaos. I've been feeling something. We talk about how in S&D sometimes they can kind of let go of the gas pedal. Right now, they're doing it. You know, they are putting in God's work and ultimately going to town on these situations. I got nothing else to say. Kinetics come away with a round. It was it's like it's a sweater. They got the meat sweats, man. You know, they had so much. It's like one more bite and they're like, "Oh, we're going to be too full." But, you know, signs of life here. I think this is what they did best, you know, come from behind wins. Do not lose your cool. Stay calm, cool and composed. That's what you need to do in S&D. As now, Chaos going to look to slow the pace here in round 6.
Trying to get back towards those winning ways. Looks like a little bit of a switch up towards that A site at Chaos. Playing carefully, though. Don't want to give up a first blood knowing how important that's going to be, trying to make your way towards A. But as long as this is taking, it's allowed Godly to set up a little bit of a pinch here, and that's an excellent rotation for him to go down through. Does decide to go right back through the mid up to top window as opposed to maybe chasing that player in Taff, who he didn't know was there, to be fair. That's the benefit of the X-rays for the Codcasters. But that first blood comes through, and who else is it gonna be than Mr. Godly himself?
Yeah, and he's just gone insane. He's gone insane for his for his team. And again, with him, with how long Chaos took and him allowing to hit that flank, he is giving so much information to this team because, right, he hit that route through Ticket. And then he obviously went through P3 and went deeper and deeper. But the thing is, he's calming to his teammates. He's like, hey, they're not here. They're not here. And ultimately, they just have to hold the line. Now, I know some information may have been gained on the front side of A from the side of Team Kinetic. But again, with him hitting all these routes, he's just like, hey, you guys just need to stay still. Don't throw your life. Play as a team. Just stay alive as long as possible until I make my move. He makes it. And then ultimately, I don't know. It's not necessarily the collapse was in, but again, just the pressure is there from the side of Chaos to look so many different angles. And then you just win your gunfights if you're Kinetic.
You got to win the gunfights when they show up, and that's been the difference lately here for Kinetics. They've been starting to win those things, and it's the discipline. I like how you kind of talked about that, like, okay, hold on, let me make my play, then we can collapse and play off of that, and that doesn't happen all the time in S&D. Sometimes you see players want to chow out, make the big kill, and be aggressive, but sometimes the secret can be in your selectiveness, in your opportunity to hit the spot when it matters most. Now you have a 4v4 retake on over towards these B site. Good opening kill there at a Chaos. L2 looking to pick up another one onto Specs, but he's going to find that one. Tap finding another one. Now it's a 2v0 situation. Defusal coming through. Chaos looking at map point and series point.
Shake, I don't know what's happening here, but anytime Kinetic goes to the B bomb site, they lose tenfold even when they have the bomb down. I don't know if you're like keeping this in the back of the head, but like if you're Kinetics, It's obviously not working, and I know a lot of the times there's considered false hope. You know, you get the bomb down, you're like, all right, everybody's in a corner. There's no way we're losing this, right? But it's just like chaos. They work it to perfection. They pop in and out. They find a kill. They head a different route, and next thing you know, it's just like it's 4 dead. As now AGF looking to call in the Hellstorm. He did earn this because of his 9 streak. Gonna be huge. He's 10-2. I don't know if he's going to be able to 5 much. Everybody from the side of Team Kinetic knows that he has to hit. But hey, he does search out the big boy player from the side of Team Kinetic. He gets godly. This is going to be insane. Bomb goes down 3v2. And Coasty gets slammed. Chaos win map 5 in total fashion. They pull it back after going down 2-1. And next thing you know, they're on their way to taking Unreal Academy. Unreal Nightmare next.
It's going to be an excellent series. Chaos came to play throughout this entire series. Map number 1 looked great. Gave up 2 in a row. Stood tall in the hard point in the S&D to finish it off. Got the job done. And man, they're going to be a team you have to watch out for going forward. And boy, do they have a large test in front of them, because Unreal Nightmare, they're one of the best in this league as well.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, their roster, I think, goes toe-to-toe with, you know, a number of these teams. You look at Galaxy, their first match went to a map 5, I believe. So, or map 4, but it was a close one. So you got your hands full if you're Chaos. But the good thing, or the takeaway about Chaos, is like what we saw in Respawn. I think they can combat with this Unreal team. And Respawn is something Unreal does really well. Their slaying ability is huge. Everybody on their roster can go off. If you look at, again, going back to Unreal versus Galaxy Gaming, they kept up with them pretty much most of the time. The reason I think Chaos can do better than Galaxy is they seem to be more kill hungry. And I'm not saying that's it's a double-edged sword, because against Unreal, you need to keep up that slaying ability. You need to keep up the kills in your favor. At times, you do need to learn when to slow it down and when to be like, hey, let's set up a hold here. But it's just their ability to find kill after kill, every single hill, every single gunfight, I think will be able to get into the heads of Unreal.
We'll have to see if that plays through, or if Unreal's talent will just show through. But I have to agree with you. I think this version of Chaos is prepared to make runs deep into tournaments for the rest of this year. And it'll start here. If they can beat a team like Unreal Nightmare, then they have firmly asserted themselves as one of the upper echelon teams in this league. And if they can continue that run, if not, Unreal Nightmare just does more of the same. But that's why we play the games. We get to figure it all out. We'll do it live. We'll do it with you. We'll do it right after the break.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, Got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the U18 and skill. He's still peeking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to
be in NIF. Nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile's just gonna hop on up to kill and be like, "What's up, man?" Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's gonna be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile still being an absolute menace here, playing his life, a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's 8,
Oh my
it's
gosh.
9. Votel is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh!
He's still going for 10. Votel is running out of bullets and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to
be in. Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up to kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile is still being an absolute menace here, playing his life, a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
There's 8.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
9. Volatile is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Volatile is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been trying to rock popping at the hotel? Better run the play for 'em. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident, will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You still leaving us up.
And 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be
in. Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the legacy we saw last game. This is the legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up to kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile still being an absolute menace here, playing his life. It's a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's
Oh my gosh!
Volatile is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh!
He's still going for 10. Volatile is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
God.
job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE and skill. He's still peeking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is gonna
be in dip. Nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is again surely gonna be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just gonna hop on up to kill and be like, "What's up, man?" Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's gonna be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile still being an absolute menace here, playing his life is a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's 8.
Oh my gosh.
Votel is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh!
He's still going for 10. Votel is running out of bullets and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Got the rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
God.
job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE and skill. He's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to
be in dip. Nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up to kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile is still being an absolute menace here, playing his life. It's a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
There's 8.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
9. Volatile is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Volatile is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's another losers round Call of Duty match in the U18 Call of Duty League. I'm Shake. This is Corpse. I pointed the wrong way, damn it.
That's
Anyway,
okay. I'm dyslexic too.
We got Chaos versus Unreal Nightmare. How you feeling about this one, man?
I'm excited. I think it's going to be Slay heavy. A little bit of torching has been going on, but I think it's happening right now. One of our production members, his Discord is kind of pooping the bed, so I think we're gonna hop right into it. We don't know anything because again, you know, all we know is that these two teams are chatting it up about who's hosting and who's not, and paying differential. So that always matters in the long haul. But right now, map 1 should be coming to us. Protocol map 1. So pretty much that's all I've casted every single game is Protocol map 1. It's gonna be. I don't know. I don't know how many much more things I can say. I don't know how much more new things I can say because, again, you guys have heard me pretty much throughout the day with Graph and now with Shake. But Shake, who do you think is going to be on top here?
Yeah, Unreal Nightmare versus Chaos. Unreal Nightmare, I think I got to give them the edge, at least on the map number 1. You know, I think coming off of that tough loss to SGP, who we talk about being the best team in the league. Unreal Nightmare is definitely in that conversation. So I think I got to give them that over, the little bit of the over in the map number 1.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you right there. Again, with them losing to SGP, it always seems like those are the top 2 dogs of the league. Again, I do think Chaos can kind of sneakily pull something off. I think they can. Again, with how well they slayed out against, what was it, the Kinetic, I think they can find something. But as we hop right into it, Chaos come out with an 8-point lead, responded right back with Unreal Nightmare. And look at this. They are shooting on all cylinders. They have rotations. Kind of almost a spawn trap.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. They kind of got benefited of that spawn by L2 back on the right side of the map, and that's where you're kind of gonna be at. Set up for that P2, maybe more towards the upper side of that mini map, but you're going to be able to work your way there. Now you do get those spawns in those exact position, so you're poised to get this lead back in your favor if you can hold it down here. Unreal Nightmare, though, did a good job of capitalizing on the kills that they got to get the time.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, I think we have a sub for the side of Chaos. Also Mighty he definitely wasn't in the match that we just casted. I don't know. Okay, so he is subbing in for Zach Rooney. So we'll see how that plays out because Zach made crucial plays here and there. He found a couple big kills in the side of the S&D. I think Respawn, he was the one that was negative on his team a lot of the times, if I am correct. But again, also Mighty is going to have to step up, especially against this Unreal team, which, by the way, just bully their way in through the front side of P2 and basically smack Chaos in the face.
Yeah, I kind of figured it was going to be aggressive, hot and heavy early and often, and then you have I'm not quite sure if it is a sub or a different account for whatever reason. We'll get clarification on it either way. We will stick with the name Also Mighty until told otherwise. And until told otherwise, Unreal Nightmare has a commanding lead in this game. You do have control of the P3 if you're Chaos, but you just got taken off of that Wevy in the back line. Good shots there. Looking for some more, and the spawn finds it, but can't get any more. Taffy gonna shut that down where it stands. Now on the back foot firmly. Unreal Nightmare gets the break right on through.
And this is, again, I've seen Unreal on this map a few times. It is their playground, especially Poison. He is one to look out for. But hey, on the flip side, Wevy, 13-4. Oh, Poison's also 13-1. So the man's going huge on a 4 streak. Again, which is kind of funny because a lot of the times when you think about Unreal Nightmare, especially what I've seen from them, it's always been Super and Blur. Those two have always been the consistent anchors for the side of this Unreal team. So it's always nice to see Wevy and Poison popping off. They can always hold their own, but when you got the two players that are kind of unknown factors going huge, obviously something is going right as Wevy finds another two-piece, and again, they just chain hill after hill. It is 103-27. Everything I was talking about in the pregame may have, done something to the bed because Unreal, they're just firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, the bed's not clean. I think we can say that safely. Unreal Nightmare definitely clicking, firing on all cylinders. AGF trying to make a break, but Super Season is going to go ahead and shut that down. The kill feed actually should be correct this time, Chad. It looks like the numbers are right, and we were blessed by the COD gods in this one, and blessing them are on the side of Unreal Nightmare. Ended up against Chaos. They just really haven't had any footing. A couple of kills here and there, but I mean, you look at their KDs, everybody negative double, if not triple. Gonna need to go ahead and switch that up to make this game competitive. And if that is a sub and also Mighty, I mean, it definitely hurts to have a sub, but you gotta feel better than that.
Yeah, and again, speaking about Chaos and how well L2 did and Taffy did on this map, and losers round 2, it is insane to see them like almost down in the dumps after a heart breakup. It is huge because they mess with the bull, and when you mess with the bull, you get the horns. So right now, Chaos, they just haven't found anything. I think you said it best. Just nothing is going the way. Every time they find 2 in the feed, it's responded with 4 from the side of Unreal Nightmare. And ultimately, you are just feeling like you're on the back burner every single hill, every single gunfight.
Yeah, but you know what? It's still somewhat early in this game. Unreal Nightmare's not over the 200-point mark. If you can get one clutch money hill, you can flip the game on its head, but it's got to start right now. You're running out of time if you're Chaos. Good breakthrough. Also, Mighty going to find one Blur. And we'll get a trade along on the outside. Taffy now in that position. That top white is a good overwatch, but that hailstorm from Wevy will take the sole player out on the hill, and that's Unreal Nightmare filling yet again. AGF trying to throw a couple of shots, but Super Season is going to go ahead and take down 2.
Okay.
Also, Mighty answers with 2 of his own, a re-break out of Chaos. They have some fight here, but it just might be too little too late.
Man, no kidding, too little too late. They're down 100. I've seen comebacks before, but not at like the amateur level. And I know these guys are great players and definitely not considered amateurs, but when you look at it from pros to this, it is considered amateurs. And for them to make such a huge comeback against such a huge team, you're going to have to go damn near perfect. AGF is in a good spot to play spoiler. So if you can chain maybe P1, P2 and P3 together, you might find some success. But as soon as I say that, Super finds 2 of his own, the man wearing the red cape and the S on his symbol. Unfortunately, it goes down to also Mighty. So, hey, a little bit of a money hill that we like to call on this protocol is getting a little bit mixy.
Yeah, and the P3, it definitely gets a little bit more mixy than, say, the P4. That seems to be a little bit more locked down. But, you get a couple of kills either way, things can start to change. And that's what Chaos did. They were able to break through, get a few kills, and just get them off a little bit. And Unreal Nightmare, they battled right back. They're not away from this thing. They're still throwing some bodies to try to get some of the scrap, and they will do just that. And we'll see where those spawns come in for Chaos on the right side for the moment. Trying to get towards this P4. They are the first team there, but they got to hold as they dig back into the game.
That's a good one right there. You talk about holding, they find a nice 3 dead, and hey, I know we talked about 100-point deficits. 80's looking a whole lot better right now. But again, you have Super to deal with 23 and 16. Wevy 26 and 14 as well. He may have slowed down from the start of this match, but he's still picking up kills for his team. Unfortunately, killed his teammate right there, but it doesn't matter. They secure the hill, and again, they're right back up to an 100-point lead, right where they left off.
Climbing and even further, a 200-point mark for Unreal Nightmare just had been crossed. Trying to put this game away as cleanly as possible. And you get a TK there at the end just for some shits and giggles. This one has been pretty clean out of the side of Unreal Nightmare. Chaos did at least cross that 100-point mark. So, we've definitely seen worse losses, but
Yeah.
it's not over quite yet. They could have something magical in the back pocket. I know you don't necessarily typically see those type of comebacks at this level, but you never know. Something could happen. Unreal Nightmare only needed 22 seconds to put this thing away.
Yeah, and again, the way this team like takes up space and the way that they secure map presence for each hill, I love how they do it. And ultimately they make it so easy for the person on the hill to just fire a couple rounds and they're gonna pick up a kill right there. As some some shenanigans is gonna go down here, and I think Chaos knows this map is pretty much done. As I think we tried to see a Diddy happen. Half basically a little bit on the submissive side as Unreal Nightmare kind of dog him map one.
Yeah, I think Chaos is happy to get out of that first map. It was a little bit of a beatdown out of the side of Unreal Nightmare, getting it done in a convincing fashion. 250, I believe it was 117. It was pretty much a lot to a little there. And Unreal Nightmare was just in control. There were moments here or there where Chaos were able to make a break and amount something. That P3 was pretty nice for them, but ultimately it was just not enough to get done or chain anything together for sustained success. So they lose the map number one as a result.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the kill feed, it's just like, again, we talk about L2 and Taffy, both negative that map. I think they were like 19 and 27 and freaking 19 and 21. So obviously something you don't want to be having from the side of your two Slayers for Chaos. I will say, if you're taking away anything, I think it was L2 went 19 and 21. He was at least close to positive. So there, at times he wasn't throwing his life away. He was keeping it, he was keeping track of his life, trying to play with his team here and there. So again, like you said, times where they had success, times things to note that went well. But you're heading into an S&D where again, map 2 is going to be something I don't know because we're thrown right into this. So it's going to be a Skyline S&D. Thank God production has my back today. But
Yeah, so
on
we're headed into
Skyline,
Skyline.
yeah, you go.
Skyline is going to be interesting for the S&D. It's the first time I've casted it today. Been around on this map before. I'm not new to it. It is very, very fun to watch. That B bomb site down in the kitchen, and then A is up in that office, the P2 on hardpoint. It's harder to get towards that site on offense. So typically you do see those kitchen hits. If it's not going well, maybe you'll try to play an underground route, get sneaky with that bomb carrier, try to get lost, especially if you get that first blood and can get away with your life. Then you can try to hit that office plant, but it's not that easy. Teams usually will have that on lockdown. You got to be really sneaky. And, again, those outside battles with those ARs on the long sites outside of kitchen, those are fun to watch too.
Yeah, and the thing about Skyline is it's just a funny map because it's like after the third round, you've thrown all your strategies out the window, and then like the rest of the game, it's just everybody do your own thing, or sometimes we'll just stack a site and let's see if you can do it. Another thing about Skyline is I think it's another map where it's very like retake heavy. You look at the defensive side of things, they kind of sacrifice that bomb site in kitchen because it's like, hey, we don't want to get first blooded, so we'll just let you have it and then work from there. So it's very interesting to see how people have adapted to Skyline and how the teams want to play it now. It is very firework heavy. There are times where big three pieces will happen and you're like, "Ayo," but ultimately it's going to be whatever team can trade better on that a bomb site in kitchen ultimately, and when they get the bomb down, how well their holds are as well.
Playing trades effectively too, because you don't always necessarily feel like you're going to be able to pop a 2 or 3 piece. You can in the kitchen because the timings do get kind of weird, especially with that island in the table on the left side there. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be about controlling that chaos in the kitchen. Who's going to be able to maintain that the best? If you're able to get a 2-piece by a player flanking, that's great. And that's something you got to be able to be conscious of as well. Make sure you're taking care of names, know who's where, who's spotting what. Because if you don't recognize someone, they may be dropping out of top cat. They may be jumping from or running from bottom bed, top plats or plat, something like that. And you got to be conscious of that as well, because that could be a 2-piece that you're not expecting.
Yeah, and there's a lot of variables that go into Skyline. It's a unique map, I will say. Another thing about S&D, especially on how the nature of this map works, I think how well you can save your utility. I know it's kind of, I don't want to say it's not a thing that people notice a lot, but like if you're a lot of stuns and nades go out, especially on that kitchen site, just because they want to try and slow them down or find a first blood with it. If you are able to save your utility, especially later in the rounds, if you are attacking and you're in a 1v2 situation and the bomb is down, it's going to help you when you have that utility to use it for information. Stun check the bomb, stun or nade the bomb, so that way they can't hop it. So it's like that's another thing to see in S&D, how well people can patiently use utility like stuns and nades. So I'll be interested to see who on the side of Unreal and who on the side of Chaos saves it.
Interesting note on that one for sure. Listen, chat, we're going to toss it to just a quick break. When we come back, map number 2 on Search and Destroy Skyline. We'll be right back.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away.
All right, well, I am running out of juice fast, Jake. Let me tell you, it's been a long day. I've taken off the ties. I saw you changed your outfit, man. They are putting us through the ringer with this. But again, we just saw Unreal Nightmare pretty much have a cakewalk in map 1, and now they're heading into a Skyline S&D where it's basically just this. You take 2 rocks and you just go like that's what it's like. So I'm interested to see how it'll play out. I think we're about to hop into it. I know they said that it was about to start. So, but if you're looking at 2 players from each, or 1 player from each team, who would it be?
I think you're going to have to look to Taffy to make a difference on there with that submachine gun. Going to be huge presence in that kitchen for the side of Chaos, and then Unreal Nightmare. I mean, that's going to narrow down. Each and every single one of those players has the potential to pop off at one time or another, but I guess I'd look to Blur. I like the way he plays S&D. He plays aggressive, but he plays smart. I'd say it's calculated aggression out of him, and that's who I'm looking for.
Yeah, and I love it because I think he's their anchor. Another anchor on the side of Unreal. Time and time again, when I keep watching this man, he like roams free, and they kind of build around him. But again, I like your pick with Blur because he is that consistent guy. He is the one doing a lot of things. And if I'm looking at this correctly, Shake, this is a 3-man hit through bottom vents, and also Mighty able to draw first blood.
Gets traded out almost immediately, so a little bit of a pause on the push here at a Chaos. Blur gonna find another one now to a 3v2 situation. Wevy picks up L2 in the closet. Taffy, though, anchoring, finds one, picks up a second on the reach out. Caught Wevy way off guard. Was not expecting Taffy to just fly down. I like that aggression here out of him. Has no information on where Blur is whatsoever, but Blur did get the comms on Taffy's location. So he's just going to play patiently. Oh, actually, Blur's relaxing. You know what? That's self-care at its finest. Self-care Saturday, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, you love to see it. Go grab a pedicure. Go grab a manicure. And honestly, this off angle is going to catch Taff by surprise. It's just Blur. He roofied him a little bit. He never saw him. And next thing you know, he's just living up to his name.
Blur just pops right out of the jacuzzi, decided he was done with his dip for the evening. Pops up and gets a round clutching kill for his efforts. Good job there at an Unreal Nightmare, storming the gates and taking the first round.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, just I think a big thing right there was Taff broke some glass top plat, and then Blur knew where he was, so he just played a corner. Again, little things like off angles are going to throw you off, but hey, look at this. AGF goes huge in S&D for round 2, finds a couple kills. First time we're seeing a lead, and also Mighty also does a better job of picking up one as well. 1v3 situation for Blur.
Left alone to do almost everything. One player is down. Blur just trying to play a little slow, maybe find a pick here. Is down over towards that A site. Doesn't want to necessarily give his life away with a 2 streak. You got to keep that in the back of your head. He's just kind of wasted time. Maybe someone over chows, but he doesn't want to give up that streak. And I feel like that's the most important thing for him. Oh, he's going to take a nap. And listen, he's a self-care king is what's happening right now. And you have to tip your cap.
I feel like they're playing for the mental checks. That's what they're doing. As now 25 seconds left in this round. I don't know if he's like trolling or not, but hey, able to find one. Able to find
Oh!
two. Hold the phone, Blur. What can you do? He's basically gonna have to pick up this bomb and plant it right away, though, and I think Taff is gonna know this. So all you need to do if you're the side of Taff is just check the bomb once with this angle.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, heck yeah, Mixie there for a second. And if you think that Blur, listen, I understood, playing your life a little bit there, but if your intention towards the end was to make a play and find a kill, I would have liked those checks to come sooner. And then once you realize, okay, I don't really have time to get all three of these guys and plant the bomb, you kind of want to just chill back there and play your life. All right. But I think Blur might have packed it in just a little bit too early because he ripped those two players from Chaos to shreds. And then Taffy knew there was only one play left to be made. Like you said, all he had to do was plant the bomb. You check it, you get the kill, you get the round. So Chaos, that was a good bounce back.
Yeah, as now we're heading into this one. This is a little bit more of like the skyline we'd love to see. Defenders kind of give up A, and they're just more or less going to go for the retake. Now this is a 4v4 retake here. We got a flank happening big time. Also, Mighty did pick up the information, so I like this off angle he's playing. Wevy not expecting it. These two may have just passed each other at the worst timing ever. And hey, that's COD to a T. And now Wevy finds the kill. Also, Mighty's still alive, so he was lurking. Fortunately, this isn't able to find anything.
Left alone in a 1v2 situation, just chows right out to check bomb and just maybe gets a little over aggressive. But I don't know. He did have to assume somebody was trying to defuse.
Yeah,
Nobody
yeah.
was, and gets killed. So that's tough timing there. Being left alone in a 1v2 situation, it forces you to do more than you'd like to do. In Unreal Nightmare, they just take advantage.
And that's what they do so well. I think they just capitalize off the other team's mistakes. Ultimately, they just use that to their advantage. A thing about this team, though, is they do troll a little bit. I feel like they have a tendency to. We've seen Blur in a 1v3 start doing that. And then when it gets a little late for these young guns, when the rounds seem a little bit easier, that's when it starts to kick in. So, but L2 reading this push perfectly. Everybody loving the vents from the side of Unreal. L2 shutting it down, draws the first blood, and he's out with his life.
Gets right back out. Chaos has the advantage for the moment. A lot of players grouped up towards A. Taff just kind of roaming around in case something's going on. He may have the read of the century. If they go all the way up, he didn't spot either one of those players, but I think he heard the zip. I think he heard it. And now Wevy's up top. L2 does find one. Wevy on the chase. Isn't going to be able to find anything. Just going to lay down. Try to play for a little bit of a checkout. Make somebody try to run around and get an easy one there. Super with the push onto the bomb site. Gets dealt with. Wevy yet again on the chase. Trying to find this player. Finally does find Taff. So now it's a 1v2 situation. Almighty and L2 left up for Chaos to clutch in defense.
No way. No way Wevy gets away with this. Oh. Well, I mean, he wasn't going to check that close corner, but nonetheless, he didn't even win that gunfight. So now 2-2 in the S&D. So here we go. We got a little bit of life from the Sign of Chaos. They got something in their tank.
Oh, absolutely. You can never count any team out in an S&D until the game's over. I've seen full sales happen. I've seen, a team rip off 4 in a row, get to like a 5-2 or a 5-1, and then still lose that map. So I've seen crazy things happen. Chaos to be in a 2-2 right now, you got to feel pretty good about it, considering how dominating Unreal Nightmare started this map.
Yeah, but look at this. Off the rip, 3 dead for the side of Unreal, and Super again just shooting his teammates. They're having a laugh at this point. I think they do need to lock in a bit because still it's 2-2. Anything can happen. I'm sure they don't really want to go to a map 5, as now all they have to do is hunt down this kill, and they do just that. But hey, that's what we saw in map 1, right? Unreal. They just stick it to you in your face type play style, and ultimately they win their gunfights.
pretty plain, pretty simple. When you get it done and you don't troll around and you don't get over aggressive, Unreal Nightmare able to get one back in their favor. And yeah, I mean, I feel like it's still relatively early in this game, and maybe a couple rounds didn't go their way, but they still feel like this is very much their map to lose, and it's going to be Chaos's job to take it away.
Yeah, it's now again Unreal Nightmare are just going right back to the vents shake. They love hitting this, and I think it's going to throw Chaos by surprise because they may not expect a vent hit again. But I also Mighty goes huge with 2 in the feet of his own, and I think they've been reading it perfectly. They've been playing slow enough to where they can adapt to it.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of expect it with a team like Unreal Nightmare. They have a lot of talent. They want to play aggressive, play a little fancy, and that's good awareness out of Chaos. And now you have the man advantage here on defense. The bomb is down towards B. They have that information as well. Super Season is going to fall. Now Blur left alone in a 1v3. See if he can do something here. Was very close to clutching it last time. Doesn't get there. They may have traded there. That would have been interesting. I'll have to see the kill feed, but it's 3-3 now. Oh, was this the final? Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. AGF got Blur after Blur.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Interesting. Funny. I didn't even see AGF there.
That would have been funny if they traded, though.
It would have been.
Now, we're hopping into round 7 here. Again, I think Unreal may not be taking this as seriously as they should be. That's kind of a speculation, just because based off the body shooting and whatnot. But those have come in rounds when they're pretty much up 3-1. As we're heading into this one, the first blood does go the way of Chaos, and the bomb should be making its way down to A. So we'll see how these arrows move as soon as the bomb goes down.
There it is. The bomb is down, and now you have a 3v2 situation for Chaos. You got to feel pretty good about it, but you got to start to find some of these players and make sure nothing crazy happens. A little bit of a group up here, at least to play in tradable positions between Poison and Super as they work their way on through the back of this map. They are able to pick up one for their efforts. Poison may be gifted. No, loses that gunfight. So Super now left alone in the 1v2. Now it's a 1v1. The jump comes through with the not gonna come up for him. Chaos takes the round, and oh my goodness.
My days. I thought he had the timing of the century on that flank.
I thought he did too. I really thought he had it, but L2 he shuts that down.
Oh, it's just crazy. I mean, Super almost made something out of nothing right there on that one as well. We'll see. We'll see what goes down. But this is the first time Chaos has had the lead. So again, you have some life. You're taking the advantage of Unreal kind of being a little bit sloppy here and there. And ultimately, again, look, Unreal. They're going to perfect this route one way or another. They are hitting bottom vent every single offense. And again, I don't know if Chaos is reading this, but Taff has been sitting here for information. Also, Mighty, unfortunately, isn't able to find the first blood. So, hey, finally, third time is the charm for Unreal. They crack the code. And now in a 1v3 situation, what can AGF do? Nothing but lie on his belly and die.
Tough scenes when you're in a 1v3 against Unreal Nightmare, especially when they know exactly where you are and they're right next to you. Wevy, all he has to do is just drop right down. A couple of shots will do the job there, and that's a round victory. Unreal Nightmare get this thing back. Here we go, 4-4. I don't think this one is going to stop before round 11. I got to be honest. I think we're going the distance.
I think we're going the distance too. And again, it's just crazy how Unreal, every single offense, we have just seen them hit vents. And Chaos have stopped it time and time, but they're just like, we're just going to keep doing it until you stop it. As now, again, all 4 players from the side of Unreal, like a Congo line, are in bottom vents. They are about to fly, and Taff knows that they are here, able to bring down 2. So that is huge. He did his job. And now in a 1v3, Wevy, what can you find? Nothing but some back shots.
Yeah, that's tough. Sorry, Wevy. Maybe in the next one it'll get a little bit better for you. Chaos, though, will take this thing to map point, trying to get back even at 1 apiece in the series, but we'll see what happens. I think we're probably going to get that round 11. I think Unreal Nightmare is going to grab this one here, and it's all going to come down to 4v4 for the map. Chaos, they could slam the door. The first blood could set the tone.
It could. It could. We'll see how this is. Oh, okay. A different break off finally from the side of Unreal. Look at this super flying in, finds the first blood. He is getting aggressive, if I may say. Wevy finds another one. And hey, this is the Unreal I know. Take it to him as super. Having a field day. Taff tried to expect for the event push, and Unreal just pulled the oopsie doopsie. They say, not today.
Not today, not this round. You're not taking it from us just yet. Taff left alone in a 1v4, able to find 1v3 now. They do have information on his location. Wasn't able to get out too far. Another nice pick, though, out of him, working that down to a 1v2. Working his way towards that bomb site. Couple of shots come through. The double chow, pistol out. Trying to find something, finding nothing. But bodies in the wind. Gets one down to the 1v1. But is going to get shot in the back. Unreal Nightmare. They did come out storming in that round with a different break off of the back of Super. A hot start, but it got Nixie at the end. Either way, round 11.
It was round 11. You called it, my friend. You called it. We're here. We're here. We'll see who has defense. Okay, so it is Unreal Nightmare on defense. Right now, I don't think it's helped them because every time Chaos, at least in the middle stage of this S&D, they've really turned up their offensive strategies. I think they've been winning their offensive rounds. So it's going to be interesting because, again, Unreal, they have just gone through vents every single time, but now doing a little bit more of a traditional style of defense. Guess what? Poison gets first blooded. That is huge. But nobody from the side of Chaos seems to be moving.
If you're going to back on up, make that rotation towards the A site. And that first blood is huge at L2 to just give his team that opening, that clearance towards B. And now a retake is going to come through for Unreal Nightmare, who now has to go massive super season. Does find the first, so you get it back to 3. But Mighty trying to pick it up. No, loses the gunfight. Wevy stays true, up and down. Bobbing and weaving. Super with the 2-piece. That's going to do it, folks. Oh, my. Unreal Nightmare gets it done in the round 11.
Super saying that he has to be the only one left standing in this arena. And look at this. Knifes his own teammate. It's insane. Again, I think Unreal was trolling a little bit. You know, they definitely let Chaos have some rounds here and there, but nonetheless, I will say Chaos did a good job of trading when it mattered most. When they found the first bloods, it opened up some bomb sites. So ultimately, they just aren't able to clutch up right there. I think you find I mean, what went wrong there, Shake? Because they found the first blood, they got the bomb down.
Yeah, I mean, Mighty lost that gunfight, and that put them down into a 2v3 situation. And Unreal Nightmare, once they had that number advantage, they could play more aggressive, and then Super just grabs that 2-piece, and the round is over.
I mean, it's insane. It's insane how one gunfight can change the swing of a round. But hey, that's how you know. Oh yeah, because Mighty, he had the timing on that player back fireplace. I don't know how he didn't win that gunfight. Oh man, it's just crazy.
Tough loss out of Mighty there.
I'm not gonna lie, that's a gunfight where you're like, all right, I'm checked, and now you're moving into map 3 where it's a respawn. You're like, I don't know if I'm gonna get a kill.
Yeah, it's brutal. We'll head into that map number 3 right after just a short break. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Some boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been try to rock popping at the hotel? Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving this heart.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Map number 3 should be coming up momentarily. Unreal Nightmare does have a 2-0 lead in the losers round against. Be interesting to see who comes out on top of the protocol. But what are your early thoughts here, Corpse?
Well, I think this is the first time we're seeing protocol control out of today. I don't know if you did it earlier, but this is going to be fun. I think it is very similar to Vault Control, and again, you know, whatever team kind of gets that spawn trap, you're set.
Yeah, it's tough to get there, but if you can't get that 4 dead and push on up, things can get pretty desperate for that offensive team. And if you get a 4 dead on offense, you can also set up a spawn trap. I don't love that just because I'd prefer you get the stack and get that point done. But some teams do like to send one player up at least to try to be a nuisance and cause problems and eat up some lives. That I don't mind at all. I just don't like over aggression on offense, on control. With some teams that can happen, and that's usually where you take what could be an offensive win and turn it into a loss.
Yeah, well, we'll see how Chaos plays this. They are on defense first, so I have a feeling it tends to be a little bit more favored. Well, no, it is more favored on protocol control. That defense is going to win most of their rounds. But when you have a player like Wevy already leaking out, this is going to be huge. Body shots into effect.
Oh, no.
My man, Wevy. Quick little snippy snap over there. And, hey, look at this. They are already on to – I think they're already on to A, if I'm not mistaken. He's Wevy's doing.
This man is flying up, getting kills, shooting bodies, flying up, getting another kill, shooting another body. And that's kind of what I was talking about, though, right? That aggression on offense. Yeah, Wevy, it was cool to watch you do that, but you don't get any progress on A for that effort. And you're only up 2 lives. And that's one of those things that, yes, you're up 2-0 in this series, but you can't let a team like Chaos hang around and feel like they have a chance. And Wevy wants to try to remind them that he feels they do not. However, it's still early in this thing, and 3 in the feed for Unreal Nightmare. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, they have just put everybody on the side of Chaos to bed. I'm not going to lie. You look at Taff, he's already 0-5. It is insane to see this because even, like you said, even though teams can have a tendency to get a little bit over aggressive and they don't really focus on the stacking, I feel like Unreal Nightmare, they're just toying with their food at this point, finding 3 dead after 3 dead. Wevy's on a 9 spree. He has the Hellstorm in his back pocket. They even opted to go for B first, which is the harder site on protocol. But look at this. You have 2 people up in their face in their spawn. Poison is already lurking in the background. And now I'm sorry. It's over. It already feels over.
Definitely doesn't feel like Chaos really has a chance to walk away with this one. Only 7 lives left. If you're able to somehow get a pushback or 2 and extend that clock, I mean, maybe, just maybe, you could get this thing secured, but you just keep losing lives down to 5 now, 1 respawn remaining, just trying to pick off some players here or there, trying to end some streaks. If you're Chaos at this point, it doesn't seem like winning the round is all that likely.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, 17-4, how well everybody's slaying out from Unreal Nightmare. I mean, you look at Poison here. He's doing, like backward 180s, cranking his neck up into the sky. He's going to have to see a chiropractor after it, but it was worth it.
Yeah, it could be. It very well could be. You just got to go ahead and finish this round up. Now, if you're Unreal Nightmare, L2 and AGF, the last players alive. Oh, L2. I don't know if he was running with his knife out trying to get crazy or what happened there, but you get the kill either way. AGF going to go ahead and find another one, and they're standing tall as an army of 2 at the moment. Oh, no. Oh, no. They got a hostage. Oh, AGF, go save them. AGF. Oh, no, he's dead too. It doesn't matter. Oh, God. Oh, God. That was just... Yeah, no, it unraveled pretty quickly there for Chaos. Tough opening round on the control.
I was going to say, I was going to hint on the fact that, like, if the last 2 people were alive were AGF and L2. And if there's anything to note, if there's anything to have some sliver of a hope, it's the fact that AGF and L2 are your top slayers right now. So it's almost like, hey, do as much as you can, move on to round 2. So we'll see how they attack on the offensive side of things.
See how it goes. Maybe they can roll something there on the offense, find some of that aggression early on that was so successful for Unreal Nightmare. And you see Super Season now getting aggressive on the defense as well. Going to run into 2 players up top. White.
Okay.
Luckily for Chaos, he can't walk away with both of those. Taff is going to find that trade, but now Blur is working in on your spawn, finds one, trying to work on that second. The gunfight goes back and forth. He walks away with that, and there's that spawn trap you were talking about. Almighty, luckily, isn't trapped in it. AGF finding his way out as well, but things could get ugly for you. Mighty, that's a big kill as far as map presence goes for you.
Yeah, and now he's just going to leak out and try and being annoying as well, because the whole goal is to try and make these red arrows come back to you. So you're going to have to stay alive as long as possible. You're also going to have a couple other people win their gunfights, but as soon as I say that, they fall just like that, and Unreal right back to the same position that they got in. Unfortunately, not Blur. I can't tell the kill feed. I think it was Super isn't able to win that gunfight. So if you're Chaos, I don't know if you have map presence at all, but I'm not gonna lie, they're getting dominated here, man.
Yeah, they're a little bit behind the 8 ball, behind the chains, whatever analogy you'd like to use here is fitting. Webby onto a 5 spree. It looks like he's fully streaked out as well, being on another 5 spree. So he's definitely clicking. You finally do get some pressure here for Chaos, trying to, do something. So you feel like you have some good to look at in the VOD. So it's not just all things you got to work on, but that's 4 dead in the feed. 13 seconds left. That should just about do it in the second round. All over but the tears, it feels like.
What are you supposed to say if you're the side of Chaos? Yay, we got 2 ticks at A. We got dominated. I'm sorry. It's just like it's over. I don't want to sound like I'm rooting for Unreal or I'm like a bandwagon. It's just plain as that. I mean, with one life left, Taff, what can you do? Hopefully complete A. That is the goal. But wave after wave, are they trying to knife him here? Taff. I don't. Oh no.
Oh, I think because he took him from behind, it was contested, so he ran out of time on the clock.
No, I don't know. Yeah. That sounds right.
Yeah, because on offense, not enough time to do anything. Taft tried his very best. He got captured anyway. He wasn't making it out of that situation.
No, he wasn't.
It was a loss. 2-0 now for Unreal Nightmare. I mean, firmly in control and kind of playing with their food at this point. Back to that offensive side they go. I don't know that there's much to say. It's just they've been doing whatever they want. They've been getting aggressive and winning gunfights.
Yeah. I think if you look back at S&D, they may have realized that they trolled too much, so they're like, hey, let's just clean up this map 3. Let's have it in easy fashion. But that's also, again, this is what Protocol brings you. When you can have subs, when you can have ARs, just fly, get in your spawn, wreak havoc. It is just so annoying to deal with. As Chaos tried to do just that, but they aren't able to win a couple gunfights. And here, look at this. Number 1 has leaked out, so he is in a good position. But again, Unreal, I think they just want to get B first, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, hey, why not? I don't mind that because it is the more difficult point to capture. And, we saw that kind of be a thing in MW2 or MW3 if some teams would vie to go for the harder point first, just so they knew they had that cushion of the easier point to deal with later on. So, it didn't work out for them there, but, decent thought process just didn't work out. You do have the lives in check for you if you are Unreal Nightmare. You do get a good 2 dead in that feed. You do have presence now in Wevy in their spawn. All players towards the B side for Chaos. A is just slowly starting to get worked on now. I would like to see a little bit of a stack at a Blur. I'd like to see him on the hill. I know that's a decent position for the crossfire, but you can get a good overwatch on the hill as well, and now you do work on that second tick. But that's dealt with. Blur. Now that's the fill. That's a great position for that. So it's a give and take here. AGF. He went for the take behind as well. This is just some fun Call of Duty these boys are having at this point.
Yeah, they are. And Again, 20 seconds left. What can you do? Unreal, if you want to do a nice 3-0 victory, you're going to have to stay on the time, which is what they're going to do. Just that. Wevy bringing in the score streaks, going to make things a little bit harder as well. Does only able to find one, so huge, but Candace comes through. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Unreal. They win their gunfights. They do them. They do what they do best. As now, Superman isn't able to find anything.
Tap in their spawn building, just trying to stay alive, find a couple of these kills, and there's no respawns remaining. You don't need to capture it. You can work on lives if you'd like. Only 3 left. It seems like Unreal Nightmare's taking this one home. L2 just got taken from behind. The meat shield is in. Oh, no. Not in the mirror so we can see what's happening. Disrespect all over the place. Unreal Nightmare having a ball. Also Mighty last alive. Trying to get a kill. Oh, takes another one in the corner. Oh, this is a kid's show, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to do it for this one. All the players for Chaos have left the lobby, and that is it. Unreal Nightmare takes a 3-0 in the control in the series. They will advance in our losers bracket. Congratulations to them.
Oh, my God. May not have been a pretty sight for the side of Chaos right there. I think they got a little bit fed up of it, but nonetheless, it was a 3-0 victory from the side of Unreal. They move on. Who will they be playing, Shake?
I'm not sure if that matchup is set. Production, I don't know if we have word on that one just yet. We will get that going here. But Unreal Nightmare, I feel like, yeah, if you want to go do that. Unreal Nightmare, they're just one of the better teams in this tournament. Really only seem to struggle against SGP, and they are able to, take a map off here or there. It just seems like it's SGP's game to win every time they play. But Unreal Nightmare, they look like they should roll through. Okay, there you go. So there it is. Cabal versus Galaxy. The winner of that will play Unreal Nightmare.
Yeah, so and honestly, that's going to be a fun matchup. Cabal U18, Galaxy U18. Again, the way Galaxy kind of played Unreal and winners was very interesting. They took it to the wire. It's going to be very fun to see Cabal as well. I know they always got a fun lineup. I think it's Mark Skis and Kliz. So those are the 2 names I know off the top of my head. So they can do great things. Yeah, and then on the flip side, winners final is SGP and Selene. Semifinal.
And it looks like Cabal did lose 3-1, so Galaxy will play Unreal Nightmare. It looks like chat was keeping us up to date. Appreciate you guys. Hey, listen, that's going to do it for us tonight. This is the U18 Rising Stars Cup number 3, brought to you by Slain Gaming and Gamer X Society. This is Shake and Corpse. Thanks to everybody in the chat hanging out. Until tomorrow, have a good night.
Esports is here with our friends at Gamer X Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at Gamer X Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been trying to rock popping at the hotel? Better run the play for him. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and bars, yellow.